Well, hello. Gonna get a rundown on everything that's happened in the last. Okay, whoo, that's a lot. So I've had some people that were asking about patch notes and everything like that, right? I know I'm not on stream just yet. Amanda just dropped off some pizza, and I'm gonna kind of munch on that before I get on camera. I look like a total lunatic. Okay. So most, I think, sweeping significant change is that the damage structure is essentially fully incorporated in the game. This has been the biggest hangup for a while for making more content for this. And a little bit of hesitance in moving forward with, oh, how do I put it? Some hesitance about moving forward with creating a bunch of adventures and stuff. However, I'm feeling way more confident about doing that now. And going back through and doing some tweaks to, like, wet dreams and stuff like that. Yeah. It's like Vampire the Masquerade today. Oh, awesome! Well, hey, thanks for saying something there, Navarro. Thanks for hanging out for a second. Damn, where was my thought process out on that? Radiant and Decay have been removed from the game. What else? Sorry, I was not expecting Amanda to drop off lunch. So I'm like, oh, okay, I'm gonna eat this real quick. Oh, okay, there we go. Jeez. What up, chat? Now, I need to catch some edits and stuff on this. And people have been showing me like, hey, this got mangled up. Hey, what up, Titania? Hey, Phil, how you doing, man? You're right. What up, Techo? Okay, let me get the edits pulled up. First, the stats while they're gone. They aren't listed in the overview. Yeah, I need to fix that. Okay. Have I thought about hosting a third-party game jam once the book is out? Yep. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I have. The problem is going to be I've got to come up with stuff to give away for it. Yeah, what up, Krieg? We need to get over into essences. Or I guess spells now. To correct some issues. I did not update the overview. There we go. Okay, so I didn't update the overview yet. And that was a mistake. Cure is not listed. What was I doing? Cure. Artifice. Yep, I just forgot to update this. Clone does not exist. Yeah, that's correct. Grow. Because it turned into Sprout, that's right. Lock does not exist. Because that's just what Hold turned into. Mutate does not exist anymore. Transfer. That's right, that became something different. But we have turn. Sprout. Yeah, I see what happened here. This also makes it infinitely easier to go through for updates. Goop. Gust I'm not going to take out just yet because we are most likely going to be adding in something for that. It's very odd that we don't have a wind-based thing in here. Cure, we got that on there. Artifice, got that. Oh, Dispel is placed right before Disintegrate. Oh, yeah. They should go like this. I feel like Disintegrate should cause Caustic. But, like, the fact that it doesn't have a damage type. Hi, bud. This should Caustic. Like, I could also see it doing fire, but, like, yeah, people want more Caustic spells. You just went outside. You just went outside. Amanda came and dropped something off, and now you're going to act like this because now I'm on stream. I know how you are. I know what you do. Or even... Wait. This would be kind of sick if it did shock, right? Yeah, wizards can heal now. Yeah. Did the Doomsayer perk get updated yet? Not yet. Actually, I think that they should do shock. I just have a certain... You saying you're shocked. Okay. Yeah, I think it makes sense as shock. It also just looks cool. A non-magical object of negligible weight that is the target of this spell is destroyed. What if it was non-metal? Because that's just gonna like conduct it, right? So like this is the life essence. What about it? What's my fix for the infinite healing again? For the life essence? You can't heal without mana. Amelia, what are you doing? No, go on. Why do you guys? We just went outside. We just did all this shit. Why are you doing this whenever I start streaming? Wait, what chaotic evil changes have I made now? It's complicated. All right. Yeah, it's like against lightning imagery. Yes, I really dig that. Okay. Now, we like that feel. I think we do like that feel. What if we just take this? Any target that is reduced to 0 health or destroyed by this spell is reduced to ash. So this is the object getting right. I have to trim with it. Wait, what happened? The YouTube notifications didn't work. Yeah, we just. I mean, look, that's just a matter of life with YouTube these days. Spoil the peak of 4.3 as you showed me this. No. We're doing hot fixes in this one. Because I will let you all know something kind of cool that I'm doing. All right, drum roll, please. Right. All right. So. Oh, Taron, what is this? What is this thing you've made? I just want to let you all know how close I actually feel like we are to the finish line. This is the quick start that I'm sending out to... This is the quick start that I'm sending out to backers that were at the $10 tier. And that I plan on uploading to potentially Drive-Thru RPG or print publishing. Remember, now, what I say is the quick start, right? This is a very, very basic version of it. I have trimmed down the rules. This is 8.5 by 11. Yeah, what up, Tid? This is an 8.5 by 11, and a couple of the things that are in here. Some of the things that you all will see that you're like, oh, what's happening now? The beginning of hero creation will have roll tables. These will be incorporated into the book itself, but yeah. So the ancestry here, roll a d6 to determine what your ancestry is. Class, these are the 6 classes that are going to be appearing in the quick start. Bard, Fighter, Luminary, Pugilist, Rogue, and Wizard. You're just not to your friends proper yet. Stats. So this just shows an array of 6 different stats. It's condensed from the 12 that are in the full book, right? So these are just like the middle of the road ones, you know. Yeah, you can always pick and customize and do whatever, but like this is just a quick and easy get into it, right? Now there we go. Training and perks, all that other shit that's gonna be in here too, right? There is a revamp, a little tiny revamp, more of a stylistic revamp of the hero record that's in here, right here. Stats. So one of the things that you all are going to see is I'm cleaning up a bit of the layout stuff that's been going on. One of the kind of complaints I've been getting is that the layout feels a little bit inefficient and a little bit scattered. And I'm going to be showing off a bit more of what the new layout is going to be looking like. It's not stylistically going to look severely different, but it's going to have some shakeups going on. Hey, Ked, what's going on, man?
Hey, I was probably going to say, I wasn't trying to spoil anything. I was making a joke about you cutting all of the rules for rock, paper, scissors, but glad you're sharing stuff anyways.
No, yeah, there's no spoilers or whatever. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah, man, are you staying for a while, or are you
doing
I'm
going to stay for a bit. I'm eating, so I may be occasionally muted, but yeah.
That's all good. So, the shakeup here. Why Pugilist? Showing off a different type of warrior going on in the game. I thought about making it Dancer instead, but then that would leave like Bard and Dancer as like very, very big supports. I feel like this is giving you a bit of a taste of kind of like the shakeups that are going on here, right? Specifically, I had to include fighter, cleric, right, priest, thief, and wizard. So like you got to have those. But part of the fun with this is by them seeing a like luminari next to a wizard. One of the other fun things is going to be people go, "Oh wait, you can heal with this wizard too. Oh wait, you can do damage with this cleric in this game. Like, oh wait, what's happening here?" You know. Plus, I wanted to show a little bit of the quote unquote like voice, right, of the game. Pugilist is one of the things that I think distinguishes this is not a like your daddy's dragon game, right? This is a different flavor, getting away from all the like Eastern mysticism that the monk has been bringing in for years. This is going to be a bit more brawly, yeah. And it's about
there's a difference between your dad's dragons game and your daddy's dragons game.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Vanguard would be a cool pick for both. I don't want to do the Vanguard in here. This is a basic version, right? Vanguard, for people who like have picked up the Vanguard and their eyes light up and they're like, "Oh shit, yeah, this is like the right thing for me." The reason why that lights up is because you're a little bit more experienced with TTRPGs. If you're a brand new player, you might feel a little bit overwhelmed because that playstyle is asking for a little bit of knowledge as to why you would do certain things in the action economy. Like, why would I be holding my action? Why would I be doing that, right? It's not really spelled out for you. However, in something like the Pugilist, this is just go in there and hit shit. And like, that's what people are going to be wanting, right? And plus,
I feel like Vanguard is also like more of like a pivotal role if you're in the group, and it has like stress and expectations to it, which a new person will be like, "No thanks."
Yeah, like it can also be that way with the Dancer. But I did include a little bit of clarification as to the Dancer's playstyle that will be like we're sort of doing a couple of hot fixes here because we're entering into a polish and editing phase. Already, since I've released the book last night, there's been a couple of different edits that I've been making. As I've been trying to fit all the rules into like a 2-page spread, like for how to play right here, I've had to condense down some of the wording, and that has already improved quite a lot. There's no space there, huh? Weird. That's already improved quite a lot of the mechanical text. So like, if you look at like the different check results, crit, d20 rolls a 20. A crit is a pass with other effects based on the check type. Pass, d20 rolls equal to or above difficulty. Fail, d20 rolls below difficulty. Whiff, d20 rolls a 1. You fail and can't re-roll it. Bam, right there, right? You need someone to tell me the Dancer is OP soon. You need someone to tell me the Dancer is overpowered soon. I mean, you can tell me why you think it's what's going on with it, but it also
don't change it.
Yeah, it has received some tweaks. Yeah, it has received some tweaks. And it's not the same as it was, I think, like 2 weeks ago whenever I was streaming. Or like last Monday, even. And this game is always changing. But there's also little spots in here, right, where like, see, I'm trying to get rid of more of these orphans. Here we go. little spots in here to try and condense some of the wording. And the way that this has worked out is some big shakeups are happening with the layout because it's helping to keep everything on one condensed page. Going up into the... Let's go up into the post-corruption update. Okay. So a couple things that are going on right now. A lot of this wording has just been cleaned up. This is, whenever I say like polishing phase, I mean, we are going through doing some heavy polishing right now. All the stuff that people have been submitting over in the feedback, all the stuff that's been going on with like, hey, Taron, this isn't super clear. Hey, we've got a spelling error over here. Hey, Taron, you know, yeah, please let me keep knowing about those. Because right now is the big move of cleaning things up. And this doesn't always have to be, I caught a typo. This can be a, hey, Taron, this shit doesn't make sense to me. Explain it. And like, I'll work on that, right? One of the things that you'll see is like checks and tests. Ooh, checks are all explained in one column. Tests right up here in this corner. And then we get immediately into distance and targets. I have tried to think about where I need to put actions. I would like to put them earlier, but at the same time, I don't know if that's a smart decision. It was one of the like pieces of feedback that Ken was giving me the other day, where it was like the character creation isn't in the order that it is in the book. And I get that. That has been something I have slaved over while I've been trying to like make this book. It is a weird sequencing that goes into making a game. I don't really know a good fix for that. Can you think of a game that did that better, Ken?
Not off the top of my head. I'm sure there are, and I'm sure I know of some, but I can't think of any right now.
Right. Yeah, Dancer became much cooler once flares were dropped. Yep. 100%.
I think I even said that in my notes. I'm like, it's not a big deal. A lot of game systems don't have it in the same order and stuff. It's just, it sucks when it's like, follow these steps. And then you go, okay, cool. And you go to the next page and it's like step 3.
Right. I thought about hyperlinking that in some spots. Choose an ancestry with creepy traits. I think if I gave you a roll table, right? And then I was like, you can reference it, like, the ancestries down here are available, but also, you know, you can roll on this table, whatever. Take a level in a class which grants you training and features. There's currently 18 classes in the game, and somebody brought up in the server how it would be a good idea to include 20 because you would have a D20 table. Look, that's 2 additional classes I've had, and I'm like, I'm ready to get this game out. All right. Why can't you put it in the right order? Okay, so stats are a weird thing. Whenever we're like, choose an ancestry, which grants you traits. Take a level in a class. This grants you training and features. Okay, so these are 2 things that the majority of players, once they know what stats are, they're not even going to really be flipping to this next section. They're going to be going immediately to ancestry and class, right? The order of this would lead you to, like, I'm trying to order this for players that are familiar with the game already, but also for players that are new. Neither one of them wants to immediately flip and see stats right here, but if you don't really know what stats are, the information that you're going to see in your ancestry and class doesn't really click. I prefer to explain meta information of the system as early as I can. This was a critique I had for Daggerheart, and I think Ked had this as well.
Yeah, because we didn't get the basic mechanics until like it was like page 97 or something.
Yeah. It's been so long trying to explain like all the various character options and doesn't really get to the meat of what it means to even play the game. And this isn't necessarily actions in combat or anything. This was like basic resolution mechanics. So it was just an order. It was an order thing, you know. personally, you would order it ancestry class training stats gear. Well, see, here's the weird thing is that because of the way that this is ordered, now if I go over to my class and it's granting me this training and whatnot, I don't know what all this stuff means. Expert, key stat, logic, training, rank. What? Okay. Well, that's. I guess I can go up here to stats, and here's the deal. I think that this is a not uncomfortable. This is a imperfect thing, right? I think it's imperfect, but this applies to everybody universally, and this is explaining core info about the system right up front. It's not the best way to do it. Well, okay, it's not the best way to do it. I don't think there is a best way to do this.
There isn't a best way. I tried to get around it and avoid home a bit by having the core resolution mechanic on the first page. Then I had a glossary for like the basics of what everything means, and then I get into the meat of things in character creation steps. But even then, like a lot of people wouldn't like that because they'd be like, I want more information than just the glossary.
Yeah. Also, something Daggerheart did that you actually like, you should have recommended stats. Hey, what do you know? We've been doing that for a couple months here. Yeah, if you look at Vagabond's classes, key stat, logic, that's all you need to know. So there's even a recommended how to play this class and level of complexity. Yeah. You don't think you've ever read a TTRPG book front to back in order? That's the thing. I think that this critique that comes up about like the order sequencing of how this stuff needs to be is only really relevant if we're talking about something like in the case of Daggerheart, where your key resolution mechanic is like more than halfway through the book. Well, a third of the way through the book. I guess I'll for people that want to be pedantic about it, right? So like, that's your core resolution mechanic, not stats. Right? So, like, I can see why some people would say, let's put the stats later on because people are going to reference all this stuff with the character stuff earlier on anyways. I still think it's intuitive to put the order of operations in here for how you make a character and just say, like, hey, we'll hyperlink this later once we get, shit cleaned up. On the, like, ancestry thing, I think that it would also be kind of pertinent to put in the kind of role sections like I have in the basic version here. Where we go? Right here. I think that this would actually be a pretty smart idea to just copy the idea over and include that in an upcoming version. But so the big changes that happened since the last public version to the one that came out yesterday, Radiant and Decay were completely removed from the game. I could not figure out a reason to keep them in there other than it was a damage type that Luminari would get that really helps out with undead, I guess. I need to change this one. And like, even then, justifying that like other like creatures would be eventually immune to like holy damage felt so weird. It never really clicked for me. So I decided to go ahead and pull that. Decay is also a thing where it was like, well, if you don't have holy, why would you have the unholy damage? And every time I kept thinking of like narratively, what does this mean over here and what has it meant in other games, it always turned into either caustic, frost, or toxic, right? So like I think of decay as like undeath and like anti-life. That is the only time that I ever really felt like maybe this is justified as like a necrotic, analog here. But even in those cases, it's like just call it frost and just let it be a thing. Like if it can just exist on its own, and you find that it reduces a lot of the like, I don't know, those moments like in D&D where you look at like, why would I be doing anything but force damage? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think it helps to clear up some stuff like that. But, So those are gone. That was the biggest. That was the biggest pain point, I think, with this update. Other than fully incorporating threat level. With threat level now being in the game, boy, going through all those stat blocks and having to calculate it's been a week.
I didn't think you were going to do the table when you'd like first ask, because you're like, hey, look at this formula. I'm like, I don't know if people want to do math. You're like, I don't want to do a table though. I don't want to do math.
So I kind of explaining like what the new threat level thing is, and I'll be working on the ancestry thing here in a second. To people that have seen it, it is I'll explain my thought process on it, because I do think that there's at least something interesting to be said about that. Do we really keep... No, because we're going to have the tables. Damn. So, explaining my thought process with this. Okay. This table, the threat level, defensive threat level table. Originally, this started out as a formula. And you thought I said I didn't want threat level. I just didn't really think that there was a way to easily do it. Or I say easily do it. I still don't really think that this is a way to point to it and say this is a balanced encounter. And anybody that would say that, I'm like, you don't really understand the purpose of this.
I feel it's less important in Vagabond as well, since your difficulties are on your sheet and not relative to the monster.
Right.
Like it's not as needed as like D&D or Pathfinder.
Right. Like you're not hitting an armor class for the monster. Instead, we're talking about armor and immunity, simply like straight up. So what threat level is kind of representing is a very vague idea of its like toughness and things. This is a measure, not an exact science. I tried to give a decent estimation for the encounters where you could add it up, but like there's so many factors into here that like if you ask anybody that's been playing any tabletop role-playing game for any amount of years, they'll tell you right now, any kind of an exact science or anything that proposes an exact science about encounter design has never been running that exact science. This all exists in theory. The best you can do is give someone a safety net. You cannot guarantee that they're not going to just punch right through it.
Yep.
Yeah. So the way that this works out, and I'll explain my thought process on this because, oh man, this was a headache. Okay. So whenever I'm doing offensive threat level, the thing I was looking at here was what was the average increase in health for characters every level, right? So I'm looking at like their hit die most likely increasing by like 4.5, like on average, right? The squishies they're gonna feel squishy. So because of that, I was just sort of thinking, how much damage can it do per round? 5? That's like a level's worth of health on average for most characters. And I was like, okay, yeah, sure. This doesn't account for AoE, by the way, like at all. It doesn't do that. This is just showing you based on the numbers. Here's what this says. There are all kinds of other factors that could make this way, way, way more complicated. I'm choosing not to do that because I think that would be overwhelming to anybody looking to make a monster. So, offensive threat level. This is telling you most likely that's the kind of damage it deals per round. Is like offensive threat of like 2 is saying it's most likely doing 10 damage per round. That can be to any character, it can be to one character, whatever, right? Now, defensive threat level. This, I think, is like one of my moments where I will look back on this and be like, I'm pretty fucking proud of this right here. So as I was calculating defensive threat level and trying to come up with something that felt a little bit like intuitive, I even talked with Kat about this because I sent him a formula that I was like, should I ever print this in a book? Because this looks god awful. It was ugly math. It was very, very ugly math. So it also wasn't really helping out because it wasn't giving me something that I really needed, and that was scaling. What I'm talking about here is like in Vagabond, because the damage numbers are so low, and because we've reduced the amount of damage types you can do, defenses got more powerful, right? So like you compare that with the action economy throughout level to cover AoE and such. It already factors that in. Yes, that is for all of the threat. By the way, that's not just it says 10 damage in its stat block. That's if it has multi-attack or whatever, and it does 20 damage, the offensive threat level is 20 damage, not the 10. Yeah. Pretty on point because it's a scale of 1 to 10 designed to resolve challenges without rolling. So, talking about this, there's 2 things to factor into this. Or, sorry, 3. I'm sorry, 4. There we go.
There's 7 things to factor into this.
Yes. So it's health, armor, immune, weak, right? So weak is effectively, if you're 1 per type, weak as it factors into defensive threat level is a -1 per type. There's also, I guess you could say, some situational ones, or like the silver bullets, right?
I almost wouldn't even factor that in because
right,
it is so situational.
But it's not always reliable. But it's become so core that I think people are going to be thinking about it a lot more in Vagabond than they would in D&D.
Because that's less of a mechanical thing and more about how dumb your players were.
Yeah, like, did they even look into the thing that they were going to go up and fight? You know, like, yeah. You really like the recommendation you heard of calling the highest threat ranking Midnight? Yeah. So, health. This is more so, like, a little bit based off of just a flat modifier per hit die. So it was like health divided by 4 equals +1 DTL. Okay. So this is how this equation was basically breaking down. So basically per hit die, it was getting a +1 to DTL. But the reason why it's health divided by 4 is because a hit die doesn't mean 4 health to every monster, right? Yeah. Silver bullets are meant to cheat the monster. Yep. They should factor in, because if they don't, the Banshee is the hardest creature in the game by the math. Yeah, thank you, Ken. So the Banshee, if you don't factor in silver bullets, is like a threat level 28 or something like that. And we go up to 10th level in this game, you know? So, like, you got to factor in the fact that, like, the Banshee is, well, one of the things that isn't on its stat block is, like, a Banshee is basically a nothing stat block if you can pop off, like, silence. If you can do that, or, like, you have access to sunlight, you're basically just using a Banshee as a punching bag. But if you don't, that's a scary fucking stat block. But, yeah, that's the purpose of silver bullets. And also a big reason why I'm kind of telling people, like, your characters are going to have to be cool with dying. Like, if you guys don't prep, if something goes wrong, you guys have got to be cool with it. Like, this isn't going to be the kind of game that's going to just absolutely take the piss out of every monster because people are scared of losing their characters. I'm just going to recommend that they go and play a different game, you know.
You gotta do your research, figure shit out. If Geralt of Rivia didn't know what he knew, he would have died, like, in his first monster.
Yeah. So, like, +1 DTL for every 4 points of health. Yes, +1 DTL for every 4 points of health. And this does actually do this in some cases for, like, monsters that have 1 health, right? So that's how that's factoring in. You can think about it as 1 hit die equals a +1 to DTL, but yeah, right. Yeah, 5e Vern, yeah. So, armor. So each armor equals +1 DTL up to 3. Okay. Now, this is weird. Reason being here is that once you get up above 3 on armor, essentially you've invalidated a D4 and damn near a D6. And you take in a huge chunk out of a D8, right? Once you hit like armor 3, most likely you're not taking a ton of damage, right? This isn't such a big deal whenever you get like armor 2. If you get armor 2, it's like, okay, that D4 is not hitting you 50% of the time. Someone comes up and hits you with a dagger, it's gonna bounce off your armor, right? Like, yeah, that's fine. But whenever you're starting to get like magically enhanced armor and scales, I started to realize how good armor really, really was. Mm-hmm. There aren't many instances in this game where you're going to be rolling more than like 2 damage dice as a martialist. So if we're completely invalidating a significant chunk of the like attack damage, this is, yes, right there. Armor 8 is essentially immunity. Yep. So what this meant is that armor can't quite do this. Each armor actually does not equal +1 to DTL. I needed something that could scale per rank a little bit harder. Luckily, we've got a great mathematician that came along. Oh shit, I don't remember when this was. But anyways, who had a sequence that went something like this. 13, 21, and... Ked, don't spoil this. Chat, who was this?
Oh.
Chat, let's see if we can identify it.
It's a really good card.
Mm-hmm. Fibonacci.
They got it. There we go.
Yeah, it's the Fibonacci sequence is actually extremely good at giving you damage scaling. You see
also
how
take it in Balatro.
Yes, and also it's a god tier card in Balatro. Yes. The next one is 55. Yep. So Fibonacci sequence. This is very, very good if you have like whenever you're doing the damage dice of math. If you have a mechanic that is kind of invalidating certain dice, this is actually a really good sequence for determining how valuable something may or may not be, right? So like with the Fibonacci sequence, I was like, if you have +1 armor, or sorry, if you have 1 armor, okay, 1, sure. 2, okay, 1, yeah, sure. But like seeing the value add that happens with like 2, 3, 5, now we're suddenly seeing like a ramping. Effectively, this convinced me right here that armor, if we're getting up above 3, it needs to be really rare. This needs to be a lot more valuable than what I was originally thinking. But it also means I can just budget everything else above a 3 the same way that I budget immunity. And Balatro has a Fibonacci card. Yeah, it wait, does it re-trigger Ace 2, 3, 5, 8?
Yeah, I think it re-triggers the numbers.
Yeah.
With 8 in the one.
And it's fucking incredible. Yeah, it's like one of the best cards in the entire, or the best jokers in the entire game. You lost? Don't worry. We'll be getting there. So basically it's like this, okay? So if I have armor 1, this means that like 25% of the time with D4 damage does nothing. Right? So our AR, let's just say armor. Wow, armor. Jeez. Armor 1 is 25% of the time a D4 equals 0. Armor 2. Wait. Here, there we go. That's how I'm formatting this. 50% of the time, D4 0. Right?
You're having word issues today.
I know, man. I don't know what the deal is.
I'm worried if you ever start like have a stroke actively on stream, we're not gonna know.
Yeah. So good. I'll start smelling toast or something, I guess.
That's a Canadian thing. Stop.
So, with this, we're seeing that like this doesn't quite feel like. Oh yeah, Fibonacci is the I'm replanning my strategy in Balatro Joker. Yeah, it's literally that good. Yeah.
I looked it up. It adds a multiplier for each one of those cards. But
oh, it's a multiplier?
I believe.
Okay, so it's not a retrigger?
No, I think it's a multiplier.
Yeah, but if you get like Fibonacci and Hack, Jesus, that's just like a one game.
Mm-hmm.
It's
and then
so
blueprint
good.
It.
Yes, right. God damn it! Now you're making me want to play Balatro. Okay, so the other thing with this is it's not just a D4. We're also looking at like a D6, right? So like 50% of the time a D6 is equal to 0, right? Up here, this is like 20% of the time a D6. No, wait, a 33. Yeah, there we go. Jeez. D6 equals 0, right? And these are not nothing damage dice, by the way. D4 and D6 might be small. That doesn't mean they're insignificant, right? We have a lot of stuff in this game that is just doing a D4 or a D6. Claw attacks, fight attacks. We have short swords, spears, short bows, right? Hand crossbows, daggers, right in here. Unarmed attacks, right? So this is actually quite big. Yeah. I saw. Yeah, they maxed out the score counter. Yeah. So this is a pretty significant change, and we needed to value each of these a little bit more highly. It wasn't just going to be like, oh, okay, armor 1 equals 1, armor 2 equals 2, armor 3 equals 3. It gets to a point where essentially we need to just say it's as good as immunity. There is objectively as good as immunity whenever you say like armor 8, right? Like Krieg was saying, or like if you say armor 12, it's immunity. It's immunity to blunt, pierce, and slash. So once you get to that point, for all intents and purposes, there is a little bit of diminishing return that happens. Like, sure, there's a lot of damage dice that just aren't doing anything to you, but there is a bit of diminishing return, right? Wait, say armor D12?
He was suggesting armor as dice, like weapon as dice.
Oh, armor as dice. Gotcha. So that's what they do in Merkborg. Whenever Merkborg inspired a lot of this system, but that was one of the diminishing returns after all. You were right, yeah. I mean, like if you have armor 6 and armor 7 and something's hitting you for a D6 damage die, it doesn't really matter. That one extra armor isn't doing anything for you, right? Now, you might look at the D8 and be thinking, aha, yeah, but this right here, sure, but like we're still talking about us. It is a mechanic that as it escalates, it's not that it gets worse, it's just that each improvement is less valuable than the last, right? So diminishing returns, exactly. Now,
of course, the hard part of calculating this stuff is you can't take it in a bottle like by itself. Like,
right?
Yeah, great. They have great armor against physical attacks, but then you have like environmental issues and magical shit and what?
There's another change that I made that people haven't quite seen yet. That is going to be, I think people are going to react. I don't know. We'll see. But armor got a buff. Armor now reduces attack damage by a number called its armor rating. So it's no longer just blunt, pierce, or slash. It's any attack damage.
Oh.
Right. So my thought on this was more about the cinema of what happens. I didn't finish my thought on Merkborg. I had originally tried to do the armor system for Merkborg, but that additional die roll was slowing things down. A lot. So I knew that it either needed to be enemies did a flat damage number or armor is a flat number. And I prefer armor as a flat number. That feels way more reliable. And enemies doing the rando thing felt at least like the more interesting roll right there. Plus, like, rolling to see if you zero something out doesn't feel interesting. This is an issue with, I think it's like Warhammer or something like that. Now, armor reduces attack damage by a number called an armor rating. This fixes two problems for me. Yeah, now armor should feel very good. Like, I want people, if they're thinking like, oh, I don't have any armor, I want people to be like, oh, really? Oh, okay.
Yeah, go do a naked run in World of Warcraft and see how far you're going to get.
Right. So this is a thing where if we're talking about like might or like strength-based characters have not felt good in a TTRPG. I want you to feel like barbarians fucking rock in this game. I want you to feel like fighters and pugilists absolutely tear shit up. And the thing that I was bothered with armor for a while is that the cinema of it didn't really make sense. So like the cinema of armor, despite it being a good mechanic and it feeling pretty good, it always felt kind of odd that if something hit you with like a punch that was on fire or something, right? Like, I don't know, a fire giant, that initial blunt damage could just not hurt you. But like the fire damage would still go through your armor for some reason. And there's things like that I just like never been able to really click with. So whenever I stopped thinking about this as like, let's tack on damage types and make it essential to those damage types, I just started thinking about it in terms of what was the cinema of what was happening here. Notice this is still attack damage, not magic damage, right? It reduces attack damage by a number called armor rating. So if you're hit with like, let's say an Onkeg's acid spray, it doesn't suddenly penetrate your armor or whatever. If it's an attack, it hits your armor first, right? So I'm going to keep it simple there. In rare instances, like a Rust Monster's Rust Touch, it'll start removing from that. But yeah.
And there might be the occasional time you might be like, this bypasses armor or something, and then you're like, cool.
Yeah.
But now that you've gotten rid of like the more abstract damage types, like the unholy decay, stuff like that, whatever.
Right.
It meshes better too.
With this change, what's my current thoughts about casters having armor? Oh, they can have armor. It's all good. So armor beats all damage types now. As long as the damage type was dealt by an attack, yes. Yeah, you'll need hazards that bypass armor. Yeah. There will be, but like for the most part, this kind of resolves itself. Like, straight up, it kind of does. And you'll also notice that this does make some spellcasting where like you're making magical like flying daggers and shit. It does make it a bit more interesting. Now, we may have to tweak things like fling to where fling isn't, how do I put it? Fling isn't just a damage type that nothing has immunity to or like armor to. So like this might have to be you make an attack with it using your casting stat, something like that. But yeah. What about a random rock falling from the ceiling and hitting your helmet? That's not an attack. No, but it's enough kinetic force and weight that I would think it fucking hurts.
Yeah. And that's a good point. It's not an attack. Like there's a lot of like not only magic, but a lot of environmental effects. It's not an attack. It specifically says attacks, which makes sense.
What would be an example of a non-attack damage that isn't reduced? Spellcasting. Like, I mean, realistically, whenever. So okay, here's an interesting thought experiment. How many different effects do you think deal damage to players? to characters in the TTRPG. Let's be real here. How many different kinds of effects do you think there are? Because I think a lot of people see the huge swath of different options for it, and they're not really thinking about how damage is dealt. So if we simplify it, let's take it down to its most reduced. And I usually hate reductive argumentation, but like, whatever. I'll be a hypocrite here for this. But infinite through imagination. Let's reduce it further. How is damage dealt? How is it dealt? Not like, well, it could be dealt through a hook or yet. No. What actions are taking? There we go. Attacks, hazards, and spells.
Yep. That's what I would.
Those are the 3 instances of damage that you will ever take in a TTRPG. Let's get rid of the mysticism around it, right? Yeah, monsters, environment, magic, you can say that too. Yeah, like, these are, what monsters are doing are attacks and spells. What the environment is doing is a hazard, right? And what the magic is doing is a spell. So if we say attacks, hazards, and spells. Okay, so this deals with attacks super easily. This is, and I think, like, a really graceful way of doing that. You reduce attack damage by a number called its armor rating. This is interesting how, like, horizontal of a change it is. It's a buff, and it is the most niche ass nerf you could ever think of. If my character gets hit with a rock in their head and the armor doesn't deflect from that, like, how often is that happening? Like, if we're being real here, like, if a rock was hitting you in the head that was consequential enough to where armor needed to be a thing, the DM was probably doing some fuckery anyways. Like, that was, yeah. You can always rule it applies to an environmental hazard if it makes sense. Yeah, totally.
Ruling over rules. I'm always big on ruling over rules. Rules are important, but you can't account for every situation.
Oh, and by the way, I should clarify something right here, because I know that this can be confusing some people, or like, I just know I didn't really say this here. If it's a trap, that trap is attacking the player. That is the trap making an attack. It's not a hazard of the environment. That is a trap making an attack.
It's not like standing in lava. Like, that's not a trap. That's
an environmental hazard. Yeah. If they jump into a lava pit, that's an environment. Lava pit, or like acid pit. There we go. That is the environment doing a thing. Rules set the framework for the rulings. Yep. What would be the counterpart to attack damage? Save damage? That's all handled by defenses. So, like, if you pass, you're reducing the damage to 0. Like, that's how cake it is. There is not something that is doing the mitigation as far as all that goes. That's just not a layer of nuance that I think is narratively expressed very well. Like, armor makes sense. This bigger number means I'm wearing more armor. Yeah, that clicks. That's super cake. But like,
some people have a hard time with the scaling armor thing making you immune eventually, but I, like in Cypher, for example, I've never had an issue with that, because like eventually, yeah, I'm too powerful for that one kobold to hit me. But,
yeah,
like Cypher has like the grouping thing where it, like, a bunch of them turn into a high level monster, in which case, yeah, maybe 10 kobolds could hurt me.
Yeah. There's a there's a thing with this where, like, if the enemies aren't hurting you, do I have called shot mechanics? Yes and no. Where it matters in the stat block, yes. If you're specifically targeting something like tendril or like its tentacle, you can get a little narrative oomph out of specifically targeting that. And I'll talk about that later. But I was just talking about a thing, and this is ADHD kicking in right now. Holy shit, Kev, what was I just talking about?
I'm on narcotics right now. I can't fucking help you.
Yeah, I know, right? Called shots, environmental damage. How the hell did I get there? Oh, there we go. So something being a number that represents, like, this is how much I reduce magical damage from, I don't like. But This is the kind of thing that like Barrier and Arcane Ward could be, right? These are like things that I think you can do magic effects to prevent, because otherwise it just becomes like, I don't know. I don't like that. I feel like that needs to be more active, or magic feels just sort of like, oh, it's a different kind of an attack. And we don't always have to have these like one-for-one symmetry like aspects happening in a game.
No.
I think it's cooler if you don't have that. I mean, like, you know, I think Pokemon does, and that's fine, but like that's also a game handling the calculations for you.
I feel like people are too focused on balance in RPGs.
Yeah.
I look at something like, they're like, oh, this character's like slightly OP. I'm like, okay, well, compared to what? Is it slightly OP to another player? In which case, unless it's completely like screwing over the other player, they're on the same team. Who cares? Is it slightly overpowered compared to the monsters? I mean, they're supposed to defeat the monsters in the end. Maybe that's not a bad thing.
The very few times that I have called out that something was an issue were like so like D&D wise, there have been 3 or 4 times I think there was something that made an official print book that I was like, that is actually busted. But that's because D&D is also, number one, it feels like more of a tactical game that does make the adversarialism happen. Just because of the way that it's written. Also, number 2, like, these were invalidating other character options. Twilight Domain Cleric, Silvery Barbs, yes. So Twilight Domain Cleric, Silvery Barbs. I felt like Rune Knight probably shouldn't have been in the game, but like Chronergy Wizard was a thing that we could prove. This sets up a type of playstyle that becomes the only thing that players will do once they find out how good it is. It's that safe.
Chris has said, like, he made a video about Chronology Wizard. He's like, once you got this, you don't need any others.
If you could, I mean, if you got rid of its 10th level, then like maybe the class is fine. I did actually like promote 2 fixes of it, where it was like all you need to have is that the spell requires a casting time of 1 action, and it's fine. Other than that, the spell is busted. Wasn't Clockwork Sorcerer also kind of crazy? Clockwork Sorcerer to me was just a bad design philosophy, because they removed the fun thing of rolling. They felt like, for whatever reason, their core resolution mechanic wasn't a fun thing to do in the game, and they were like, oh yeah, just treat everything as a 19. Fuck off.
I consider there being a difference between something being completely broken and like doing bad things to the game or nullifying part of the game, or just being unbalanced. I have no problems with things in the games being unbalanced.
I know that there's plenty of times in this game right here there is no balance in RPGs. Yes and no. Actually, let me tell you this. Part of the reason why I built Vagabond with the intention to be run solo or co-op is straight up because I never wanted that to be an excuse. I wanted to hold myself to a standard of like, this system should be good enough to run itself. So I never went with the mindset at any point of DM Fiat. You will not see at any point in Vagabond the text DM's discretion. As far as I can fucking possibly think, I have never written that line of text, because to me that promotes adversarialism. That is showing a lack of confidence in your game. That is undermining your core resolution mechanic. And every single time I keep seeing that show up in any D&D book, I'm like, this feels completely inconfident in the system core. It just feels absolutely shaky. So I told myself, do not write that text anytime in a feature. All the text should be able to tell you straight up, here's what you do, here's what you get, go. Right? And it should be able to evoke the flavor of it without having to tell you the night has made you vigilant. You know, like this.
I can't say I 100% agree, but for this style of game, I 100% agree. But there are other styles of RPGs I would say that actually that's perfectly fine.
if it's something like Cypher with the GM intrusion mechanic, like there's the trade-off happening there for the GM doing that thing, right? The GM is stepping in to tip the scales. And Vagabond, I have it in the exact opposite direction as well, right? Luck, just, yeah. You get what you're saying, but to some extent, GM discretion will exist in what moves creatures take when they get them, etc. Well, yes, but no, because in Vagabond, the creatures have an AI.
It's just like in a lot of the Year Zero stuff. Like I play Alien or something.
Yeah.
A lot of the times it's randomized what the creature's going to do. If you have a GM, they can decide, but otherwise you click the button and sometimes the GM doesn't even know what the alien's going to do.
Yeah. Actually, you just word search it, and I've used discretion 3 times. Have I used LM or DM's discretion? Wait, where have I done this?
You just got actually once. Oh, once.
Yeah. Oh god, have you seen this channel Deficient Master?
No.
There's a YouTube channel that's really blowing up quick called Deficient Master, TTRPG YouTuber. Hilarious content.
Oh,
yes,
good.
you'll love this guy.
Okay.
You will.
I didn't know
absolutely...
if it was going to be like some of the other people you showed me, where I'm like, I should have never clicked on that channel.
No, it's not like Degenerate Master or anything like that. No, he's just a really, really hilarious dude, and he's. I mean, his formula is blowing up. Yeah, he'll be 100,000 sub channel within the year. I haven't seen anybody blow up quite like that since Pointy Hat first came out. So you said I said fucking discretion in here 3 times. Discretion. Where? The LMA also award luck at their discretion. Okay, yes. Okay, I'll give you that. Okay, where else? How and when they gain it is at the LM's discretion. Yes, that's for gaining perks. Because that's for a whole other thing. If it's required for the story, I wanted to give them that flexibility.
Doesn't matter. Gav is technically correct.
He's technically correct. He can absolutely suck my dick. Gavin, fuck off. Free, include relics at your own discretion. All right.
He proved you wrong, and you just need to quit now.
All right, yeah, that's fine. All right. As on the yeah. All right, fuck off.
The best kind of correct, yes.
Oh man. Now, okay, so what I mean is in a feature here. Well, I'll move the goalpost. All right, fuck you. What I mean is in a feature or like a mechanic that a player has in their hands. Game is forever tainted, into the dumpster it goes. Yep. By the way, I love you. Is it B sharp music? That's clever. Yeah. Okay, so and where the shit that was I going off on this tangent on? Armor. Wow, how the hell did we get all the way over here? Armor, environmental effects. Here we go. Now, moving goalpost, last name Shapiro. Oh man. Okay, so armor. Fuck, I just realized. Wait, where was I writing this shit down in? Uh-oh. Oh shit, I was writing this down somewhere. There we go. Okay, I was like, shit, I'm gonna put out a version of this game that's just gonna randomly have a bunch of, like... Okay.
Greetings, traveler.
Hey. Gavin Van Fleet. Hey, thank you so much for the support on Patreon. Okay, so... we have... Armor is essentially invalidating certain dice. Immune is invalidating all dice, right? Now there gets to be a point where armor is effectively as good at a single die as immune is. So they aren't the same, but they quote unquote are. So what I did was, once you hit 3 armor, it just counts as bludgeoning, piercing, and slashing immunity. Because each immunity counts as a +1 to DTL. What I thought about doing is making this a +2. Because then that would mean armor could scale all the way up to 6. And once it hits 6, it's just as good, because I was like, yeah, you've invalidated a D6. That's not really thinking about practicality, like the percentage of how often that is actually just straight up removing that die. Whenever we have multiple different damage types that are doing like D6 damage, wait, does armor reduce all damage or block damage rolls that are low enough? Wait. Does armor reduce all damage or block damage rolls that are low enough?
Which is actually acts as a reduction. It's like,
wait, yeah, I'm confused.
If a monster had a way to explode it or something, I mean, they could still theoretically bypass it, but
yeah,
that'd be a circumstance.
Does armor reduce all damage or block damage? Okay, so it's think of armor as mitigation. Okay, so it's like some people have said soak from other systems. What other system uses soak? Can you think of? Is that Warhammer?
Soak. I feel like there was also a World of Darkness one that did that, but I can't remember.
So like armor is basically like soak from other TTRPGs. So if I take 5 damage, yeah. Or wait, let's see here. Deal 5 damage.
Well, I think Shadowrun did actually.
Okay. Deals 5 damage. I have armor 2. I take 3 damage. Right? That's basically how armor works out. Yeah. What happens if you're attacked with a sword and you have armor? What?
Okay, so he was asking about the armor, if it just applies to the dice or the full total. I mean, it's just the amount coming in. I'm assuming. Yeah. So like the total amount.
I felt like, okay, I actually felt like I was having a stroke there, because I read like a couple chats and I was like, wait, does this not make any sense? What the fuck? It's like, oh shit, wait, it makes sense to me. Am I going crazy? Okay. So for each of these things that you have, it's like a +1 to your DTL. But this had to scale. I don't value immune in the same way early on, because most likely if it's immune to fire damage, the thing that casts that fire damage at it probably has a different damage type. Like if you find out, oh shit, it's immune to fire, I guess I'm using frost now, right? So it's like, it's not exactly a super complicated rock paper scissors. Just use a different damage type. You know, if all you have is fire and you're like, oh fuck, I can't do anything, a part of me is like, well, yes, that's part of what you chose as a character, you know. So like damage type variety, right? Oh, what about immunity to all physical damage? It counts as a plus. It counts as immune +3. Sorry, it counts as 3 types of immunes. That's, yeah. Yeah, if all you have is fire, that's on you. I know that there's some people that really want to specialize in things like, I want to be a flame mage, I want to be yada yada yada, and I'm like, that's cool, I gotcha. But like, if that's all you're wanting to do, maybe play solo and write your own adventures to play with, and like, maybe, or like go travel with a party if they've got other damage types, and you're upset that the LM is like only throwing monsters or throwing monsters at you that seem to have immunity to this thing. I don't know what to tell you. That's kind of a you problem at that point.
You're always gonna get them. I remember running an adventure like that was literally called the City of Brass, which is the city in the fire elemental.
Right, in the fire element, yeah.
And he played a fucking fire wizard.
Yeah, I'm like, okay, well, it could be cool, but like, maybe at that point you tell him like, all right, look, I'm gonna look at some magic cards, and I see that Bolt is a red mage card, so like, look, think about it as like lightning damage. It's like also there's another thing where like I think that this is sort of a TTRPG YouTuber mindset that I'm glad to see is going away. DMs out there, you are not responsible for the behavior of your players, or you don't have to tailor your fucking game to the thing that they want you to tailor your game to. It's not some blood contract. They can find another game. You can find other players. I promise you. There's a line that you gotta say like, hey, if you want to do the ridiculous kind of shit like the Adventure Zone or whatever, and we're over here trying to play at least a little bit more of an action game, like, hey, come on now. Like, let us do our thing.
This can be more like a marriage. This can be a compromise where you find a spot. You don't have to acquiesce to one side or the other. You have a discussion. You figure out, be like, here's my line. Where's your line? We have a discussion. Someone gets really angry, and then you go cry in the shower. It's just like marriage.
Yeah. What happens if a fire devil has armor that's high enough that frost spells can't get through it? Can't get through its armor, even though they're weak to it. A frost spell is not an attack roll. It's not. You're not making an attack with that. So that is different than armor reducing the damage of an attack.
Well, what if there's a creature making a frost attack, like a frost punch?
Okay, so then you are making an attack, and that is a specifically other thing. If you're hitting its armor, right, then like, yeah, like you're delivering it through a punch that is hitting its armor. You're not hitting the dude, right?
Well, they were asking if they have like weakness or something. So does the weakness apply before or after the armor adjustment?
Weakness, okay, so the armor is always a subtraction. PEMDAS it. So it should be at the very end of the sequence, right?
So the multiplication happens first.
Multiplication yes. Okay. You follow PEMDAS procedure for any calculations. Do I have a definition for weapon attacks in here? Do I need a definition? Because it's just an attack with a weapon. And it's not, by the way, it's also not a weapon attack. Okay. That's a 5e-ism. An attack is all it is. It's just an attack. Whenever you're casting a spell, that's a cast. Right?
They're codified as the action type.
Weak does just mean add a die to the attack. Yes. You're adding the die to the attack.
Oh, yeah, there you go. I forgot what weakness was in this one.
Yeah. How would you PEM?
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
How would you PEMDAS that? Addition. You added a die to the attack right there, right before the subtraction.
Well, you're mathematically figuring out the total damage code before you're applying anything else to it. So
I'm okay. What's the wait? What's the confusion? Fists are weapons. Yes. Would you excuse me? Yeah. PEMDAS. Do I need to include that as a guideline?
It's just one of the pages just needs to be white, but with like black text in the middle.
Just fucking PEMDAS. I'll just put it in the yeah. Maybe it's worth saying like in here in a guideline for the calculations. Say like, hey, PEMDAS. Yeah, fucking PEMDAS it.
Well, weakness is just adding the dice. You don't need it. It's just like, here is the total damage that was done. Here is what may
armor subtracted. Yeah,
the rest comes off your health. You're done.
Any kind of reduction that is done to damage is done after all the addition and multiplication. We got that, which is fine. Wait. Which is fine. Like, you can redefine stuff, but it's confusing to say that a damage spell is not an attack, but a cast action.
Well, he didn't redefine anything.
I didn't redefine anything.
It's his game. He defined it.
Okay. So before there's a confusion that goes on or like an assumption that's being made. By the way, there's like 5e mouthfeel that's getting delivered here, but it's not like, hey, what up, Crow? There's 5e mouthfeel here, but this is not a 5e hack. This isn't a 5e clone. This is a completely brand new system core. So like, because of that, don't really jump in with the assumptions of like 5e terminology, right? There's a lot that I was doing to this game to bring something different to the table. So, you know, if you see something that says like an attack, a weapon attack, that doesn't have the weight in here, right? Attacks are something that are like, it's a thing you can do as like, I am using a sword to hit somebody, right? And then there's the attack action that is something specific. So there's attack damage, cast damage, what else? I'm pretty sure. I mean, I guess environmental damage, maybe? But like, this would be the 3. This is like the paradigm of any damage that's ever going to be dealt to you in any TTRPG.
Well, I wouldn't say any.
Damage from an attack, damage from a casting, and then damage from a hazard. So like hazards, I would kind of group in like poison and as a hazard, right? Like this is a like indirect, right? So we have like our direct damage and then we have our indirect damage.
I don't know why, but that terrible feat from first edition Pathfinder Twist Away came into my head. You could like, you could use your reflex save instead of your fortitude save at any time. So like, we had a guy that got poisoned and he used his reflex save to get out of it.
Oh, right, yeah.
Like, how did that work?
Yeah, like the narrative just doesn't really click, but it's very clearly something that was written to give you a mechanic that was going to be good. It's like, what? There's also emotional damage. Yeah, we have fear and charmed in here for that. Regarding the question of how armor and weakness interact, I would guess that attacking with frost, for example, you would still add the additional damage die, after which you would subtract the armor. Yes. Yes, correct. PEMDAS.
You're gonna get a shirt made.
I am. We're doing that. I'm just gonna put fucking PEMDAS here. Where do we need to go? Here, we'll just write it on the fucking Magus page, sure. And not even in text. We're just gonna use the line tool. PEMDAS. Yes. That's just gonna be on the next PDF. Oh my god. Can you imagine if like the 5e books came out with someone just drawing a fucking dick on like the mangus, yes. Okay, so you should codify it. Alright. How about this? I don't know if that was an or what. Okay. Calculating. Sure. How about this? Calculating damage. This also makes the game sound very fucking nerdy.
Hey, I just added a sidebar in Void Home that explained Delta V and Homan transfers, so it's fine.
Yeah.
Don't worry, that's not in the rules. At the very beginning of the book, I have it. Anything in these black boxes you can ignore. Your eyes are just gonna glaze over when you read them anyways.
The thing about PEMDAS is that 5e muddled order of operations so badly it's bled into our perception of rules. Yeah. Okay,
All
so
you
we're
gotta do is realize it's not 5e.
Mm-hmm.
I realize this is probably easier for the old fogies like me that like 5e is still like, it's one of the newer ones, whatever.
How do I need to say this? Follow PEMDAS for all calculations in game. Parentheses. Exponentials. Multiplication. Division. Addition. Subtraction. Okay, so
Oh man, when I was a kid, they taught it as bed mass.
bed mass?
Yeah,
Bracket?
it was bracket, and then multiplication and division were flipped. Not it really matters, but yeah.
Huh. Weird. Numbered list, right? Wait, this needs to go here. All right, now this should be here. Do that.
Math works.
3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. This doesn't just need to be calculating damage. This needs to be oh my god, if we start saying anything about math, people are gonna fucking immediately glaze over. Here, calculating damage. Here, we'll put it right here.
Just like in the footnote near the beginning, just be like, if you are having a hard time figuring out the order operations from math, go back to school.
Right.
Well, maybe not in your country. Go back to another country's school.
I was about to say, yeah. Wait, where was PEMDAS gets taught in, like, I would hope 5th grade math? Because you're doing multiplication in 3rd grade.
Yeah, I would say it's about then that you're putting it all together.
Armor, penalties.
That's around the same time they start dabbling a little bit of like algebra in there too.
Yeah. So additional dice.
You didn't need a mnemonic for it? Have you never heard a mnemonic for it? I thought that was like standard.
Wait,
math class.
You can lump PEMDAS with rounding rules for brevity. I guess so, yeah. I didn't know you needed a mnemonic for that, but yeah, it's cool. Oh, PEMDAS? Wait, you weren't taught that mnemonic?
I just assumed every school taught. Like
yeah,
that or some variant of it.
We just learned it was like really cake to teach that way. Multiplication. So the only instance of like anything multiplying in this game is like
reeling at PEMDAS to Vagabond. Yes. I guess.
Yeah, so it's become a question. There are no exponentials in Vagabond, by the way. So there are no exponentials. Parentheses, multiplication, and division are only used whenever it comes to calculating what you need to roll and how much of a thing you have, right? So like this is like 4 times your level divided by 3, etc., right? It's not standard in... God, it should be.
You're French, by the way. Oh, I get it. Maybe you used like... you were taught differently. Are you like Canadian French or real French? Which I just angered half my country.
I mean, it's okay. They knew they had it coming.
I think, yeah. I mean, you listen to French, Canadian French, and it's redneck French.
No, croissant French.
Oh, like
gotcha.
Real French. Okay.
Yeah. I'm from Taron. We smoke a cigarette. Yes. How many people can I piss off? Is Trek in chat? Louisiana French, yeah.
Bim
Where you're from, it is BIMDOS. Really? Well, I guess at least they got the multiplication and division correct. What is the I? Integer?
Yeah, what's the I?
Bidmos you learned in school. Bidmos or whatever. How weird. This is literally the first time I've ever heard about this.
Yeah, the only real difference between mine and yours was the fact that we called it brackets instead of parentheses for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Because, I mean, if you call it brackets for math, that feels more math than saying parentheses. Like, I don't know. Brackets, indices. Okay. Multiplication. Oh, okay, yeah. You were taught right away that addition and subtraction are the same level of operation as our multiplication and division. Huh.
Yeah. They you should be able to flip flop them back and forth, and for the most, it should be fine.
What am I getting? Hang on one sec. Oh. Yeah, we were talking about deficient master in this group I'm in, and everyone's like, how is he like the most relatable person in like the entire TTRPG scene? And Crow just posted up that fucking Chainsaw Man meme. I'm like, he's just like me. He's just like me for real, for real. Oh, yeah. He's so dude, yeah, I love his channel. I think he's gonna be he could very, very easily be like up there with Pointy Hat and D&D shorts.
If a creature takes half damage from an ability, do you even have anything that gives half damage?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay.
If you successfully save against like certain area of effect stuff.
Does that damage, and the damage has a modifier additional dice? Do you have the damage before, or well, I would assume you add all of the damage together to make your incoming damage, and then figure out the modifiers to the incoming damage. You don't give him part of the damage and then add more after.
Correct. Yeah. You will never be like in this game, it's never going to be an instance of like, we've reduced all this damage and now take an extra 2. It's completely unintuitive. Chainsaw Man's awesome. It's probably my favorite anime I've watched since Spy Family. I still think Spy Family is my favorite anime maybe of all time. Maybe.
I've been obsessed over Freerun lately. That has been such a good anime.
See, I've heard a lot of people talking about that one too. I haven't really started it yet. I watched all of Dungeon Meshi.
Oh, did you? There you go.
Yeah.
It's
just cute. The people who were like, yeah, we need a whole anime that's based off, or we need a whole TTRPG that's based off of this thing. I was like, really? It's cute, but no, I'm not going to make a game where we eating monsters is the whole thing. It was all right. Yeah, I think the dwarf was the best part of the whole show. The axe wielding dwarf dude. No, wait, not the axe wielding dwarf dude.
The pot wielding.
The pot wielding. Yeah. Are you missing something? I'm not familiar.
Maybe. If you're asking, then probably.
Yeah, this could probably go.
That's okay. So am I.
I just don't. Yeah, I don't really know much of anything about Freerun. I just heard people talking about it a lot. Oh yeah, wait. I should probably correct that record. So yeah, like Spy Family is like way up there for me, but like all-time favorite anime. Like I used to really love DBZ. It's not my favorite anime anymore. I think like Cowboy Bebop is like way up there. But man, if it didn't have the reputation it has now, Death Note would be way up there too.
I didn't mind. I never got into it that much. I
Really?
feel an anime that got slept on was Claymore.
Interesting. Oh wait, have you seen? Oh my god, I can't remember the name of this one. I watched it and just got a reminder that I had watched it the other day. It's the story about this boy who like had to be born without his organs and his eyes, and he's just like a husk, and he has to like go through and kill a bunch of his dad's old henchmen or whatever to regain his organs and shit. What the fuck? What?
I never heard of that one.
Dude, it was so good. What was this one? Samurai organ. And this is such a weird search. Dororo.
Dororo. Okay, all right, I'll give it a try. It reminds me of an old sci-fi novel I remember reading called Jack the Bodiless.
Oh, sick.
He was just a strong psychic that after he's born, his body just rotted away and he was just a floating brain.
That's kind of dope. I mean, it's a horror for sure. Yeah, Dororo. Yeah, there we go. It was actually good. I went into it just kind of expecting not much of anything.
Oh, Berserk for the manga, amazing. The original anime, pretty good, but then it just kind of stopped. And then the newest one, garbage. That 3D stuff can suck it. Yeah,
I'm going to be looking at like AI in the same way that I look at like way early like CGI, especially for its use in anime. I don't think anime is ever going to really have the budget to do like the big Marvel productions or anything like that. So I'm like, why are we even trying? Like, just don't. But yeah, like I don't see AI ever improving animation to the point of like, because it just doesn't feel like it really pays attention to what humans view as good, if that makes sense.
No matter how good it gets, the way the human brain is tuned, there may always be a slight uncanny valley twinge to it.
Yeah. Like you could say like, yeah, well, we're gonna be doing the cleanup, and I'm still like, God, just fucking quit being bitches about it and just write, like just draw. Like just come on. Quit being assholes. I've
seen 3D in anime be good. Berserk was not one of them.
Yeah.
It was so bad.
Okay, so parentheses, priority calculations. These are only, by the way, these are only taking place in like features. Otherwise, nowhere else in the game. Period. Exponentials. These never occur. Does not occur in game. Listed for is it concise? What word am I looking for?
I don't know.
I'm just gonna say there are no exponentials in Vagabond. Wait. No, exploding dice aren't exponentials. I actually saw someone shorthand come up with a cool shorthand the other day for exploding dice, and I'm kind of happy with it. It was this. I don't know if someone else has done this, and maybe this is my first time to see it, but yeah. Okay, sick. D6 exclamation point.
Oh, that's how a lot of VTTs hard coded.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, that's not new. That's like I believe the Roll20 started that, and then I think Foundry does the same thing.
Okay. It's cute. I honestly think I might just put it in here. That's how you do it in VTTs. I might incorporate it as a like. Here, this is just what people are going to be used to. Like, let's say D6.
Yeah, you have to forgive Taron for not knowing boomer knowledge.
Dude, I never fucking use VTTs.
Okay, boomer.
Wait, you are like 6 years older than me. Let's not even get in on that, my dude.
Hush, Sonny.
You actually remember the 80s, okay? Yeah, there goes your rocket scientist. Yeah. When a roll explodes, the die is roll. Okay, yeah. We can shorthand that. There are no exponentials in Vagabond. Cool. Wait, 6 exclamation point is 6 times 5 times. Oh, wait, that's a D720. Maybe in the expression.
Maybe in the mathematical. In like RPG lexicon these days, an exclamation mark is just like an exploding die. By default, highest number exploding die.
In real math. Yeah, that's fair. Then take it out while I mention what you don't have. Because everybody knows what PEMDAS means.
Don't you try to real math into RPGs. Pythagoras is never even invented in 5e.
I'll just... I mean, people are familiar with PEMDAS. So they're going to look at it and be like, yeah, I understand why you do these calculations like that. Not everybody. I mean, I guess people who are homeschooled.
I don't even think you really need this. You're only going to get the most pedantic people arguing this. You could just write, like, figure it out, bitch. And just, like, that's all you need.
This does make the game look way more fucking complicated than it needs to be.
I don't think you need this. I know,
don't.
like, it was funny to think about. I don't think you need this.
So I'm just gonna tell people, like, if there's a question that comes up, like, guys, come on, you learn this in school, right? PEMDAS.
Just make a decision.
Yeah.
Run it
Or
a
like-
certain way.
I will say though, that extra 1 or 2 damage does mean a difference in Vagabond compared to something like D&D or Pathfinder. That's actually not an insignificant amount of damage. But yeah, I'm also like, guys, come on.
Calculated, bitch, get up.
So,
Table 12.
yeah,
All right, Josh. Sassy.
yeah, calculate it, bitch. Yeah, what's going on, man? Okay, so with threat level, and the thing kind of talking about with this, this started off on a talk regarding why armor is valuable, determining the value of immunities, and yada yada yada. So here is the deal with defensive threat level. So this is calculating by divisions of, it's like health divided by 4 plus 1 per armor up to 3 plus 1 per immunity. Okay, and then you take that and then you divide it by 3. Now, the other thing is, it's not just 1 per. These are 1. This is like 1 per towards this defense rating here. So this is a defense factor. Here we go. That's what I was calling it. So the defense factor is like, if it has 2 towards this thing, then this is following the Fibonacci sequence here. Okay, so 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. However this went.
What was the what did DTL stand for again?
Defensive threat level.
So if you do defensive threat factor and you get your TTF.
Fuck you, kid. Oh my god. Okay. So this is way more nerdy than order of operations. Yes, but you all want game? This is how we make game. This is game. All right. Now, so a defense factor of 2, we would plug this into an array of sorts. Okay. We're not necessarily getting a 2 at the end of the day with this, right? If we have like a defense factor of 5, our Fibonacci sequence actually starts out here. Okay. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 5, 8. Oh! That is my defense factor whenever I have 5, either like, let's say 3 armor and 2 immune, or like 3 armor, 3 different immune, 1 weak. That's actually a defense factor of like 8, right?
Yeah.
So we take this defense factor.
They want
I'm
it to
sorry.
be DTF.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, you guys. Okay,
And
you
good
can call
news is, if that stands for DTF, it means they're using protection.
Yeah, you know.
I'm gonna get kicked soon.
Yeah. Just it's happening at some point. Armor, immune. Okay. Health defense factor. It's health divided by 4. Okay. So, what we do, we take these 2 numbers, add them together, divide it by 3. And then that's how we get these numbers over here.
Yeah. Good news is you don't have to math it.
Yes. You all want to know,
Tabling it.
y'all want to know how fucking rough this was? Like, whatever it was like, okay, I have the idea here. Here's how this should work out. I plugged all this shit into this table right here. And then I immediately went through and started doing this. I went through and calculated the defensive threat factor and its offensive threat factors for every stat block that was written so far. All you do is you take that number you get over here, you add it to this over here, the offensive threat level, divide it by 2, and that gives you its total threat level, right?
Please tell me you just put it into a spreadsheet so you could just type the numbers in and it did the math.
I did.
Okay, good boy.
But I still had to calculate the threat levels and everything, and the defensive threat level.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So now every single monster that's in the game has its defensive threat level. You all have a table that shows you. All you got to do is plug in what the defense factor is, what its health is. This should give you the defensive threat level in this whole entire table right here. And then calculating its offensive threat level should be a pretty cake science. Now, not only did this work out, this works for Vagabond, and this gives a lot of OSR style games an actual metric for calculating the monster challenge. They have not had one. I mean, at least according to my knowledge, most OSR games do not operate off of having a threat level of any kind. So
no, most of them are just like, figure it out. You know, whatever seems right.
All of this is LM facing. Yes. Well, this goes beyond LM facing. I wanted to make sure that creators, like third-party creators, were supported in this game. So I wanted them to be able to see how the fucking pudding is made. And if you're, honestly, look, if you're a TTRPG creator and you want people to support the thing that you make with third-party content, you need to be making third-party tools like this. Mm-hmm. You need to be able to show people how they can hack your game. This is the reason why Merkborg is huge. They gave their creator kits, they gave their creators plenty of tools to make whatever the fuck they would need to make. They did not make their game so incomprehensible that it could break if you fuck with it, right? Like, Merkborg, who the fuck cares if something broken happens in Merkborg? Just keep going, right? Like, but the system still has a very easy to understand, like, hackerspace to it. What is OSR again? Isn't D&D OSR? Okay, so in this sense of OSR, what I mean is like more of the old school Renaissance games, not the old school revival games.
Revolution.
Or Revolution, or what the hell ever, right? In this case, what I mean is games like Cairn, like Knave. People want to call this NSR or whatever. I've seen some fucking grown-ass men get into huge fist fights over this shit. It genuinely does not matter. It's all nerd bullshit at the end of the day. What it means is either like new school Renaissance, old school, what the hell ever. But essentially, it is a ethos of creation where there are games that are inspired by like basic expert and try to keep that general feel towards like a more rules light experience, or more rules brief rather, kind of condensed down, right? With Vagabond, I mean, I don't know, Ken, this isn't particularly rules light, but it's not thick.
It's on the lighter side of like the medium spectrum, I'd say. Like it's still got a few little subsystems to it and stuff like that.
Yeah,
but it's not that crazy.
Yeah, big NSR fan myself. I like the idea of taking old ideas and moving forward with them. Yeah, I by the way, you want to know what my fucking favorite types of products are out there on the market right now? I collect this shit like I collect comic books. Y'all want to get me a Christmas present? Old school essentials adventures, dude. This is the kind of shit that I want to make. These are the best adventures for any TTRPG ever because they're so fucking low prep. These are sight readable. What do I have in my beard right here? Is that just a gray hair? I have no idea. Okay, these are so low prep, and Vagabond runs with these now. I think old school essentials, Gavin Norman could really just take that and make it a brand, and be like, hey, These are because he's already basically doing that. If you look at a lot of these, they say things like the referee will require a copy of Old School Essentials to run this adventure. The classic fantasy and advanced fantasy flavors work especially well. Alternatively, the classic basic expert game or other derived rule set may be used. Vagabond is a derived rule set. That means that all the Old School Essential shit works with it as well. And I really think like Gavin Norman and a lot of these guys could benefit from going in a slightly more system neutral route. But this is a super cool idea. And the format and general bloat that comes with these adventures is like the best on the market. I legitimately think if any of you have ever thought about getting into adventure design, like quest design or whatever, you should be looking at like Diego Noguera, Nate Trim, Brad Kerr, Giuseppe Rotondo, Glenn Seal. Glenn Seal I'm learning of newer. Diego Noguera is the one that I first like really started paying attention to, and then that's how I found like Brad Kerr and Nate Trim and Charles Ferguson Avery. These are the guys that are writing, in my opinion, like what we need to be writing TTRPG adventures like. Because these are not thick boy books. Each one of these adventures is like 5 pages long. That's all you should write. Honestly, that's all you should ever write. If you cannot express an adventure in like, I think maybe 500 pages, you gotta cut back. And by the way, if it's a mega dungeon, that's a whole other thing. But looking at like, here we go. Look, like these style dungeons. Here, let me see here. These style dungeons. Here we go. This is perfect. The thing I have seen is like about 20 room format. I think we just lost Ket. I've seen like a 20 room format where that's about all they really include, and the room descriptions are incredibly sparse because it's trying to give you room to like do shit with that. Like legitimately, go pick these up. This needs to be, I'm gonna say straight up, this needs to be the format that the TTRPG movement goes forward with for adventures. This is so cake to run. We have over-explained modules. We have all the like 5e shit is so absolutely overwritten. And another thing, here, let me see how many people I can piss off here. Oh wait, here, I'll hold up a real sacred cow. This adventure right here. Okay, I don't know if any of you have read through some of these basic adventures right here. These are the most poorly written, overwritten, oh my god, pointlessly wordy adventures ever. That does not mean that they are bad adventures. It means that these are bad products. The idea of what's happened here has become so popular with like, hey, you know what? These need some editing down. I absolutely agree. And it turns out a lot of the cool-ass people over at Exalted Funeral also agreed. And are doing some of the most anarchy renegade bullshit I've ever seen. Bullshit in a great way. I love this. Yeah, oh yeah. It's the fact that the empty rooms have like 3 paragraphs of text describing what the fuck is going on in there. Bullshit. Get that out of here. Here you go. It turns out the people over at like Exalted Funeral also agreed. And all of these, if you look at their bastardized classics, this is them taking some of the old adventures like this and turning them into legally defensible edited versions with like more new school sensibilities towards it. Oh, I need to make sure that's not actually going to show my address anywhere. Hang on. Just checking. Okay. Bastardized Classics. Yeah, the one I was just showing you, Keep on the Borderlands. There's another one. You see this, like, In Search of the Unknown? This one over here is another really, really big famous one, right? In Pursuit of What Was Hidden, or What Is Hidden. This is a version of this one right here. You notice the mushroom aesthetics, right? This is a condensed down version of some of these older adventures that are legally protectable. Fuck. Absolutely fuck getting WotC any more money on any of this shit. This is brilliant. These are supposed to be more like system neutral versions of what these would be. So like if you have like, okay, well these are Dragon game adjacent games or whatever. If you can do the very, very slight mental gymnastics of, yeah, you see what I mean? Like this is cake to take these old school versions. Look at the maps have been fucking updated. Like, yeah, like there's the entryway. There's like a kitchen over here, or over here maybe. This might be a bedroom from what I remember. But yeah, it's expressing the whole thing as a point crawl. Oh, so good. So is the big threat level section over? Wait, you mean of this stream? Oh, I can talk about whatever. I mean, insofar as threat level goes, that was like the whole calculation aspect of it. So if there were questions about it, I'm happy to answer. But yeah. 5e adventures are good if they can be used as setting materials, which is probably why Curse of Strahd and WDH. WDH. DH? Dragon Horde? No. WDH. Curse of Strahd and Waterdeep Dragon Heist? That one's liked? Is that one like a really popular one? That would not have been in my top like 3 most popular 5e modules. It's really good. You think it's fairly popular, yeah. Huh. I would have said like Tomb of Annihilation. It's like by people who haven't run it. That is such a huge summary of everything in the TTRPG scene. Oh, it's so fucking funny. Oh my god. Yeah, no, you think I'm supposed to find me? Yeah. Oh shit, that is so funny though. You all know how true that shit is. How many of your 5e books have you bought and have sat up on your shelf? How about this? I'm gonna go even further than that. Not just 5e books that you bought and like cracked open and put on your shelves. 5e books that you bought, didn't even fucking open up, and they're sitting up on your bookshelves. I could say, honestly, there's probably at least like 8 books I have that I never fucking even opened up. Like, I just got them because I was like, yeah, all right, it's that 5e thing. And it's up there on the shelf now. Whereas, like, by the way, exact fucking opposite situation with all these old school essentials. Like, I feel like I get so much utility out of these. These types of adventures are gold. I want this to be the format that we go forward with Vagabond. If we do a game jam shit, like, at all, I would love for people to look at samples of, like, Shadow Dark, of Black Sword Hack, and of old school essentials, and be like, This is what I want adventures to be formatted like. Yeah, you'll be sure to tell you the ones that I have open. Yeah, unfortunate, right? Actually, how about this? Okay. We'll save that. Yeah, who knows? A game jam per adventure module sounds incredible. I would love to drop like, okay, so this is a $15 book, right? Slick. And it's worth it because you're going to get hours of entertainment out of this. I would love to keep print production low. Like, yeah. If I could just get a shitload of books that are like this size and just do shit like this for Vagabond, 100%. Like, here, I'll show you. This is, and it also gives them room to like just have artwork in it if they want. I like the like punk magazine feel to it. Okay, so we have, here we go, 6 to here. Let me look at the real mechanical text of it. Okay, 4 to 15, 11 pages. 11 pages for an adventure, and it's formatted in this 6x9 style print. Awesome. Give me this any day. I'll take it. Like, yeah, I want that format. You ran Ghost of Salt Marsh and loved it. Can't say it was good though. Wouldn't really recommend it. How do I feel about more narrative adventures from Vagabond? You hate 5e adventures due to 5e, but OSR stuff seems super dungeon oriented. I don't know what other people would be wanting out of it, because to me that's the most fun part of the game, is doing the dungeon crawl. There's wilderness mechanics in here. There's hex crawl stuff that's in here for more support, but like, I'm just be real with you. I have never felt, I've never really felt like I had a great time emphasizing like the deep emotional beats of a TTRPG. I'm just so much more of a, like, I want to hit shit with a sword guy and like let that stuff emerge. I always feel like whenever that's written into an adventure that feels so artificial, and like artificial emotion feels, I don't know, inauthentic, and I just don't feel comfortable with it. It's so weird. Have I checked out Ultraviolet Grasslands by Luka Rejic? I haven't actually gotten it yet, no. All I saw was the, I read the Brennan interview. Alright. Hang on one sec. All I saw in the Ultraviolet Grasslands was the plagiarism situation, not with Luka Rejic, but with like Nora Rose, and how like Nora Rose like left the industry after that, which fucking hilarious. Great to see one of the biggest like outrage harassers in this entire industry gets outed as a plagiarist and immediately fucking tries to like erase their existence online. Holy shit, that was so funny. Yeah, look up Nora Rose, Ultraviolet Grasslands. That you look into that. That was wild. That happened in December. The Brennan Lee Mulligan interview. Okay. This whole industry, this whole community, the TTRPG industry, has got to fucking figure out their obsession with Brennan Lee Mulligan and Matt Mercer, and stop treating everything these two men say as fucking gospel. I'm not calling like Brennan Lee Mulligan an idiot or anything like that whatsoever. It's the fact that anytime these two say anything to anybody whatsoever, everybody in the TTRPG industry loses their goddamn minds. And I'm like, what? Guys, chill out. Like, find your own shit to do. Like, these guys to figure out their own shit, and that's why people like them, is because they're being themselves and doing their own thing, and like defining, they're like carving their own niche. And if like the only thing that you're doing in this industry is like chomping at the bit to like say anything about Matt Mercer or like Brennan Lee Mulligan, get a reality check. Like, do something else. it's like the discourse that went around, because he said something about like he didn't oh my god, what was it? Like, yeah, he's a good actor. Yeah, he's a good actor. There you go. He said something about how like D&D, like using D&D for like more narrative focus or emotional games or something like that. I don't know. I pay you now. You all can see just how much attention I paid to the discourse. It was essentially like, yeah, he didn't use a narrative system. Like, he doesn't seem to really feel the need for a narrative system. And this really pissed off a lot of people that really like narrative systems. Like, yeah, I was like, what? Guys, if you're getting this upset over what Brennan Lee Mulligan says, figure some shit out. Find some better. Like, I am finding, I'm finding now this year, I am in a way more, like, I don't give a fuck mood about a lot of the shit that I see in the TTRPG scene. But one thing that does bother me is just how much grown-ass adults who claim to be grown-ass adults do give a fuck about what other people say. Like, the whole thing with, like, Brennan Lee Mulligan and that thing getting reported as, like, how do I even put it? Yeah, he's allowed an opinion. Yeah, the people who were getting upset about that need a fucking reality check. He just said something about the way that he runs games, or like the way that he looks at things, and like, holy fucking shit. I'm like, some people need to act like adults. Where are the adults in the room right now, by the way? Like, wait, really? I'm like, so these days I'm looking for a I'm looking at a lot of the shit that happens in the TTRPG industry, especially in a post-Gabe Hicks world. I'm looking at a lot more of this shit that gets said as if it's some great big fucking controversy or whatever. Anybody who's doing that shit like, this is a huge major. I'm just like, get fucking real. These are... I heard something the other day, like, discourse is... what is it? Discourse is high school drama with adult implications. And I'm like, holy fucking shit, that is so true. They're crying over what Sam Riegel did last night. Like, again, like, what the fuck? Who? Like, what? I'm like, if there's adults out here that are acting like that, most of the time it doesn't really feel authentic anyways, and it just feels like people are trying to get a potential Twitter interaction with someone on Critical Role to boost their own clout. And I'm like, who the fuck? Who cares? Holy shit. Like, does anybody actually really care about what, like, happened with Sam Riegel's made-up character? And yeah. Can we get back to back? Can I do what I want? It's a stream. There's other conversations that come, and whenever you do that, it just sort of like takes the piss out of everything. Like, we're just talking. Yeah. Sam Riegel did a badass shit. So it was like good, I guess. Okay. Like, yeah, it's one of those things with like the TTRPG industry where it's like, guys, like, can we make cool shit? Can we start talking about cool shit instead of like can we make the cool shit instead of trying to stir up the pot anytime Matt Mercer or Brennan Lee Mulligan like says something online? You know, seeing that evolve this last week and watching as like, you know, 40 to 60-year-old people that are in this industry were like, whoa, I'm like, holy shit, are you adults? Like, think about this example you're setting for your kids, you know? Like, God. Is it the industry or community, though? Probably just the Twitter community. I mean, in all honesty. Like, but it's the fact that it gets this much traction and interaction. It is complete slop, by the way. It is absolutely complete slop. Yeah, I don't know what. Yeah, I don't know what happened with the Critical Role situation or whatever. It is complete engagement slop, and I feel way better as a creator by just, if I see it on Twitter, I'll like kind of look at it and be like, huh. Well, that's a thing I can just not interact with, and I just kind of see it and I'm like, okay. I don't know. What bothers me worse is honestly that there are people who are like my age or older who act like this is just a travesty, like someone committed a fucking crime or whatever, and I'm like, you psychos. like Jesus fucking Christ. There's liking a thing, and then there's like, I think that some of these creators should probably be a little bit worried about the way that you all are talking about them. Like, yeah. You don't watch CR and you just got the clip on your suggestion feed? What's it? Okay, can someone get me the link? I'll look at this and see what was it. He had an emotional moment in character driven hysteria. Oh wait, it was an emotional thing? Oh, I don't give a shit then. Like, I don't care to see. Yeah, all right, cool. We'll move on. It's it's complete parasocial behavior. Someone does something and it's like, oh, okay, cool. Well, like, I just don't really give a fuck. Yeah. Like, if it was like, oh, there was an interesting, you know what? I will say there was a really fucking cool moment that naturally emerged and wasn't force-fed by anything that they did in campaign 1 with the wish spell. That was fucking great. And that was actually a moment that people really liked because it was naturally evolving as a result of the rules expression and everything, right? That was interesting. But it seems like they like that a lot of people try to like capture that magic of that moment over and over and over again, and I'm just like, oh my god, enough. I'm like, don't spoil the Monday. See, our crew has no idea what's going on. Well, okay, yeah, don't worry, we aren't watching it. I'm not wasting my time doing that. But yeah, I will say to anybody who's thinking like, oh, well, the TTRPG space hasn't really been a whole lot of fun. I remember in like 2017, whenever like, yeah, things seemed always cool online and everything was awesome. Everybody really liked playing with these games and I love being a nerd. It was so very much fun. You can get back to that space. We can have that space back. The thing that we have to fucking get rid of is all the parasocial engagement that happens online. Because that parasocial engagement is a symptom of fucking misery slop-ass content. Alright? Not that Critical Role, I'm not saying Critical Role makes slop-ass content. It's not for me. But yeah. Oh, power outage? God damn, that sucks. It's that, like, whenever the discourse or, like, conversations keep coming up, and it's always the same bullshit of, like, yeah, how about we just play the game? Yeah, no, I agree. I absolutely agree. The worship that's gone on with guys like Brennan Lee Mulligan, right? Like, that shit is creepy. Where there's enough people in the scene that, like, view this guy as having said something that was apparently that bad. What? I'm just like, who the fuck cares? Like, oh my god. The damage this guy is doing? Guys, there's maybe, like, what, 100,000 people who know who Brennan Lee Mulligan is? Or maybe it's up higher than that. I have no idea. Like, guys, there's actual, like, there's 2 wars going on in the world right now. There's, like, there's, like, suffering happening, you know? The people who play the least have the most vested interest in talking online. God damn. Woof. Woof. Yeah, that's a zinger. Yeah, I just try to think of, like, the real impact of it, right? And I honestly, I try to spend way less time. I try to spend way less time in the, like, online TTRPG spaces. And I just use Twitter for shit posting these days. I tried doing the like, oh well, here's what I'm covering in the industry right now shit last year, and it just blew up in my face. You know, yeah, it reasonably so, but yeah. Some big digs at the community today? I don't think so. No, I think that like anybody that would feel like offended by this, honestly, like anybody that would feel offended by this probably is already aware that they have a problem. There, and this is not anyone who's like being a fan. Yeah, I do know about things blowing up in my face. All right. By the way, now the like the this is not saying that people can't be a fan. People can absolutely be a fan, but it's about the way that I see how some of these people engage with groups like that, and I'm just like, guys, we have got to talk about a healthier engagement with this fucking hobby, because I do not think okay, a healthy engagement, but also like, guys, if you're a creator in this scene, do shit. If you say that you're a creator in this scene, do something. If you say that you're making content, if you say that you're like, oh yeah, well I'm a writer, yada yada yada, here's a, okay, make something. Like, go make something. Don't obsess over like what somebody else on Twitter did or whatever. Go make some shit. You know, actually write an adventure. Honestly, yeah, the creators do shit. The people who are making the best shit are basically fucking super silent on Twitter. Most of the people that I'm like, Let's King actually working on a system doc right now. You'll find that the more time that you spend over on system or over on something like Twitter, the less time you're gonna have to just make the thing you want to make, and you're gonna be more miserable overall. I don't think we can put all the ancestries on here on a table. We might be able to do that, but I don't know. There's people that attack Hassan for buying a house when he is socialist. If socialism is when no house, you can't have a house. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that type of parasocial where people have bought. Oh, yeah, that's another really, really weird thing is people that are trying to make like. So there are people who have made political assignments to like, you know, like gaming stuff. And like, yes, gaming is political. There are political elements in games. Like, and it's not a game's fault for having those elements at all. The only people who really get upset by that is whenever the game's politics disagree with you. That's it. Like, yeah. What happened with Brendan? It was... He had an interview, and it was in regards to, like, the Madison Square Garden announcement. That... basically, it was like, okay, wow, there is a actual play happening at Madison Square Garden. Let's make a goddamn article about this. And then that article, he said something about he plays D&D because they don't really need a narrative game in order to do the narrative side of things. Number one, fucking based. I don't personally really get much out of narrative games. That's not my thing. I agree with him. But people on Twitter who disagree or like really are big fans of narrative games, where did all this just go? Took that and decided to take it really personal, like as if like what Brendan Lee Mulligan was saying was somehow like shitting on them. Yeah, oh, maybe you're dumb. You don't even know what that means. Okay. So I would say that there's more branches in this, okay? But like we've seen with like Dagger Hearts, what a more narrative heavy system is like. But like narrative systems are like Alice is Missing, Um, I would say even like, Blades in the Dark, right? These are, so it makes sense why Spencer Stark is a big fan. These are games where it's like you're trying to explore the emotional like connections you have with people and stuff, and like what this situation might evolve. You know what this is? We need to simplify this. This is not going to be the entire lineup here. We're going to just do classic fantasy ones. Yeah. Here. We're just going to do the basic lineup of fantasy ones, because there's a whole lot of nuance with the different lineages and everything. This is just going to be like, look, here, this is the basic loadout. That's all we need. The people who want the complexity will look into the more complex ones. There. That's my mindset there. Here we go. Here. Sure. This needs to go back to a D6. So with a narrative heavy game, you're getting more like, maybe add 1 to 2 more unique to stand out. No, we're fine. We're fine. This is human, dwarf, elf, halfling. We're good. We're good with that. So no, keep it D12. The confusion adds to it. Shut up, Ken. So I don't really care too much about the fact that, okay, no, here, I'll backpedal on that. I don't care at all that Brendan Lee Mulligan, like, says this. The guy can go say whatever he wants to, whatever. And nobody should give a shit. Nobody should. Like, nobody should give a damn. I don't feel like anybody who does give a damn actually gives a damn. Like, the guy is doing something different. It doesn't affect your game. Whatever. Yeah, they're all the Lord of the Rings ancestors. Yeah. They're doing something. He's doing something different with this game. If you are so parasocially connected with this dude or whatever, like, there's having a disagreement with it. And then there's turning that disagreement into an entire like Twitter tirade. If someone's just like, well, okay, that's whatever. If he just said like, I don't prefer narrative games, and someone starts screeching at him, I would tell that person to chill the fuck out, because like this guy can do whatever the hell he wants to do. If he's out here saying something personally, like, hey, you know what, that Worlds Without Number game, fucking dog shit. Then I'm like, okay, why did you need to say that, right? Like, yeah. But this guy was just saying, like, you know what, as far as narrative games go, don't really ever feel like it's necessary, because for me, like, I feel like I get the game tool set out of something like D&D, and I just don't really feel like I need something specifically emphasizing, like, the narrative so much. Then I'm like, yeah, I understand that. I like the fact that you gave a concise agreement, or a concise opinion there. Whoever treats that like it's like the dude wrote a dissertation on like why your game sucks, wow, go touch grass. The guy is way less connected in the Twitter space than that, and he's not personally coming after you. You know, it's, yeah. Only because the loudest voices are negative. We say people are being hostile. We really mean it very so loud. Yeah, it is. It is only about like maybe 4 or 5 people who are saying this kind of shit. But like the fact that it even caused someone to come over here to like my stream and ask something tells me that this person had some kind of reach, right? I don't remember who it was, to be honest. It could be someone that I actually have, I'm friends with, and they're going to come at me in like 5 minutes and be like, I heard you're over here talking shit, man. I don't know who it was. I just remember seeing some of it, and I was like, y'all need to stop with this hero worship of fucking Brendan Lee Mulligan and Matt Mercer. Yeah, it's just, stop. It's not necessary. And I'm sure, if anything, they probably feel a little creeped out by it. You know, yeah, you don't see why they need to care. No, I agree, and that's another thing is like, I am taking a lot of that mindset. I've been way happier doing it because I just kind of get to laugh now when this shit happens. Where like I get to sit in the back and just kind of watch whenever someone's like, anyone see Matt Mercer was wearing those bracelets that are they seem to be Turkish in origin, and Matt Mercer himself does not appear to be Turkish. So what is he doing over here? And I'm like, who the fuck cares? Oh my god, get a life. I mean, for real. There is like real, yeah, Matt Mercer in a tan suit. Yeah, real fucking Obama in a tan suit vibes, right? Like, holy shit. I remember someone was like starting a whole thing about saying that they were like pro-colonialism because of their fucking Indiana Jones style opener or whatever, and I'm like, holy fuck you, nerd. Get off the goddamn internet. Real people do not talk like this. Go up and think about it like this, okay? Think about it like this. If you see someone that has a like Twitter tirade, think about having a conversation at the dinner table with your family and having to explain that controversy to them. And think about what their reactions to it are going to be. Think about going to Walmart and explaining to people in Walmart why people are upset about them wearing Indiana Jones hats on Critical Role. I guarantee fucking to you, everyone's just going to be like, who, what? Can you please just like get your stuff and leave me alone? It's celebrity drama just worthless from top to bottom, especially D&D micro celebrities. Yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. Can't you bring them up as examples of something you agree with, or like Alien TTRPG creator doesn't have stealth rules because he wants people to talk about it? Yeah, I didn't say you couldn't talk about it. What this is mostly, yeah, sir, this is a Wendy's. Exactly, right? Yes, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah, there's not a problem with like saying that like you agree with one of their like, you know, yeah, I have enough issues talking to your family about my totally normal job. This isn't to say that you can't talk about these things or like talk about these people, but it's a matter of how it's engaged with, right? Where it's like immediate maliciousness, like jumping down these people's throats, or honestly, putting so much of your own personal investment as a creator into this other person. Like, I personally, like, I think that most fandom, whenever most fandom occurs, is mostly a bad thing. I think that most fandom is encouraging a parasocial behavior. If I can be real here, you want to know the reason why I don't like Critical Role? It doesn't. I mean, I'm not a big fan of the actual play thing. It's the fact that Matt Mercer says "we love you very much" at the end of the shows. I've always felt like that was gross. Yeah, personally, for me, that always seemed like that was instilling that was trying to foster a parasocial relationship. I've heard that, but did they really wear hats? Yes, they wore the hats. Yes. I felt like that was always in the very least at least an inadvisable behavior, you know. Those performance doesn't mean he can't understand the guy. It goes back to being a person with a camera. Yeah, absolutely. Whenever they started saying things like "we love you very much," yeah, he always says he hates his. Yeah, fuck all y'all. You're not my friends. Like, you know, the like, you doubt it's intentional, but it's otherwise. Yeah, I don't think that Matt Mercer is intentionally out here trying to like reel people in with a like, you know, yeah, we want to hook them on and emotionally manipulate them into giving us their money. That's not what I think is going on. I think that it's Matt Mercer genuinely feeling a level of like compassion for other people and like just humans, and like just doing something that's unwise with that. Yeah. Yeah, you can thank the viewers without inciting parasocial behavior. I would, if I was in any way involved with it, which I'm not, but like, that would be my one thing that I would say, like, they should probably cut that out. But again, they're their own people. They're going to do their thing, you know. But yeah, for me, I've always felt like that was just weird. And I'm also 34 and I had a healthy family growing up. So like, I don't know, I'm not really seeking that. And maybe some people are going to feel like that's the thing that they really, really need to like make it through the week. But I think therapy is going to help that person out a lot more than Critical Role. Yeah. What's the other one? Pugilist. Oh wait, Pugilist. Rogue. There we go. This is... Wait. Oh wait, do they still do that? Actually, is there a Critical Role fan who's in the chat right now that could confirm or deny whether or not they still do that? I'm gonna hang on. Actually, wait, I could answer this question real quick. He throws a fit unless the streamer pretends to kiss them all good night before logging off. Yeah, yeah. I've seen another creator that goes in harder like that too, that I'm a little bit grossed out by. They still do that? Hang on. They had one like what, yesterday? 2 days ago? Ravensburger? Discussing yada yada yada. Oh my god, where's a... Can I please get a video that isn't just clickbait about people still trying to get clout off a Critical Role? Oh my god.
Hello everybody and welcome to...
Okay. Hang on. Does he say this here at the end?
Yeah.
We'll have to maybe learn some of these answers next time.
No,
On another edition.
Indeed. Let's just play like a little bit longer. Just like,
Soon enough.
Can
Soon
we all
enough.
meet up right now?
Soon enough.
Hang on.
I promise.
Okay.
All right. Thank you all. I'm excited for the next one. Shit's getting crazy. Thank you all so much for joining us. We love you very much.
Okay, so there, we love you very much. Like, look, to me, I don't think that it's like Matt Mercer personally loves me. No, that's not what I think is going on. I don't think that Matt Mercer is trying to give me emotional support. There are people, though, who do think that. And that... I don't think it's advisable for any content creator to ever say, like, I love you to their audience, right? Like, yeah, I don't, and again, like I said, I don't think it's malicious. I don't think that that's what's going on. I don't think that Matt Mercer is trying to emotionally manipulate people. I just think that he's a very empathetic person and very caring, very compassionate. And this is just one of the ways that he like expresses that. But yeah, there's some weirdos on the internet who take gratification to an extreme. Yes. Taron, you love us, right? Every single one of us emotionally. I don't know you fucks, all right? I know you all by a name that's on here. And for all I know, you all are actually like kicking puppies and stuff in your day job. I don't know a goddamn thing about any of y'all, all right? I see a name. I have had some regular engagement with many of you guys. You sure fucking don't know me yet. Like, I've had some regular engagement with a lot of y'all. But, like, no, I don't know, like, your first name. I don't want to know your first name, right? Y'all want to know something really crazy. Y'all know Heavy Arms? Heavy Arms, who, like, I've had on the channel numerous times, who I interact, really, back during 5e, was interacting with on a nearly day-to-day basis. I don't know his first name. I don't know Heavy's first name. I was... Basically, it wasn't ever, like, established that he wanted to keep a separation like that. I just know, as a creator, like, there's no reason for me to know anyone's personal first name. Now, and if they felt comfortable saying that, then, like, whatever. Then that's the thing, whatever. Like, I know Keds, but, like, he put it out there, right? Wait, is Heavy not his first name? Actually, it is, but I was trying to throw you guys off the scent. Yeah, like, but that's good. Like, I have known Benjamin Huffman for 5 years, 4 or 5 years, maybe 6 years. I don't know his wife's name. You know, like, but I also only really know Benjamin Huffman because of what he's put out there as his brand name, right? Yeah, Heavy always, yeah. So like, but that's the thing though, is like, I recognize that in the online sphere, as far as all this stuff goes, like, I'm doing my thing. Other people are doing their thing. And like, everyone's got a right to be fucking forgotten. You know, if there are some people that showed up in my chat, they're like, I know, because I see this happen all the time. Someone will disappear from my chat, and then like 2 years later, they'll show back up, and I'm like, oh, hey, how's it going? But like, I don't know who this person is, you know? Or then it will click with me that like, oh yeah, shit, I haven't seen them for a while, right? Yeah. You recently met someone in person who you streamed with for a while, and let me tell you, it was really weird to have them introduce themselves as Tem and not their username. Yeah. Right? Yeah, it's like, we, like, insofar as like me talking with you all, right? Like, you all know me. I'm here. I'm the medium from which this is happening, right? Like, this is the medium from which this is happening. But, like, I'm the only one that y'all gotta know, right? Like, that's it. You know me. I don't have to know you. I see a screen name that's in here, and what this also helps out with is if someone starts saying some racist or stupid shit up in my chat, I can ban them and go like, you know what? I don't know who the fuck that was. They can be mad at me. That's fine. I can say fuck you so much easier and just ban someone for bad behavior if, like, I don't try to work on developing that fucking relationship, right? Yeah. So, like, if someone's up there saying, like, racist, homophobic, transphobic shit or whatever, and I've got to lay out a ban, I'm like, I don't fucking care who that was. They're just gone, right? Like, whatever. If I don't know who it is, it makes it a lot easier to go like that instead of sitting here being like, that's really weird. Master Chief fan 69. What you're much more racist today than normal. You care to explain yourself? Like, who the fuck cares? Yeah, like, this is a whole other thing. Like, it helps to keep, like, it helps to keep my own mental sanity good, you know? Like, it keeps my own mental sanity good. And, like, I think that it keeps my community more healthy. He's so much better looking on camera. Dude, actually, here's the funny thing. All right, I'll show you this. Nobody's expecting this. Nobody expects this. Whenever we went to Gen Con, the number one thing I kept getting from people, where was it? Yeah, let me, the number one thing I kept getting from people, let me show you one of my favorite pictures now. Oh, come on. I think, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be hanging out with Crow and William SRD at Gen Con this year. Yeah. Oh, by the way, if you do see me at a convention, like, come up and say hey. Like, I'm okay with that. If you're comfortable with saying that, like, come on over. You know, I'm going to be doing my other shit. And, like, if you think that we're going to be, like, hanging out like crazy or something, I'm sorry to disappoint. I hope that you've got other shit you want to go do. Not necessarily just hang out with me all day. Because I promise you, I've got other shit I got to do. Is this the right one? Nope, that's the wrong one. Yeah, hang on. This is my favorite thing. Whenever I went to Gen Con, the number one thing that every other creator was saying to me, or like whoever, was like, damn, you're fucking tall. So like, yeah, that's the thing that people aren't really expecting, is like I'm sitting in a chair right now. I'm 6'3", and like, so some people are just like, oh shit, wait, what? Yeah, yeah. Not only am I tall, you know, I mean, my family, yeah. The Game Grumps effect. So I have short people face. What is boy eating? My dad was 6'7". Dude, my dad was 6'7" and a boxer. Yeah, like, I mean... Yeah, during one of the first Vagabond playtests, we were running the game in Discord, and then you joined the VC. It was so weird to talk to you directly. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, 190 centimeters. Like, so okay. I guess something you all might not know. Irish dudes get pretty fucking tall. Y'all ever seen Conan O'Brien? Like, I'm like, look, if you got Irish in you, you could kind of, you're probably gonna grow above average height. Yeah, I love that this is like the most searched thing for him. Yeah, he's 6'4". That's hilarious. Oh, come on, give me... Yeah. I love that there's actually articles about this. You imagine me around 5'8"? No, man. What was my dad's reach? Oh, I'm not super sure. Yeah, like Conan O'Brien. Yeah. Dude, y'all don't even know. Irish dudes are fucking huge. All right. Yeah. I need to watch the Hot Ones with him. Dude's just genuinely one of the funniest dudes ever. God. Oh my god. The back. There we go. Little in a class. I'm trying to think here. Irish are not usually that tall. I mean, I could be wrong here, but I'm pretty certain Irish dudes are known for getting more tall than average. Oh, wait, shit. I'm also, like, Nordic somewhere. Like, I don't know. I just found out the other day, like, my family lineage is, like, a very, very Irish and very, like, Swedish Norse shit. I have very good Photoshop skills. I will say, though, whenever we were at Gen Con, though, the people who were taller than me were, like, I think Dungeon Coach is, like, an inch or two taller than me. And I mean, Jesse Jurdak is bigger than everybody. I think Jesse Jurdak is like 6'8". Like, jeez, fucking Christ. You're like 3 directly Irish people, and they're about your height, 5'10". Huh? Irish people or like Irish men? Are the ancestors deliberately not in alphabetical order? Yes-ish. I tried to list the more common ones in the front. Most worlds I just sort of assume are humanocentric because, like, well, they are, in terms of fantasy worlds. So I put human up front, and that's going to be the easy one that people can play. Oh yeah, I guess I can show you guys this. This is another aspect of reworking the layout right here. So with the ancestries, they're not all getting the separate section headers. This is going to cut down on about, it turns out, about 8 different pages. Wait, shouldn't the 6 be elf just for flavor? What does that mean? 6 be elf? Is that like a Lord of the Rings reference? 6 for the elves? Performers say we love you at the time of the end of their performance all the time, and yes, they still say it. I mean, maybe for like a theater show or something like that, but for like communities that are okay. Yes. Oh wait, here we go. Yes. My response to that would be, they may say that, but that's like in a show, right? In a show setting, not literally like in a group that has like formed a community and that has a much more online presence like that. And I would still say, performers still saying we love you all the time during the end of the performance. Yes, like maybe with bands or something like that, right? But even still, that's becoming less and less of a thing. It's more so that like, who was that one YouTuber who wound up? She was like at a convention and got shot because she caused a big change in the way that this was discussed. I don't remember her name right now, but yeah, it should be in height order. Halfling, dwarf, human, elf. Gotta catch 'em all. Gotta catch 'em all. Got shot. Yeah. There was who was that one YouTuber? She. Shot at a meet and greet or something like that. What was her name? Zoom it. Yeah, now you remember it. Who was this? She was like shot by some deranged fan, and it was like her brother was right next to him too. Casey something? No, who was this? Not Casey Neistat. Meet and greet. Oh my god, I cannot remember her name. Christina Grimmie. That's her name. Oh wait, was she not a YouTuber? No, she was a YouTuber. Yeah, Christina Grimmie. She was at like a meet and greet, and oh, it was at a concert performance. Okay. Yeah, she had a stalker fan wind up showing up and thought that like they were gonna be in a relationship together and all this other stuff, and shot her. And talking elongated the L's. Yeah. But this is one of those things where like after that we started to see people react a bit more differently regarding fan engagement. Bard, dancer. And I would still, I mean, if they ever were to ask my advice, which why the fuck would they? But I would still think that like Critical Role should probably not be saying that at the end of their shows. Or like, they do whatever the fuck they want. But to me, it feels like that's probably encouraging a not great form of engagement, right? If some fan were to come up to me at like a convention and like really try to be hanging out with me, there's a level of like, wait, hold up, like maybe if I invite you or whatever, I guess, but like I'm also just doing shit by my own, right? And there's an immediate level of like discomfort that happens whenever like something like I mean, Jenny D goes around with a security team, you know, like brother tackled the attacker. Yeah, dude, that was a horrific situation. But yeah, I'm like, if people wanted to like come up and like say hey or whatever, and like, you know, I sign a thing for them, all good, everything's all good. But if people think that like, you know, oh yeah, they're gonna meet up with me and then I'm gonna like make their convention the coolest thing ever, and we're gonna like go out and get a drink at the bar and yada yada, I'm like, whoo. Yeah, let's focus on. Yeah, they're just like other people. They got stuff going on. Yeah. If like, I mean, if I'm up playing a game or whatever, and like a fan sat down and they wanted to play or whatever, it's like, yeah, okay, yeah, we're doing that, right? It's all with context of what all's going on. But yeah, like if I'm okay, perfect fan interaction actually. At Gen Con this last year, I was standing outside with Zipper on Disney and Steely Sam and Amanda, and we were all talking about where we were going to go get dinner. And someone came up and just like, tapped my shoulder, and they were like, "Hey, dude, thank you for everything you were doing last year." And I was like, "Oh shit, yeah, thanks, man." And he just had like been subbing the channel for like 6 months or something, and I was like, "Hell yeah, dude! Like, thanks, like, thanks for saying something." And that was it. He went on about, did his shit. I went on about, got my dinner. Right? Like everything was chill. So stuff like that. That's awesome. If you can just like tell a creator like, "Hey, love your stuff. Have a great con." All that. Awesome. I'm all here for that. You want me to sign something? I'll sign it. Yeah. Except a contract. If I find somebody else hides another goddamn contract in a fucking what is this gonna be? It can't be a D12. We have 18 classes. I'm actually saying we aren't best friends. I'm sorry. Actually, no, I'm not sorry at all. Go find your own goddamn friends. Like those people who get artists to draw something and sign it. Yeah. Gotta add 2 classes. D6, D6, D6 equals 18. No, it equals 3 to 18. You'll never be able to roll that 1 or 2. You could make it a D6 table. Yeah, but we don't have 36 different classes. Do it given the peer pressure? Or we can just start deleting more. Do that and just make more people shit their pants. No, Taron, no, don't do it. 2d8? That would give us 16? Yeah, we'd be missing 2. No! What if it's roll 1d6 and you get to choose from 3 options? Oh. You mean a D6-6. But, oh, wait. Okay, hang on. It's like a D6-6. Yeah. Okay, I get that. Okay, hang on. Yes. I like that idea. Ooh, look at this. Math rocks not failing us again. All right. Insert left column. Look at that. Who said that? Who was a smarty pants like that? Who said D6-6 first? Hey, everybody, clap for Silent Chariot Vanquishes God. Clap. EXP 93. Hey, welcome. Sad it wasn't. All right. We can do that. Oh wait, not a row. Fuck. Insert column left. That was very smart. Not gonna clap you hurt my friend anymore. Okay. Ugh. Oh my god. Is anybody else as absolutely fucking stoked for Smiling Friends as I am right now? The new season has Joel Haver in it. And I am like, I saw his animation, like I saw his animation style, the like kind of odd VHS thing, and I was like, as stupid as this sounds, I instantly was like, Amanda, look, it's Joel Haver. Dude, that's like, I god damn it, I love Zach Hadel. Everything he's been doing as a creator is like what I would love to be doing. Like, not as in like animation, but like the fact that, okay, the yeah, instantly recognizable. Yeah. The thing that I love about what Zach Hadel was doing with like Smiling Friends is so whenever they got a show, it wasn't like Zach was like, oh yeah, now we get to hire all these actors that are like big B-list names and I get to go and whatever. He brought up all the like weirdos from Newgrounds that were like, you know, not pieces of shit. All the weirdos from Newgrounds who he knew were like great creators and brought them on board. I'm like, yep, that's the kind of shit I would love to do, is figure out like who are these like other great creators who could be making cool shit and are very talented, and give them some room to breathe. Like, you know, everybody lifts each other up, right? That's the kind of shit that I love. Whenever I see a creator actually do that, if they're more likely to like, you know, yeah, we don't really care about working with these specific actors, but like me and a bunch of these guys from this whatever website or something like that, I will always appreciate a creator that sticks around like that. Yeah. Gwendolyn, my beloved, yeah. D6, comma 6, or a D6. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I love like how weird. Yeah, apparently he wanted the puddle to be Chris Chan. Yeah. Yeah, so the funny thing with that was he wanted the puddle to be Chris Chan. And it didn't even have anything to do with situation. It all had to do with the fact that like they had brought on too many people that weren't like union actors or something, and they were, I guess the union got on their case, and they were like, okay, well, if we got to can someone, are we gonna like, who do we can? Is it gonna be, you know, surely none of these people that we've worked with and are working on other stuff in the scenes or whatever, and they wound up just going like, are we really gonna fight for Chris Chan on this, and canned it. then like a month later. Oh Christ, that whole situation is wild. I mean, there is absolutely zero reason to ever be bringing that up into a stream like this, but yeah. Oh my god, one of the most cursed events in the history of the internet, surely. The Alchemist Barbarian. Yeah, talk about a dodge bullet. Yeah. Here we go. Oh, this is not going to look really pretty. Ugh. Could we just, instead of having a table, just have a list? Like, is that going to be a huge deal if it's not on a table? Because this table looks really gross. Druid fighter, gunslinger. Hunter. Luminary. Magish. Pugilist. Revelator. Rogue. Sorcerer. Vanguard? Right? Witch? No, I'm missing one. Wizard is last. Witch. Runekeeper. Okay. There we go. Yeah, do I even need to add a random roll table on this page? The only thought that I meant... Okay, here. So here's another thing I'm probably going to get rid of. Here. Actually, this. A lot of those logos and glyphs are just not looking great across the entire book. I don't think that this has to be. Who are iconic runekeepers? That's a fun one. I do need iconic runekeepers. Okay. We'll come back to that. Alright, who are iconic runekeepers? Okay. Please get the bestiary one. Oh, I see what you mean. The cast members really don't engage personally on social media, and I think that's a much bigger factor in showing love for those that support you. Who, Critical Role? We still on that right now? I mean, maybe that's a good idea. Sure. That's not always true, though. They they were originally pretty active with social media about, I don't know, 4 years ago. Luz Nocita from Owl House. I have not seen enough Owl House to really determine whether or not Luz makes sense as Victor from Arcane. You mean League of Legends? Rise? I thought Rise was legitimately just like a wizard with a giant scroll. Luz's whole thing is that she writes runes? When does that actually click on in the show? Like, when does that happen? I mean, I haven't seen enough Owl House to really know. It looks great. I mean... Okay, but like... Nothing about her character profile says anything about runes. No, she very clearly wants to be a witch. Drawing. Okay, so she practices glyph magic. Okay, so that's something to work with there. Magical power in her. To compensate, she instead draws the magic from the environment, and the Titan is as the glyphs appear to the place on the Titan. Okay, so it's not runes, it's actually glyphs, which is same difference for Vagabond. Okay. Yeah. Yep. Okay, that makes sense. I don't know about iconic. Watching me spoil myself on the entirety of Owl House before I watch it. Dude, there's so much fucking fan art out there that there is no way. There's no way you couldn't spoil yourself on it. The fairy tale dude who has writing magic. Does Smite have a rune caster? God, it's been a while. They have runes as an aesthetic and a mechanic, not as a... Oh, yeah, wait, they do. Hang on. But, like, iconic, I don't know that I would say that Smite is big enough to call him iconic. I also need some classic reps here. Like, because this has been another kind of problem, is, like, too much whenever I get, like, kind of crowdsourced ideas where, like, what are the, like, iconics or what is, like, the vision of the game, I get nothing but modern interpretations, right? Odin is kind of... I thought Odin literally, like, made the runes to, like, Norse mythology. I could be totally wrong there. Or, like, wait, no. He traded the knowledge. He traded his left eye for the knowledge of runes. Right? Whenever I'm designing classes, do I usually have iconics in mind as touchstones? Sometimes, yeah. Like... With the Runekeeper, I just knew the magic system in my mind whenever I was making it for 5e. Sometimes I think if there's a character that is like that iconic that they need to have a rep, then like I'll start in on a class design. The concept of a dancer wasn't like... I mean, there were iconics, sure, but there wasn't like a singular dancer that I was like, that, yes. I guess if you wanted to point to one, I would say like, what's her name? Azure from Fire Emblem. Okay, Odin learned the runes by gouging out his eye and hanging himself on the world tree. Metal as fuck, it turns out. Sure, let's put Odin in here. Sure. Look up Achibi from Bleach. I just said we needed older examples. Thought? You mean Toth? From Egyptian mythology? Not Thought? Toth is a god of the dead. But funny, yeah. Define older. Pre-1980s. Like, and by older, what I also mean is like, if you can get them in literature, go for it. No, he's a god of scribes. What, Thoth? Thoth is literally like the keeper of the Book of the Dead. In Egyptian mythology? No, it's spelled Thought or Thoth? Well, one is objectively funnier than the other one. Plus the mistake was great. Every Egyptian god is a god of the dead. Oh, well, okay. Yeah, fair. Anubis. Okay, Final Fantasy. This wasn't really a thing to Final Fantasy. Ugh. Ugh. Okay, so lose. I'm pretty sure it's lose. I don't know about Victor from Arcane well enough to really commit there, but I'm gonna leave it. Okay, Philosophers of Magic. Those spelled in the Greek alphabet is Owo. Roy Mustang from Full Metal Alchemist. More transmutation wizards. I mean, Full Metal Alchemist is such a transmutation wizard thing. It's so funny how the narrative of like all of Transmutation Wizard made an entire anime. FMA has a lot of rune stuff too. So here's the deal. Oh man, people are not really like, whenever I was making my Alchemist, you know how much weird feedback I got that people were pissed that it wasn't literally the Alchemist like idea from Full Metal Alchemist? I was like, wow, y'all got some brain rot going on. I was like, they're all like, they are all transmutation wizards. All of them are transmutation wizards. Yeah. Oh, whenever I was making my Alchemist, and the reason why my Alchemist was done well is because I knew the source material, and it wasn't anime. Like, this is one thing where, like, I think some of the people who have, like, been quote-unquote cultured by anime also should really expand their cultural inlets and be cool with, like, some Western media also influencing them. Because, like, as I've gotten further and further into being a game designer and had more people, like, approaching my stuff and allowed more people to, like, kind of have their hands in stuff that I write, or like the artwork and all that stuff, I've seen a severe lack of influence from Western media in a lot of TTRPG fandom right now. Scar, maybe something he's got a tattoo he doesn't quite understand, but carries a relic of his culture and his brother's legacy. Wait, who? Scar? You don't think Western media should influence a pulp fantasy game? Not needed. Shaking my head. What? I bet this would be the same folks who would get pissed to hear that Jedi is for Songblades with radiant weapons. Oh, Scar is a Full Metal Alchemist character. I was thinking you meant the fucking Lion King. I was sitting here like, wait, did we watch the same fucking movie? I just sat here like, wait, what? As someone who is not into anime, you're always at a bit of a loss in people. Yeah, and that's the other thing is like anime is so hyper. Oh god, this happened the other day too. So here's another deal. I don't think that there's any form of media with such a big flavor of the week problem as anime. I swear to God, anytime that there's like a new show that comes on that's going to be out for the season, suddenly it has super fans that want that thing to be in absolutely everything, any media that they consume whatsoever. It becomes their huge deal, and then like they forget about it in 2 weeks, right? You never hear about it again. It was like this with Dungeon Meshi. That's what's going on right now. You know, just admit you hate anime. I love anime. I love it. But I engage with it in the same way I engage with, like, tons of other content and cultures, you know. Yeah, Delicious and yeah, fuck you, Gavin. Yeah. Like, dude, I'm listening to, like, new music all the time, right? I'm watching, like, or I'm reading new books all the time. You know, so, like, anime is one of about, like, 8 different forms of media I engage with. Maybe more, right? Yeah, it's the most consumer focus for. Yeah, exactly. The Dungeon Meshi thing. Everybody was telling me like, "Hey, Taron, you should really add this thing from Dungeon Meshi into Vagabond. And I was like, we're not making this an eating monsters game. No. And I'm like, I'm not gonna drastically change the idea or like the vibe, the vision I have for this game based off of fucking Flavor of the Week anime. Like, you know, the biggest media craze you recall for a while, zombies? Yeah, those like seem to hit our culture in a really hard, really weird way. I don't really know what was going on with that. I still can't really recall. I mean, maybe it was just like Walking Dead and like Call of Duty hit real hard for people. And God, wow, what a incredible legacy they left behind. Yeah, they can do that themselves if they want an eating monsters game. Yep. Let someone else write a chef class. Exactly. It's also just a really odd theme to me. There is something that feels almost fetishy whenever someone's like, yeah, I want to play a game where we eat monsters. Let me eat your monsters. I'm like, oh God, what? No, weirdo, go. How many weeks did you get set watching it back now? You said you would set back each time someone recommends it. I already watched the whole fucking thing so that we can't keep playing this game anymore. I got it out there. I watched it. Yeah, it was about what I thought it would be. Where like the blonde himbo is weirdly sexual fetishy about eating shit. Yeah, yeah. It's called Pokemon? Yeah, that is the whole plot. And that's what I mean, right? And so I was like, wait, what? Because there were people who were like, you should really be watching Dungeon Meshi for inspiration for your game. And I was like, I should? Why? What's going on? Because I want to eat monsters. And I'm like, what? How many episodes did I watch is still ongoing? I watched, like, what was it, 14 or whatever? I mean, I had it on in the background while I was working on the stat blocks and shit. Oh yeah, I also felt like the show was needlessly mean to the elf chick. Like, they just kept playing up this joke that she was like, oh yeah, you're the weird one for not wanting to eat these monsters. Go, woman. And I was just like, wait, what? Why do we gotta treat her like the punching bag here? What did she do? Wait, she's like your mage and shit. I don't know. I couldn't really figure that out. That felt a little bit odd. Best character in the whole thing is that dwarf dude but even then it's just like, he's just a hokey, yeah. The halfling also didn't want to eat stuff. Yeah, I couldn't figure out. I honestly forgot that halfling was a character for like more than half this episodes. The one thing that kept me going with it was the fact that it was Trigger. I mean, anything Trigger you put in front of me, I'm probably going to watch the whole fucking thing. Yeah, she's a character, yeah. Hey, by the way, you're down to look at other classes where you need more mythological iconic characters? Oh, we're good. Like, all the other ones are full. This is just the one that I had not really gotten to. Apparently that's a Japanese trope pairing and she is the straight man. So, like, she's the straight man, and they're all the ridiculous ones, but they're in the right. So she's Squidward. They made her Squidward? Just want to check, is the whole thing the same as the first two episodes? It's okay. Like, it's okay. People were talking about it, especially over on Twitter. People are talking about it like it's like God's gift to man. It's okay. It's okay. Out of all the Trigger stuff that they've ever put out, dude, I mean, I'm sorry, it does not compare to like Kill la Kill. Kill la Kill, fucking Cyberpunk Edge Runners, dude. Come on. No, it's not even the best thing that Trigger's put out in the last like 2 years. You know, it's okay. I think the environment is cool. I like the character of the dungeon. Promare was fucking dope. Yeah. Promare was absolutely dope. But yeah, it was. I think that the environment of it was fun, you know. But yeah, like I was saying, they just kind of. I didn't really understand the reason for that character, or the reason why they were so mean. Now that that's been explained, and now that I can see that she's literally just Squidward. Yeah. Dude, Promare was so fucking gay. It's so hilarious. I had no idea getting into it, like, how techno crazy awesome it was gonna be. By the end of it, I was just like, holy fucking shit. I just feel like my eyes just like snorted cocaine. This show's awesome. Or this movie is awesome. Can I answer your question? Maybe. Yeah, your theater cheered at the casino. Yeah, that show. What was your question? Hang on. Sorry. Do not think the way that they used water to walk on the Kraken was cool? Oh yeah, I mean that was like, yeah. They were like water walk fighting. Yeah, that was cool. The world is why you think it's great. The characters are just there to explain the world. I don't really care for the plot. Oh, you mean for Dungeon Meshi? Like, yeah. Yeah, I think that the dungeon itself is, like, actually a cool idea to explore. It was funny, actually. There was another line of discourse that opened up the other day about mega dungeons and why anybody would want to do something like that. And I was like, really? It's, like, the most popular anime at the moment that, yeah. Like, it just seems like if you don't have a lot of factions to it, maybe it's not all that fun of an idea. Yeah, I think that if you're going to do, like, a mega dungeon, the best way to go about it is, like, you gotta think backroomsian style weird, right? You have to, like, think of that mega dungeon as more than... A lot of people think of it as just, like, a building. It needs to be an entire fucking world. Like, you do that, it feels, like, cool. I'm talking civilizations that are set up in there where, like, the adventurers can camp out, right? Like, best mega dungeon... In all reality, dude, like, look at this as like a mega dungeon, okay? Vast in the dark. Like, this is an environment. This is a huge fucking liminal nightmare environment, and it's awesome. Great plot. The manga ended when it was satisfying ending. Okay. Does his Fortnite? Yeah, like, got any opinions on Heart, The City Beneath by Grant Howitt and Christopher Taylor? I have it on my shelf. I am not interested in the system. The world itself seems quite cool. Yeah. I don't know that I would ever play Hearts to play the Heart system, but I like the concept of the world. There's also, like, the world that Spencer Campbell was kind of building out for Slayers. That's kind of similar. Yeah. Dungeon needs flavor. Plain walls and corridors is not enough. Yeah. Here. Let me show you. So, like, here's a short description of a dungeon. Okay. This is what I think you need. This is all I think you need right here, actually. Okay. So, I'm going to go through, and I've been working on this one, actually, because I wanted to get this one down for running Vagabond with this, okay? The Jeweler's Sanctum. This is by Giuseppe Rotondo. Old School Essentials Adventure Anthology, right? Jesum, the grandson of the renowned jeweler magician Draxus, is troubled by inexplicable sounds from his grandfather's sealed laboratory below the old family mansion. Scratching, squeaking, giggling, screaming, even a humming tune. He has posted a notice of "Adventurers Wanted" to enter the laboratory and clear out the lingering dangers. As the family's fortune has been depleted, Jesum can offer no reward, but allows the explorers to keep any treasures they find in the laboratory. He believes it still contains piles of gold ingots and precious stones, in addition to deadly traps and magical guardians placed to deter thieves. 3 days ago, a dwarf adventurer named Auric ventured inside. After about an hour, he screamed, didn't answer Jessam's calls, and never re-emerged. There are several factions that are in this thing. About 4. And by factions, I don't literally mean like a group that has like political ideology or anything quite like that. It's just like, there are rats in here. Okay, the rats are fighting the goblins. Okay, that's all we need, right? We don't need, like, they are a monastic society that venerates the apple core of all the time. No, there's fucking rats in here. That's a faction, right? So, like, the vermin, the guardians, general notes, limestone blocks, damp, dust, cobwebs, rat droppings, giant rats and centipedes have burrowed small, 1 foot half a foot or less, tunnels through the walls, allowing them to scuttle through most rooms. Apart from magical lighting in an inner workshop, the laboratory is unlit. That's all you need. Bam. That. Yeah, they better. Like, I love that sparse description right there, getting you into like the dungeon, right? If you get into like an empty room and it has anything beyond like this is an empty room, fuck you. Delete that. No, we don't need empty room text. Okay, here. I'll read an example. I hate this description of this room. Holy fucking shit. Where was this? Oh my god, it was so nothing. Is it this kitchen? It might be this. Hang on. This is a whole other thing whenever people are talking about like old school stuff is just better, old school stuff is just better. No, I'm sorry. It's the most overwritten, obnoxious shit. Okay. This is like, this book is, as much as people praise In Search of the Unknown, this is overwritten to all hell. Like, this is absolutely overwritten. It's very thin. I get that. This could maybe be 6 pages long. Like, maybe. The food preparation area for the complex is a very long room with a variety of details. At the southwest corner of the room are 2 cooking pits, each large enough to cook an animal as large as a deer. One of the pits is slightly larger than the other, but both are about 3 feet in depth. The pits are full of ash and charred remains of cooking fuel. A chimney leads upward, but its small size prevents further investigation. Long tables line each wall, and there are scattered containers on them, some upturned with spilled contents moldering on the tabletop. There are spoiled pieces of food all around, and the smell in the room is very uninviting. One chunk of moldy cheese is particularly noxious, as a fuzzy green growth covers its entirety. Hanging from above are a variety of utensils, and some other of these are scattered about on the floor of the room. These are nothing more than pots and pans of various sizes, although there is a large cast iron kettle suspended from the ceiling by a thick chain. The kettle is empty. It's an empty room! It isn't... There's kitchenware. Say that there's like random kitchenware. What do they find? Fucking, I don't know, let the players figure out. What is there? What is there? Like, who the fuck cares? That is 3 paragraphs of nothing in this book. Like, just get rid of it. Get it out. It's a kitchen. Okay, what's in the kitchen? Say, like, they find, like, whatever. If someone searches, ask them what utensil they find. What do they find in the kitchen? Cool, do that. Yeah, prescribed narration, right? So, like, this is something that plagues a bunch of old school shit. A bunch of it, okay? And, like, if you look at some of the 5e adventures, like from Tales of the Yawning Portal, they keep this Why? Why do that? Like, simplify. Simplify. Make it easy to sight read, right? Like, oh. God, I feel like my allergies are just getting to me today. Okay. This is like, whenever I am, yeah, because the books need to be long enough to sell. Yeah. If that's the problem, make more content, you know? Like, this is another thing. This is why I like the OSE stuff. Old School Essentials. There may be 20, and this may say that there's 20 pages in this dungeon. Or, sorry, 20 rooms in this dungeon. Maybe there's even 40. Holy shit, that'd be crazy awesome. 40-page dungeon? 40-room dungeon? That's fucking sick. However, there's like 4 pages of usable material in it. It's just a waste. It's just a waste. Yeah, so like, simplify. You could maybe print that thing on like 4 or 5 pages. And that's one of the things that I look at doing in a review in the future is actually, this would be a fun project for Vagabond. I'm not gonna lie. Because knowing that there are other people who have successfully made like versions of those adventures that were legally protectable and all that shit, it could be a thing that I could do to like justify this is going to be a maybe I release it as like a totally free thing, and I'm like, yep, this is a version of it that's completely cut down, reduced. It's not that officially thing over there, but fuck that. Like, you don't need that. Here you go. Oh man. Okay. Now, yeah, they can't pay the. Yeah, and this is a thing. Like, I would love to. Yeah, they're like 16 pages at A6 size. Yep, right. I would love to just be able to take a bunch of this stuff and not do the Goodman Games thing. I want to take this stuff and see how simply we can interpret it, right? This is why I love this format right here. This is the same amount of punch as any one of these things over here, presented way easier. We've just learned things over the years. Video games came on the market, right? We learned plenty of shit from video game design in the last 50 years. We should probably stop writing our adventures like they were written in like 1979. Like, god damn. If it sounds like this gets my goat, dude, it's like, it's because I hear all the time, like, these are like incredible adventures, but I could not bring myself to run any of them at any point. Especially whenever there's just better shit out there that isn't that wordy, you know? Okay. Iconic rune keepers. I feel like we have more than this. Learning how to write adventures on 5e was the hardest part of any I've written. Yeah. Exorcist? Well, lost power, bye. What did I get it? Oh. Okay. Oh no. The find and replace did a the find and replace did a fuck up. You think there's a Runekeeper in Dresden Files? Rune Magic Dresden Files? I guess is that what I'm looking up? Rune Magic Dresden Files. Dr. Dana? Does anybody use it? Yeah, they're not really used a whole lot, though. Yeah, they only have 3 examples in the entire series of it being used. Aleister Crowley. God, what is it with my lips today? Am I just dehydrated? Okay. Let me see. Oh! What's the right? What's the... That's still a very modern... Any good philosopher? So Odin makes sense for like a very classical interpretation. The Sheikah was kind of funny here because they can actually like, yeah, the Sheikah Slave from Breath of the Wild, manifesting the like little like Sheikah bombs where it was like whatever. That's very Runekeeper. Okay. Yeah, but what's like Buddha? Isaac Newton? Why would Isaac Newton? No, you guys are focusing way too hard on the philosopher side of it. We're talking about like icon magic, like sigils and yeah. So don't be thinking too hard about like philosopher. Look up each. Okay. Mid-level spells, the monk who calls the real name, high priest, uses a large calligraphy brush to write characters, ink manipulation, spiritual powers of it, anything that the ink covers loses its name and thus its powers. Habits seem to R, and as a result uses a physical arm by half. Okay, it's not a bad example. Because it's literally like redefining the property of a thing. Something about it isn't really clicking for me, though. Because it feels a little bit forced to call that rune magic. Elantris and soul stamping? Because Bard is not a spellcaster. Vala. What? My guy, you gotta write that submission in something that's not fucking enchanting table. What the hell is that? Valamaninen from Kalvala? Kalvala. What? Oh, it's Finland's strongest hero. Okay, we don't have like a Finnish rep. What does he do? Okay. What's his power? No, that's written. Okay. A demigod hero and the central character in Finnish lore and the main character of the national epic Kalevala, or Kalevala by Elias Lonrad. Vainamoinen was described as an old and wise man. He possessed a potent magical singing voice. Where's his powers? He was the inspiration for Gandalf? Yeah, I was about to say he sounds more like Tom Bombadil to me than Gandalf. Huh. Treebeard has also been compared to him. I don't really see powers anywhere. Do he just sings? Huh. Let me go to the bathroom real quick. And, could Vice from Ruby count as a Magus or a Runekeeper? I have no idea what Vice does. Hang on a second. I'll be right back. All right, so let's see. Ghost. A boo. Scared you. Oh. Happy. The song does also have very ghost-like vibes. Huh? My God. You know what? I think the worst thing they ever added, this is going to be really weird. Worst thing they ever added to Facebook, in all honesty, is this fucking highlight feature. This is part of why I never get on it anymore. I have my family members that are like, hey, Taron, we feel like we don't ever see you on Facebook anymore. What's going on, man? Like, why aren't you posting? What are you doing over there? And I'm all like, you know how dog shit the notification system is right now? Just call me. Sadie from Kane Chronicles, not really read it in a while, but they've really... Yeah, I fucking despise the highlight feature. Whoever came up with that, look, you actually may have ruined Facebook. Youngest child of Julius and Ruby Kane and the sister of Carter Kane. One of the most powerful descendants of the ancient Egyptian pharaohs. Been born in centuries. Oh. Powers. What is highlights? It's a mass tag. Like, everybody who's in your, everybody who you have as a friend gets notified of it. And all you have to do is do @highlight. And if you don't know what it is, it's probably because you have good friends who realize how fucking obnoxious that is. Because it'll just spam everybody's fucking notifications, and you'll immediately lose friends with it. Oh, dude, the Age of Mythology remake, right? Yeah, I'm down to play that. Okay. What about, hang on, I'm just gonna go, you know what's a really good site for this? TV Tropes, it turns out. TV Tropes. I need to look for runes. Rune magic, TV trope. Aha! Aha! Literature. American Gods has it. Yeah, oh, well, okay, that makes sense. No spoilers. Dresden Files has rune magic. No. We tried that. Elantris. Yeah, I forget Sanderson's got quite a lot of this. Song of Ice and Fire? Who? Rest of the values is... Oh, well, okay. Live action TV? WandaVision? Okay. Warhammer? Fate Grand Order, never played it. Western animation. Hilda. Okay, well, wow, we are really low on reps from pop culture on this, huh? God, wow, yeah. Yeah, I know Doctor Strange can't be every magician. Yeah. If Sanderson's so popular, where's his live-action TV series that turns bad within the 8 seasons? Ouch! Actually, on the way. Yeah, from what I understand, Mistborn is getting an adaptation. Sigils? Sigil magic. Sigil spam? What? No. DC magic characters kind of use rune stuff, kind of. I kind of wonder if Rune Keeper is the way to keep going with this, or to rename it. We have a lot of R's. Rune Keeper. Well, if the other name I would have had would have been Sigilist, but we've got another S in here. Would drawing magic count? It's not going to be Rudy. Rudy's got the chalk zone. Look up Miss Golden Week. Who? Who is this? Oh, One Piece. Not iconic enough. I'm sorry, but like whenever you got Odin in here, you gotta bring a little bit more to the table. This is another thing with like the anime characters. Like, I think a lot of people are overestimating just how like quote unquote iconic a character is, just because they're from an anime and they have a similar power like that. Like Odin, Victor from Arcane. Let me see. Oh, he's straight up a League of Legends champion. You can play as him. I'd have to look further. Yeah, I don't know. They have just an inventor. Does he... Okay. It seems like he may not exactly be a great fit, but he's close. Rise does fit better. I've seen that character more, that's for sure. The Rune Mage Rise. Come on now. Overload, Rune Prism, Realm Warp. Yeah, I've actually seen more artwork in this guy, undeniably. Yeah, that's a way better fit. Rise Clicks is just an obscure character? No way! What? Yeah, wait, I've seen... That is like one of the default unlocks that you have in League of Legends. I don't play League of Legends, and I know that. Like, I know who that character is, and I maybe put in 10 minutes into that game. How does the Runekeeper have to cast glyphs? They're restricted by their delivery, but they get to do it for free. Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, without Rise, you don't really have, like, the culture of League of Legends. That is not a Nothing Burger character. You don't know who Rise is, to be honest, but okay. You're like, I mean, I don't know, you just look him up. Like, legitimately one of the biggest characters, and not in video games. In MOBAs? Yeah, probably. At least one of the most recognizable faces there. Now, like Ash, Mr. Yi, etc. Or who's the Fox chick? Oh my god, who's the hot Fox chick that everyone's trying to fuck? I'm not Coomer brained enough to remember that name. Ari, thank you. I was like, wait, what? I love how I say that. Wait until Arcane. Yeah, and that's another thing. If you've only seen Arcane and that's the only like knowledge that you're bringing to the table, like League of Legends wise, this guy's been around for like a decade, and I would say one of the most recognizable faces in video games. The community would recognize. Sure, but I mean, maybe, I guess. But like, I feel like that character design is pretty well known. Purple dude, giant scroll, like on his back. Seems like he dropped a hip hop album in the 90s that flopped. You know, yeah. Yeah, the guy was on the splash art for the game in the beginning. Yeah, he's big. He's a huge deal. Okay, so lose, Odin, Rise. Okay. You know what? This is gonna be a weird one. Hang on. Is that one I commit to? I don't think so. Would Shinto stuff be akin to rune magic, or are you wildly off? I am trying to reduce the amount of like Japanese and anime stuff that we have in here because there's quite a lot of it. If there's someone that's a really good fit, then like they can stick. But yeah, I'm also trying to like cut back on the heavy amount of like anime bleed that happened in here, because it's supposed to be a pulp fantasy game. Gambit, only for one specific interaction, and that's infusion. But like you can do that with a magus. And yeah, Gambit is a sorcerer. Yeah, no, you're right. Okay, bad idea. Stop screaming at me. While we're at it, Joker Balatro. God, this is so... 3 examples feel like enough. I think everyone else has gotten 4. This is where I'm trying to think, like, okay, I know that this is an archetype. You would put Edward Elric in there and remove the anime reference somewhere else because that is a quintessential runecaster today, IMO. Kratos uses runes, but he doesn't make it. Well, because he's not like a rune keeper. He just uses runes. There's a difference there. He's just a barbarian with a magic item. Edward uses like sigils, I think. Another I said before, but Shanoa from Castlevania, maybe. Shanoa, Castlevania. Introverted, strong-willed, stoic woman. She's amnesiac, means that she doesn't remember her past at all. Oh my god, why am I so itchy all of a sudden? Ah! She is able to absorb glyphs, provide her with magic weapons and elemental spells. This would be... Okay, so it says glyph magic in here. That would be the 3rd or 4th Castlevania rep. And, like, that's kind of okay, because Castlevania has a lot of pulp fantasy tie-in. The hex is working. I don't know what the deal is. God, who am I thinking of? Okay. Glyph magic. Let's just look up glyph magic TV tropes. Geometric magic, instant runes. Geometric magic, it's literally they pulled Full Metal Alchemist there. Discworld, okay. Okay, there we go. Oh, well, they just say it's a possibility. God damn it. Yeah, well, because there's... I don't think it's the kind of magic system that evokes a ton of narrative cinema, if that makes any sense, right? Whenever you're, like, writing this down, like, for a story, the Nomad from Nomad of Nowhere, what the hell? Whenever you're trying to describe this cinematically, it can be a little bit, Who is this character? This is a character from like an online, like a web series or something. Nah, we need a classic fantasy rep. We need classic, right? Gwen or any magic user from Ben 10. I am looking at TV tropes right now. Yeah. Aeons from Elantris. We need a classic. Who's a classic? Now see, it's Sanderson, which means that it has to be a thing. It's almost always a subsystem for other things. Possibly. Live action TV, Doctor Who, the Shakespeare Code, no. They drew symbols. It must be rune magic. Elder Scrolls. Who do they have? Nope, it's just Elder Scrolls. Okay. The Arcanist class uses this in combination with formulaic magic to cast their spells. Thank you for nothing. Okay. Hakati. Okay, we need... Oh my god. This is a classic... Like, this is a classic fantasy thing. Why? This is so hard to figure out. Like, we all know this fantasy exists. The Geometer. The Geometer was a classic from D&D 2nd edition. I mean, it would be a different name for Runekeeper. It's still, it seems weird as fuck. Neo. The Falconer and Liza Locklamora has some special symbols and stuff, but it was more name magic. As much as I fucking love that whole thing in Liza Locklamora, yeah, it's not a great fit. I did have nice bird asshole as a quote in here for a while. Within it's mostly, I think it's mostly because it uses the window dressing for other fantasy magic systems instead of it. Yeah, no, I agree. Hopefully this is going to give it a bit more oomph. Because, whenever, I've had 3 or 4 people play this concept before, playing my 5e1, and everyone immediately knew, like, okay, I get what this wants to be. Yeah, and it clicked, right? How about the Rune Knight from D Gets Shot? Never fucking heard of that in my life, Gavin. What are you talking about? Some of the servants in Fate use runes. Okay, the Hermione runes are open. Alright, so here's what I'm gonna think. So if you've got, yeah, I thought about Link from Tears of the Kingdom. So if you got an idea for one where you're like, my Runekeeper idea, right? Think about it like this. How old is your reference? How old is your iconic, right? And I mean literally, how old, when were they made? We're looking, because like Odin is like a great classic, yes, that's why this is in here, right? And we have Luz and Rise, which are 2 modern reps. I'm looking for one that maybe hits like, oh, thanks to Tanya. Yeah, later on. I'm looking for someone that hits the good middle ground of like 1950s, maybe even, 1920s to like 1980s literature. Wait, there were runes in the rune bear from Elden Ring. Elric. Who fucking carved the runes on Stormbringer? Elric of Melonbone runes. Does anybody know in chat? Who carved the runes onto Stormbringer in fucking Elric? Manifestation of the Black Sword, a cosmic archetype that can exist in any world in the multiverse. And so, okay. Yada yada. Dude, I need to just sit down and fucking like read the whole Elric series. I've started it and stopped it like 5 times. Not because I got bored with it, but because life happened. Listen, we're nerds, not geeks. Dude, this is like classic Folk Fantasy. And honestly, I probably should just like commit to reading it. Your fantasy trope pet peeve, random meaningless magic circles that appear in the character's cast spells. Yeah, it can be a little bit like, ooh, there must be something strong happening right here, right? There's all kinds of shapes going around here. Oh my God. The Rings of Power were forged using runic magic. Elrond is definitely more of an enchanter. What about Yugi from Yu-Gi-Oh? I guess, I think, maybe Summoner. Celebrimbor. Celebrambor. Yeah, it literally says etched with mysterious runes so ancient that even Elric lacks the knowledge to decipher them. Dude, I feel like if I could figure that out, that would be kind of a slick one to throw in here. I mean, no, I don't think Elric is a rune keeper. It just seems like Elric taps into shit. He's bound to the rune sword, though. Like, oh, come on. Is that a bad fit? Elric of Melonbone, also called the Albino Emperor. Jesus Christ. Okay, well, I guess we're just doing that, right? Elric Woman Slayer. Whoa, okay. Tetris the game blocks. Elric is a magus? That's what I'm asking. Is he a magus or would he be a rune keeper? Maybe just for the mere fact that he's not actually, like, literally etching the runes, he's not a rune keeper, but eh. I mean, if Elric is a magus, I need to put that up. I need to put him in the iconics. Like, dude, Chrono can go if it means that we're gonna get fucking Elric in here. Oh, thanks. Calls upon ancient pacts. Between those two, he's more of a rune keeper. God, Sora's not a great example. In all honesty, no, he's not. Chrono is fine. Sora's a great choice there. And literally, as I was deleting him, I just disagree. I put him in here originally, and like, oh hey, I put him in here originally, but like he's just a Squaresoft protagonist. Gets a little bit of magic, yeah, sure. I don't even know that Chrono is a great fit. What's a magus again? Spell sword. Or like spell blade, whatever you want to say. Yeah, he's a Saturday morning cartoon, yeah. Is Elric a magus? Or... Okay, look, I gotta get all the French shit. All that. Elric of Melonbone. Look, if we don't have him in here as an iconic somewhere... is it just the Moorcock multiverse? What do we want to call this? Eternal Champions? Alternative Earth, the proper name of the title. Yay. Is it just you, or is the archetype of a magus just a tall blonde guy with a sword? I mean, yeah. Sephiroth, you know, that, yeah. Tall blonde guy with a sword. That's fucking funny. Twilight Suzuka breaks that model, though. Twilight Suzuka is a, hi.
Hello.
Giant, like, samurai chick that...
Take Paul outside with bubbles, let him...
Oh, okay. Yeah, like, Twilight Suzuka's actual sword is like a, it's like a core of a fucking black hole or some shit. It's so cool. Chat says hi! What about Barrack and Darren from A Song of Ice and Fire? Paladin buys as well, but yeah. Maybe, but I think these just hit the vibe right. They're also main characters. What is Quorum? That's right. Wait, no, I'm wrong on that. Hang on, what? Wait, am I an idiot? I just had this completely messed up right now. Wait. Wait, where did the elder... Wait, shit. Am I just an idiot? Where do these books actually start? It sounds like a nerdier jock or a jockier nerd. Yes. Okay. There wasn't really rune magic in the Song of Ice and Fire, but like there were rune mentions. Okay. I'm trying to see if Elric's... What have we agreed that there is a... Holy shit, it just got like a recent release? Stormbringer. Is it, can I just call it the Stormbringer trilogy? Elric, the Stealer of Souls. Yeah, it is what's the deal with that, with Maguses and it's like, yeah, we're gonna... Our main protagonist that like has some magic and he's a sword wielder. Cool. All right. What's the character design like? Well, he has white hair. Okay. All right. So like, you know, got this haunting vibe to him, right? Ooh. Okay. He's white. Okay. No, I mean like he's white. Okay, yep, right. Like a white dude, right? Like not black. No, like he's literally white. Like that page you're writing on right now, yeah, he's like white. Oh. Okay. And like you know, you long, beautiful hair, very elf-like features. Okay. Gotcha. What else? Oh, he fucks. Like he fucks like crazy. We need to like put him in BDSM gear, basically leather at the very, very least. People need to know that this guy fucks. Oh, okay, gotcha. I mean that's like every character. Not Chrono, not Chrono, but you know, every single one of these has got those. You know what? Here's the deal. Whenever you played that character that you look back on in the TTRPG and you're like, oof, yeah, that I was trying to be an edgelord there, huh? It's go through this list and think, not Chrono. I mean, okay, look, we can probably get rid of Chrono here, okay? Look at these 4 characters and think if this was not the way that you tried to model yourself. Any villains we can point to as a Runekeeper? Ooh! Apparently there's runes in Stardust. Yeah, I saw that. Maybe it's an artifact of the original elf class in D&D being a mix of mage and warrior. I don't think so. Look at like Elric. Elric came out before D&D. Okay. Sure, we'll do that. Hiccup. Okay. This D is not a fucking revelator. I don't know what. I was like, yeah, that makes sense. Michael Carpenter absolutely fits. Solaire, buddy. Oh, friendo. All right, Solaire, you can stay. I'm sure people are not going to throw a hissy fit over that. Brigida. No. I honestly, no. Yeah, he's the Praise of the Sun guy. Oh my god. All right. So we have Luke Skywalker, Michael Carpenter, Solaire Mastoria. Reinhardt is a Vanguard. Put Barrick in there. I don't think Barrick is a great fit. I actually think that oh my god, her and Jaime Lannister fucking starts with a B. Why can I not think of I'm having trouble with Song of Ice and Fire characters right now. Joan of Arc, no. She's not a revelator. Any of the Knights of the Round Table will fit here? Possibly, but like I would love to find a female rep here. Brianna Tarth, thank you. I think that Brianna Tarth makes some sense here. But she's not exactly magic, right? It's just like she fits the vibe. Luke Skywalker makes sense because, like, we excuse the Force as, like, him being, you know, that's magic. Solaire, we get it. You forget Revelator, your version is a paladin or something separate? Oh, it's like a paladin, yeah. Yeah, she's not a holy warrior. Oh my god. There has got to be a better rep for this. Dude, this is such a classic fantasy thing. How about this? Let me see. What do they have? The lady on the cover of this in the Avernus, can you do that? You mean fucking Zerial or whatever? A literal goddamn like demonic lord? I wouldn't want to really do anything that's going to promote anything WotC's making either. Not that they need it. It's just, you know, fuck them. The Paladin on TV tropes. Cassandra from Dragon Age? I'm not familiar. Cassandra Dragon Age? Oh, literally a paladin. The Seeker. Ooh. Yeah, class Templar. Okay. Ooh. I can dig it. I can dig it. Yeah, I can dig that. Does it get its power from a faith? No, nothing in the game gets its power from faith. Not because I'm like, yeah, no, I want to play an atheist character. No, literally because like I just don't really feel like I like designing with that specific of an intention in mind. Like, I'm not gonna force anyone into saying like you have to be religious in order to play this class. That's why like it's not a cleric, it's a luminary. And if people wanted to play a religious character, they can. But like, let's be real here. Most people are like, I just whatever. Do you really want to roleplay being a Jehovah's Witness and going around and like delivering your fucking God's pamphlets or whatever? That's a gag that happens every once in a while. But like, in all reality, the people that are like, oh, my faith is the thing that it's just not really happening. Yeah. So if they wanted to have that, but not really embrace the very religious sides of roleplay, they can. Yeah. Wonder Woman is a cool one. Ooh. That actually is a really good example. And it's more, yeah, I would say more people know who Wonder Woman is than Cassandra. Dude, wait, that's kind of fucking dope. Yeah. Yeah, you can have a religious wizard if you want. Yep, you learn your, yep, exactly. I tried to open up more shit, and okay. This always gets me in a little bit of hot water when I say it, but, so I think whenever games are putting, like, roleplay expectations on you as a part of, like, here's how you create your character, it's like, everybody ignores that. Everybody ignores that. And anytime you lean too into it, it never really feels authentic. Like, just give me the game. Like, let me feel if the game is fun. And I don't really care for games that, like, if someone's like, yeah, this has the most in-depth roleplay mechanics I've ever used or engaged with, I just don't really care. I just don't. I'm like, is the game fun, though? Like, I want to know, is there game to it? What am I playing? That's the thing. Right? Is removal to create more flexibility? Yeah, kind of. I mean, that's been the old school mentality from what I've seen. Or at least in the OSR Renaissance, right? New school, whatever you want to say. Reduce complexity, open options. Now, you could have both, though. I'm trying to keep it down to like 4, if possible. Like in this one right here, let's get fucking rid of Indiana Jones. Come on. Like, the rest of these they fucking hit. Like, yeah, Indiana Jones is such a kind of hokey inclusion here. But like, Vin from Mistborn being a rogue, fucking yes. Locke Lamora, one of the best goddamn witty ass like rogues ever. The only thing that makes me partially want to remove this is to put him up in the Bard, because he's so fucking sharp-tongued. Yeah, Vin, if you ever wanted a really good example of a rogue in fantasy, please watch as this rogue turns into a fucking disgustingly awesome goddamn like force on the battlefield. Holy shit. Part of me just wants them to do a Mistborn movie or Mistborn series to see the last book. Like, oh my god. Here, this will not be spoilers. Yeah. Huh? Oh, I got them water. I haven't gotten them food yet. Dude. Okay, so there is absolutely a real explanation for why this sword is this fucking big. Dude, Vin in like book 2, book 3. Yes. Hang on. I don't know if I can. Batman's rogue? Sure. Yeah. He doesn't gonna use it. Oh, well, thank you, Liam. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, Batman's more of a pugilist. I would agree with that, sure. I also just don't really like Batman as an example for a fantasy character. I'm weird like that. He doesn't really feel like he hits many fantasy tropes. He's just sort of the like, oh yeah, things are really bad right now. I'm gonna be a really good guy, and like I've got all this money, and I'm very smart, and I can punch things really hard. And I also think Batman's just kind of a boring superhero. Yeah, Vin. Whenever Vin gets the fucking Koloth sword, dude, she goes goddamn rogue barbarian multiclass, and like holy, well yeah. So like, okay, so this sword has a perfect explanation. It looks ridiculous, but that's the thing is like the magic system makes this work. Yeah, guts type beat for real. Yeah. So like because of allomancy, like allomancy being this whole like metal based magic system, she's able to like support this weight because of the way that the magic system works. She can like literally like force this sword away from her or toward her, not necessarily like has to be up with her own like muscle mass, right? So oh man, it's so fucking cool. And the design of like Vin is just, I cannot fucking wait for this to get turned into a series. Oh, does she go berserk? I mean, kind of, but yeah, I get the gag. Yeah, the holy shit. There is, yeah, there was a without like major spoilers. Christ, man, I don't know what else to say. If you have not read this series and you are a fantasy enthusiast, you need to be reading this fucking book. Like, Mistborn, there's 3 books to it in the Vin trilogy, okay? Pick them up. I promise you, it'll be one of the best things you've ever done. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah, I couldn't really think of anything that sounded good unless we leave it up to chat. Chat, can you think of something that sounds better than McDonald's? It's on my list because you keep mentioning it. I promise you'll finish it in a month. Depending on how fast of a reader you are. But yeah, you'll pick it up insta binge. It's one of the best fantasy series ever written. Period. Anyone who disagrees with me, I will fucking fight you. Meet me at Gen Con. I will.
Meet me at Gen
yes.
Con.
We'll fight in front of the Catan booth, alright? Literally anything better than McDonald's. Yes, I know. The place immediately next door to McDonald's. That ink refilling place, I guess.
What?
Hi, Karen.
Meet me in front of Arby's parking lot.
Yeah, just something.
Yeah, no, I know. How about? Why is this so hard tonight? Era 2 didn't go quite as hard, but they're good reads too. Yeah, I haven't picked up Era well, I haven't started Era 2. I've got it sitting over there. I would really like... What's some food that just looked really good that I'm like, yeah.
Definitely
Chat, I need a recommendation here. Chat. Do we do I mean Mexican food? You guys order El Tequila. Is it? It was like 20 the last time we got it.
I mean, go ahead and check. You have to look.
Oh, yeah, one
'Cause
sec.
I would be super down with that.
I mean, yeah, if it's not going to be that ridiculous price. Is there enter my phone's GPS to check nearby you? Yeah, check Harvard in Tulsa. Yeah, that's right. Orange.
Oh, 44, 45, 46.
We're not at that point.
47, 48, 49,
We're not at that point. You stopped that.
51.
No. Taco
I swear Owasso tries to put their name into everything.
Yeah, I know.
There's a car
It
wash
is.
called a Washo.
I know.
I can't.
It's like they keep doing it, and I'm like, I don't think that's as cute as you guys think it
It's
is.
not. They love kitschy shit.
Orange.
Where the hell is El Tequila?
Yeah, right?
I'm gonna be so mad.
Oh.
There, think.
And it's red. So 1, 2. Okay, let's see. I fucking love these enchiladas. Oh yeah, by the way.
Yeah, I do too. You can use a little plus. Yeah, there you go.
So I have heard from people online. I have not watched it yet. Everybody's saying the new Fallout series is very fucking good. Yeah.
Oh, that's so exciting. That's so.
Oh
fucking
god,
exciting.
yeah, it is $40.
Well, yeah, I mean, take the tip down some, but
God, I mean,
still.
$8. Well, okay, where is this place even located? So I know. That's the thing is like I
let me
can't.
find it. Hang on. Hey, look.
Okay, so I'm not gonna get that. No. Let's start this relationship over. Yeah, a $12.59 meal. You're gonna deliver it to me for fucking $30 DoorDash. Absolutely suck my dick.
Yeah, and it's not that far.
No.
Cut it out, Apollo. Cut it out.
Arsene Lupin? Who the hell is that? Is that Lupin the Third?
Did you get it?
Who the hell is this? He's just like he's a jokey dude with a top hat. No, I didn't pick that up. Are you kidding me? I was not gonna pay $40 for
No,
that.
right? So yeah, I was asking.
Okay. Okay, so Mexican food. I mean, I'm in the mood for Mexican food. I'm in the mood for Mexican food. Hi. Velvet Taco was not worth it whenever I got it last time.
Don Francisco or one of those like.
I mean, Don Francisco's is there,
places.
you know, yeah. Do you know what you would want?
Usually just
25. Wait, tacos $1.99. 3 tacos. That doesn't make sense.
it doesn't, but let's try it. I'll do the whatever regular.
Was it the
is.
pork? I mean, fried pork?
Maybe.
Okay. Look, this says 3 right here,
I know.
but I don't believe it
I agree.
because at that price,
that doesn't make any sense.
it's it's what, Friday?
Yeah.
There's no way.
Oh, cut it out.
There's absolutely no way that's the case. I'm gonna get 3 there,
Yeah.
and then we'll get chicken.
Okay.
I can't get spinach enchiladas here. What?
They don't have spinach in. Oh, cut it out.
Oh,
Cut it out.
cut it out.
Cut it
Yeah,
out.
especially whenever there's like 2 tacos over here for
I
$7.99.
know. See, I don't understand.
Something's fucky there.
It is.
But if they bring us 3,
Yeah, I'm down.
I'm not gonna complain.
What if they brought us 9?
Hell yeah. I think their burritos were okay. Oh God, I just don't want to pay fucking $9 for a burrito.
One of those honker ones.
Yeah, but I mean,
No, I get it.
Whatever. I'm just gonna get it, and that's gonna be that. Intestine, come on, cheek. Yeah, who went like, yeah, that thing that the poop tube that they have in that cow right there? Let's fry that up.
A long time ago, they had to use every part
See,
of the animal they could.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that's way more. That's much better.
It must entirely have just been on the delivery fee. Yeah, because like even this is super cheap.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
That accept it? We good? We good? We got food? Are you gonna scream at me? Are you? Have you made up your mind? Yeah, and then you always take it out on me. I know. Next time I'm just gonna throw like water in your face.
Do it.
No, don't. No. No. Okay. Alan Wake is kind of a runekeeper. You're fucking reaching without one author. It's all good. Is there a way to see the work I've done so far, like on Patreon or something? Wait, the work I've done so far, like on the game? You can like get the game and play it right now. Go. Yep, you can get the. Actually, if you look down here, somewhere, maybe like right over here, you should just be able to see the storefront page. I am working on a quick start as well. So that's getting put together, but it's not complete. So, yeah. I like Laura Croft here. I like Locke Lamora here. Nona Gray makes sense. Vin is perfect. But I feel like there's an iconic rogue I am really missing. And not like a detective. No. Oh god, who's like, I mean, Nona is more of like the assassin. So is Vin. Bilbo. Yeah, so I had Bilbo on here. And then I really got to thinking, what does he do? What is he really doing? You know? Yeah, he's more of just sort of like, they say like, oh, you're a burglar. And it's like, really? Is he? What is he doing? He what? Yeah, he's just kind of a snide, like, oh, I'm a hobbit, and you know, I should be clever, and as I'm experiencing these things, and no, I think people define what it meant to be a rogue way better than Bilbo. Tasselhoff Barefoot? Is that Discworld? Carmen Sandiego? Arya Stark. Okay. Yes. I like the idea of Arya. Can I be real with you? Why I... Oh, Dragonlance? Ah, okay. The only reason I wouldn't put Arya on here... It's... Look, if you've seen Season 8, I don't know that we can really put... I refuse to acknowledge that's what they did with her character. God, Arya has a perfect story all the way up until, like, Season 7, Season 8. Yeah, what season that show was canceled before then? Absolutely fucking true. Thank you for reminding me, brother. Absolutely. See, I go so far as to say like season fucking 6. Yeah. Artful Dodger? Is that a character in something? Ezio or Altier from Assassin's Creed. I get why. I get that. I get that. So I think Nona makes sense for the assassin that we would have. Here's my thought, right? Nona makes sense for assassin. Vin makes sense for assassin. Locke makes sense for the shit talker fucking like ruffian rogue. Lara Croft makes sense for the dungeon delver. What am I missing? That's the real question.
What about Rogue?
Yeah. She's still more of a witch, I would think. No, I know. And I'm fucking with you. Oh yeah, wait, did you guys see the... Oh, a spy. Maybe that's the problem. I was like, God, I feel like we've got a lot of the archetypes under control here. But I'm like, I feel like we're missing one. And I'm like, they just said a spy. A mastermind, a seller of info. Yeah, I could see that. Because, like, the way I look at it, Locke Lamora is your shit talker rogue. Honestly, Locke Lamora is probably better fit for a bard, but like he's not a musician. He's just a shit talker, right? No, not Han Solo. Han Solo is a gunslinger.
Yeah.
So like Lara Croft makes sense for your dungeon delver.
Yeah.
Nona Gray is like assassin. Nona Gray is basically Arya Stark, but like
Oh, okay. I was like, I don't know who that is.
Book of the Ancestors. So like more of like think like a coven of assassin like women and stuff.
Okay, so kind of like the Brotherhood if it was all women.
Yeah. Vin from Mistborn.
Yeah, totally.
Vin is like honestly, the people who are like Vin, really? Vin is an arcane trickster. Think of Vin as like 5e's arcane trickster, but like actually turned into a badass. Like, yeah. So.
Whoa.
Oh, there's just guys working next door, and they're yeah. It's just some.
Thought it was like somebody throwing down.
No, it's like a remodeling crew,
Oh,
and they're dorks out there, just
Okay.
loud. Yeah. I think I could just let it be for right now. I don't think that Locke Lamora is a great fit. But I think I'll leave it here for now. And come back to it. But yes, I like the idea of a thief fitting in there. Or, sorry, a spy fitting in there somewhere. Okay. Oh, this is always the fucking super fun one to see people fight over. Alright. Iconic sorcerers. Storm is a no-duh. I think Storm, if there was like anyone that I could point to as classically what defines sorcerer, it's Storm from X-Men. Zero argument whatsoever. Yennefer is where people start getting weird about it. Ganondorf is another one where people are like, he's a warlock. No. Wrong. There can be evil sorcerers too. They're not all warlocks. Jareth from the Goblin King. Or Jareth the Goblin King from Labyrinth is one that I may get rid of. I don't get why this is here. Honestly, at the end of the day, there's way more iconic sorcerers than fucking Mickey Mouse. I'm probably gonna get rid of Jareth. I get Ganondorf. Yeah, don't listen to the haters. Yeah. If anyone does Jareth, yes. Yeah, there we go. Spoil for choice with sorcerers. I think Yennefer is a really, really good sorcerer pick. But I can understand people saying she should be a witch. If anything, it's her story that makes me think she should be a witch. Yeah, he's wide enough. The thing with Yennefer that made me put her here was the fact that magic is that deadly in The Witcher, to where like it's probably my first like cinematic pick for this archetype, right? Aang, mayhaps. I mean, people are probably going to be pointing to that anyways. Aang works. Aang is fine. I think that Yennefer could probably get moved over to Witch. Oh yeah. Anakin Skywalker. Yeah. Maybe Palpatine. So I don't think I really talked about this. Witch got a big buff, and I haven't seen anyone point this out yet. Vanguard is going to be another one I have to go through. I actually think Yennefer would be way better fit over here, and we just get rid of Willow. Morgan Le Fay, Granny Weatherwax, Dr. Facilier, and then we have Yennefer from the... Yeah, that's what we do. Look at this. Look at this. Get out of here, Willow. Get out of here. Shut up. Go. Fucking... flautist. Alright. Vegeta probably inspired half this class. You're not wrong, but I cannot put Vegeta here. Sorcerer. Gifted with magic, right? Gifted with magic. You are a magical being. You have this gift. Yay. Aang makes sense here. Ganondorf makes sense here. Storm, 100%. Merlin's a wizard. No. Scarlet Witch.
Yeah, okay, they obviously don't know. Oh, what the hell?
Well, because...
No, it's... I typed in famous sword, and it brought up a list that says famous witch.
Yeah, because people think they're synonymous.
Jafar?
Jafar. Well, we have one evil ref on here, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay. Richard from the Sword of Truth. Elsa from Frozen.
Ooh.
That is a very weird pick. But I'm here for it. Yeah, look at that list. Come on now. I love how they're all like one word too. Like Aang, Elsa, Ganondorf, Storm. Like maybe that's the thing, is like if you're going to be a sorcerer, you need to only be known by your first name.
I mean, that powerful.
Yeah. Elsa's an ice witch though, right? How does Elsa... I have never seen Frozen, by the way. How does Elsa get her powers?
That's never... Had on the
Oh, okay, so she's a sorcerer. Alright, cool. Got it. Can you credit her to Frozen 2 for some reason? Can I... Wait.
Oh, well then that... so then why is Merlin a wizard?
What?
Why is Merlin a wizard?
He studies magic. Oh.
He does study it too.
Are you talking about in the TV show or in King Arthur?
Yeah.
Are you... There is a difference.
Pretty sure. That's his... I don't know.
No, there it is a modern retelling. It's not one for one. Like... Wait, who do we have here? Juggernaut, yes. Reinhardt, Overwatch, yes. Groot, yes. Havel. Havel is the big, like, cinematic inspiration for this whole class. Sadie Sorceress? She's a witch in here. Yeah,
Why did they say Sadie Sorceress?
because it's another example of, like, pop culture twisting the meaning of sorceress and witch and wizard and
That's
mage and, yeah. Warlock, yeah. Who's that Sadie sorceress? Let me tell you about the Sadie. That song fucking bops so hard. I love how, like, there's already so much good shit from King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard, and suddenly there's just a rap track, and you're like, what the fuck? Cool. Like, who's that Sadie sorceress? Now that's gonna be stuck in my head unless I play that right now. Yes. Oh. You did not expect that reference today? Dude. Oh, this song fucking slaps. Later, Exomancer. Dracula is a wizard. Oh. Yeah, look at artisan. Didn't all fit. You're funny, Gavin. Huh? I mean, maybe. I think he's closer to a sorcerer. Yeah, Harry's a sorcerer. Yes, Sypha is. Matilda? I need to watch that movie again. It was quite good. Sorceress. Actually, there's oh god, there's a song of King Gizzards.
What about Skeletor?
What about who?
Skeletor.
I don't. Is Skeletor a wizard?
He's the sorcerer.
Huh. I really, honestly, I could lose my nerd card here, I guess, which, like, fuck it, alright? But, like, I have never enjoyed He-Man.
That's okay.
It's just, like, never really been my thing. Where is...
Oh, Melisandre from Ottawa. Call her that, but I mean, I guess
she's been gifted that...
Yeah.
I mean, she's a warlock.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I guess she's a priestess.
What about Jace from Magic? What magic does Jace do? Mind magic. Whereas if not now, then when? Ah. All right, some of y'all might not be into this, but Jesus.
What's his from? Venture Brothers.
Oh, Dr. Orpheus?
Yes.
Oh man, yeah. No wait, it's not Thaddeus Orpheus. Yeah. Oh, How do I feel about the silver cord? Not familiar with it. Yeah, Gizmer. Yeah. Oh, and Gandalf is not the poster boy for wizards. Gandalf's got nothing on Merlin. Merlin's a fucking legend. Like,
But isn't Gandalf so powerful?
Gandalf is a sorcerer. If we're going by D&D terms.
Yeah, I was like, Gandalf is.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, he's a sorcerer. Yeah.
Oh, you're on.
Oh, yeah. Oh, sorry. We're wrapping that up. Why don't I put the Juggernaut? So, Sypha studies. No, yeah, that's a... Magic is an oral tradition to speakers.
Yeah, technically.
She's a wizard.
Yeah.
You could make an argument she's like a luminary. Do what?
I would say nothing.
Yeah, speaker, according, well, to the speakers, it's an oral tradition that they keep passing down, so it has to be studied. So it would make them a wizard, but yeah. I don't know that she ever heals, though, does she? That would be food.
No. I mean, yeah.
Oh. Here we go. Okay. Now then when. Ah, so good. Wait, is it just what do I just play in my liked playlist? I mean, this is I don't even plan on live stream VODs ever or live streams ever being really monetized. It's just I know it's always. Oh wait, Anomaly.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I can do Anomaly right now.
Oh yeah, that's right. I was so confused. I forgot that we didn't get El Tequila, and I was like, what is this?
This isn't the right Mexican food. That's my burrito. Did they?
Only two here.
Really? I ordered 3. I paid for 3. Son of a bitch, I'm getting my money back. Son of a bitch!
Yep, it's right.
Well. They forgot us a taco. Missing or incorrect item. Well, we're only missing 1. We didn't get a taco. We just didn't get it. DoorDash, we just didn't get it. Yes, give me the credit. Sure, whatever. $2, whatever. I'll be a little pedantic bitch about it. If I paid for it. Yeah, yes, you resolved my issue. Thank you. I need to get back to entertaining my stream of nerds. Yeah, right. Classic ones are just so hard to think of. Oh. Dude, Anomaly is so fucking good. I'm not a nerd, I'm a cool nerd! Whoa! Woo! Boy, that hot sauce kicks you right in the dick. Okay. Now, would you go on? Jeez. Okay. Yeah, I know I've heard of this one before. I know I've, like, this archetype exists. Woo! Ah. Well, thank you, Techo. Yeah, I'm going for something that I don't think a lot of systems really hit this vibe. Yeah, we've been to TV Tropes like 4 times this stream to just figure this out. Where's... Yes. Oh. Okay, if you're not familiar with this guy Anomaly, get ready. Jesus. Ugh. Okay. Ruby Weiss Shrine. Nice. Yeah, I told you Anomaly is fucking great. It's right into the Dragon's Horde, yeah. God, this key change is so good. Badass monk tradition. Yeah, right? Yes! That's what I was thinking. The old buff guy from Tekken? I think you might have it right. I don't know. What is that, like? Hack? Start with an H? Oh, that line's so good. Hashi, thank you. You gotta look at the animations in Ruby, it really sells it. Well, I think that she's just manifesting runes, and it's not so much about the manifestation, it's about the action and what they do with them. Here's another really good one from Anomaly. Oh. If we're gonna get copyright claimed, we're getting claimed hard for it, alright? We're gonna do it right. Oh, get ready. Oh. Yu-Gi-Oh, get out. No. Ugh. Ah. About whoever made Stormbringer. Oh, that's good. Ah, yes. Well, I consider her from Magus, maybe? You just really want me to include the character you really like? I don't really know, like, I don't know much about her referencing or anything, and I'm gonna be honest, I'm doing what I can to remove as many anime characters as possible. It is a stylistic clash with the rest of the game. It's just, in all honesty, a lot of the TTRPGs that are coming out right now are so heavily influenced by anime. I'm trying to do something that goes a little bit closer back to the original action feel. Yeah, exactly. We need to make sure that the spectrum is broad. Yeah, Lovecraft has a lot of characters that do this, but like none of them are like iconic in the use of it. It's always like, oh, there's this really spooky relic I know, or that has a. This is the way that you summon all the parasites of the other world. Get them out your butthole. The one power in the Wheel of Time is like this. Oh god. Oh my god, this is so rough. I don't know. We just need one more. Yeah, you would think there would be. We need another Rune Keeper. Yeah, this is really hard, it turns out. I thought this would be all over media. Turns out, pretty fucking sparse. But like, this is a classic theme of fantasy. Okay, so the fact that you've now said that makes me think it's actually worth considering. Do you have Horson? Key Ink in my chat. Is the Horson worth it? You've read it. I haven't.
I fucking love that trilogy. I can't believe someone even said it. I didn't even know other people knew about it. Who said that? Where is it?
Key Ink, the Horson, like from Sabriel.
Key Ink, you just become one of my favorite.
So the Horson, it fits the Runekeeper vibe.
Well, but the Abhorsen, so they do use runes, but they're necromancers.
Right. That's fine.
Oh, okay.
Like if we can point to a term where it's like that hit right there, right?
Yeah, the Abhorsen, because different people become the Abhorsen.
Yeah.
But they definitely do use runes for
right.
all kinds of shit.
Okay, who would you point to that you're like that character?
Oh, from the Abhorsen?
Yeah.
You could literally just put the Abhorsen. I would say Sabriel just because she's my favorite. Or excuse me, Lirael because she's my favorite.
Who?
So that's Lirael right there.
Amelia?
Do not, ma'am.
Lirael?
Yeah, Lirael. She is the second book. Sabriel's the first one. And I like Sabriel, don't get me wrong, but Lirael's my favorite. So they have what's called the Charter, and that's what they pull their, like, quote, magic from, and it's, like, runes that are invisible that they can... but some of them you can also see. Just a bunch of glyphs and things.
Okay, that's sick.
Yeah, it's really cool. I fucking love that trilogy.
Alright, how about fucking... Yes! There you go. We're already getting shit DMCA'd. No, I don't know about DMCA'd, but... Here we go. For all you nerds that want a good rapper. Oh yeah, thank you. They're in alphabetical order. I feel more.
Used to draw, hard to admit that I used to draw. Portraiture in a human form, doodle of a two-headed unicorn. It was
Is there a fly?
in his arm and a fusion of man-made tools and a muse from beyond, even if it went beautifully wrong. It was tangible.
No, it's just my hair, okay. It's like watching stream like, what the fuck?
Stews in a bedroom, ooze in a brand new cuneiform. Barely commune with the horde. Got a whole grayscale ungluing his world. Might zone amp to the yap of the magpie. Unseen hand dragging his graphite. Cross contour, a little bit of backlight. Black ink after a Bristol to baptize. You can imagine a rush that ensue when you get 3 dimensions stuffed in a 2. Then it's off to a school where it's all you get to. Being trained and observed by a capable few. Back in New York by peeps and a dog in a 2-bedroom doing menial jobs. Plus rhyming and stealing and being a clod. Distractions, freedom, a rod. I left some years of giving a light. I left some will the spirit away. I let my fears materialize. I let my skills deteriorate. When about I thought of what I should have been. Continuing a mission that was rooted in a 20-year affinity and rickety condition with an ID crisis. Snap on the front lawn, look up in the sky. It's shapes falling out of the fringe. All heart though we would have made cowardly kings. They will chop you down just to count your rings. Just to count your rings. Just to count your rings. And now we're...
Can you convince me to maybe change the name of the rogue to the thief? I'm not against the idea.
Cowardly kings, they will chop you down just to count your rings. Just to count your rings. Just to count your rings. Used to paint, hard to admit that I used to paint. Natural light on a human face, stenciled fire in his roommate's face. It was blooming addiction, a miss and a push and a pigment. Book like a tattooed pigskin look. Pinhead kids at a minute. Drank Kool-Aid from a tube of acrylic. And I grew up in a linseed oil or linen. Joy to the poison, voice to the resin. Capture a map of a gesture. Back up, add a little accurate fat to the figure. Redo that, move that inward. Zinc white lightning shoots from his fingers. Studio strewn with illusion and tinctures. Stay tuned for the spooky adventures. You can imagine the stars that align when a forearm starts foreshortening right. Or a torso hung on a warping spine in proportion. Reads as warm and alive. Routine day with a dirt cheap brush. Then a week goes by and it goes untouched. Then 2, then 3, then a month. And the rest of your life to beat yourself up. I left some seasons eager to fall. I left some work to bury your life. I let my means of being dissolve. I let my person curl up and die. Eating up his innards and unfeasible anxiety is brutally committed to relinquishing his privacy, aligning with the trials of the anti-Midas. Snap on the back lawn, look up in the sky. It's shapes falling out of the
Van Helsing count. Oh, we got the Rune Keepers. We're good.
made cowardly kings. They will chop you down just to count your rings. Just to count your rings. Just to count your rings. And now we're colors pouring out of the fringe. All heart though we would have made cowardly kings. They will chop you down just to count your rings. Just to count your rings. Just to count
Yep.
your rings.
No, Tin Can, I totally sympathize. I really don't like the fact that there's 3 that start with an R. It's just a thing that bothers me. And yeah.
Where is the truth you promised?
The kid that worked down at the local Baskin Robbins got a tattoo of a lipstick print attached above his collar. I watched him relocating pistachio to a waffle, thinking I had lost the plot, if not the passion for the novel. He asked me what I wanted. I ordered something daft. He said he liked the tattoo Alex drew me of the bats. Thanks. I like it too, but modestly confess.
I like the title of Rogue
It's not the main event.
because it's not so specific.
Look at that neck. The message is immediate. The guy F's chicks. I spent a lot of years making friends with cool artists. So when they drew me tattoos, I could truly feel important. Now some 22-year-old inside a cube of brick and mortar got me questioning my morals in their corny pecking order. I should give a shit less. Cherry, no.
The Jack.
Lot of years.
Well, yeah, you like Jack because it's Jack Rabbit. I know how your mind works.
Down at the local juice place. Got dreadlocks down to her waist. I watched her add the spinach to the ginger to the grapes. My hair was underwhelming. My juice
Jack is cool, but more people are going to identify it as Rogue.
commenced the locks. She asked how many years it took the girl to grow the crop. It took a lot of years.
We can always redo the Iconics.
Kept them and reattach them anytime I want them. My mind's fucking blown. The future is
I'm so right, yeah.
I bet you own your pets and ride a hoverboard. I used to
The crook.
first. These kids are running wild. I'm still recovering from church. You should have seen me in the 90s. I could ollie up a curb. You should have seen me in the 80s. I was bumping New Edition, dragging acne into Hades. Lot of years. Know what I mean? Lot of years.
You're way too Rabo Pill. It's all right.
Question. If I died in my apartment like a rat in a cage, would the neighbors smell the corpse before the cat ate my face? I used to floss the albatross like daddy came with the chain. I'm trying to jettison the ballast with the hazardous waste. The kid is comfortably numb, routine a tedious crutch. Steep in a self-imposed Stockholm and Lima in flux. Maybe an occupation popular with demons and ducks. Mid any mingling akin to being seasoned and stuffed. It's theater with jumping jellyfish. Jealous.
This album's so good. Yeah, it's a 10 out of 10. The Impossible Kid, dude, so good. Hey. The heel.
Funny when defendants from identical haunts step out the tempest to measure of what the spectrum involves. Maybe no one cares. Party over here, I'll be over there.
The thing is, it's a blend, right? Why lemon yellow for the rogue? I thought it looked nice with this, but that's all temporary. Don't worry about it. Gavin, stop it.
I used to hang around with rappers at the root of the scene. It meant a lot to feel the fugitive community breathe. Maybe the sentimentalize to be truly naive. I know some shit about your heroes that you wouldn't believe. I think we're all a bunch of...
That's the thing is, it's a decent blend. Rogue is good at hitting both those points. Like, Rogue is really good at blending the two of like assassin and thief. You can change Runekeeper. I thought about changing Runekeeper as well. Yeah. I'll be over there.
I view the rattling of sabers like a show to expose insecurities exploding in emotional code. When braggadocio to go from mostly joking.
Glyph keepers. Make it the glyphist. The glyphery. I do hope you don't have to cut the book quotes. Yeah, I know. They are fun. The glyphers. I feel like we're getting dangerously close to a racial slur. I don't know which one, but that sounds like it's getting close. Yeah. Look at those dirty glyphers over there. You okay? Mother Glypher? Yeah, I was like... It's okay, you tried. I mean, you're just in there yelling while I'm like on stream, just like, hey, look at me! Peanut Gallery! I do. You're... The cipher? Oh. Ooh. Ooh, wait. The cipher. Damn, I even used the hard R. Oh, fuck. Huh?
The cipher. The cipher.
Yeah.
Cipher, like,
Yeah. Uh-huh. You got jokes. You got jokes.
I'm hilarious.
Yeah,
That's
she
all
is.
there is to it.
Cypher is kind of cool for it. Yeah. Oh. Oh my god. Hold up. We gotta back that up. Hang on. Hang on. Oh. Oh. Spinal tap 11, tapping resin out the evergreen. Designated dark horse, headless independently. Sidewalks end with ponds and frog eggs. Buried bones and its very own blurry Sasquatch vids. Led like field ants to a hot lens. 8 o'clock kittens versus cobwebs. Fight.
here. Ice over bittersweet nightshade. Antlers rise from his migraine. Shredder die. Life's strange. How do you identify? Knew what them until and all our package with a vespertine. Me, I'm pretty useless to the ruthless painted Gemini that set him free. Eat his own body weight in genocide. Came back a decorated dog of war once more, though he currently stuck in the dog door. Additionally, dog isn't even his final form, just a period between greenhorn and Hyperion. Peer into the eye of a primordial experience. Portamento warriors in unforgiving wilderness. Borderline ethereal. Noah's Ark grown tone. Add a little up high, down low, too slow. Found acquaintances a pain to babysit, so he gave away his shit and gave them all the slip. Now, pets hit the ceiling when the wind blows. Fish float belly up, songbirds crash and the wind blows. Swizzle apple cider vinegar and dish soap. Suicide flies take dips in the
Cyborg's got one. Gotcha.
shuffle through a stack of old photos taken before the varicose verified chronos. I don't know, it feels weird. I'd rather feed an apple to a deer.
God, this album's so good.
I might have heard something in the walls. Could have been voices, could have been claws. Could have been a rebel yelling something more evolved. Pounding on the front door and standing all alone like, what up?
See, this problem right here, this problem right here is a part of the reason why the Bard became the Troubadour, because I didn't want like 2 B classes. And then everyone was like, oh, we're going to call it the Troubadour anyways. And I was like, fuck all y'all. Or we're going to call it the Bard anyways. Yeah, that's what they did, right? I thought about switching the Barbarian over and calling it the Fury, kind of like what they were doing with MCDM. But at the end of the day, nobody even calls it the... Nobody's going to stick with that name. Like, you might try to change some conventions, but like nobody's going to do it. Yeah. Necktie on his head, condor on his arm, dog star in a jar, bordering unsustainable. Man culpa, maybe I should pray a cold. Systematic Catholic or sigil at a Baphomet unraveling. Either way, his ID show a snake and skull. Always been a private dude who couldn't keep a tally. Man, where is it? Blood sandwich. Oh. Dude. Oh. You're gonna call the rogue a thief and I can't stop you. I'm not gonna try to. Yup, steps up to the plate. Little brother, little league. 87, he was 8. Rookie season for the skinny slugger, newly at a T-ball. Pit against the pitcher with a ripper you could eat off. Church then a grip loans, run a third first. Granny yelling go Cubs, nose in a word search. See milfs like apes on a monolithic bleacher in an advocating war and peace in lieu of sport and leisure. Hi Peggy. I was 10 chewing on a sweet tart. Little brother left field Queens guard. Mean arm, knees bent, 2 out, 2 on bags. When I caught him staring down at something moving through the grass. Hold up, tag runner and a whole cast rotate. Not before he could identify the culprit. Granny yelling go Cubs, Graham yelling go Fur. New left fielder, give a fuck about a homer. Got a homie, little rodent head and shoulders at a supple. No baseball in the bubble. Yeah, I've already got a piece. Maxwell and I talked. Into a closed head, coach not amused. Coach seeing red. Coach on the diamond dragon, 27 inches of aluminum behind him. Transverse third, the families turn nervous. The following is a transcript. The man versus vermin. Here we go. Man stands out by a hole. Pest pops up to patrol. Man plays live whack-a-mole in a scene that would try every childless adult. Whoa, pull boy with a ball mitt thrown over the fence. Coach hit the bench. Both teams lose. Good game, good game. Granny yelling go Cubs. Cubs ain't playing. My little brother is a funny dude. A lot of funny shit happened to him. My other brother pretty funny too. Ain't seen him in a minute though. Oh. This blossom right here. Oh, that's so good. Just in case of rough waters, I wanna put one up for my brothers. Just in case of rough waters, I wanna put one up for my brothers.
Yup, not a part of the machine. Big brother, big
Oh.
brother, 9016. Noi button tee, plaid flannel, late an adolescent art kid. Tony Hawk hair, skinny puppy denim, and a record player vomiting alien sex fiend peel sessions in a Christian home for field testing. It's real youth in a palm of your hand when your mom thinks Satan is involved in a band. We were buried in the village voice, checking it was playing where. Pulled his head up out the paper, pushing out a single tear. 5 words like a beacon of light in the mist. Ministry live at the Ritz. It was Christ is risen a Chris. 3 loves, 2 fish. Miracle of mechanized loops on 2-inch. Coming to a theater, he would be there in the flesh. Moms didn't say no, but she didn't say yes. Cop tickets, side of plot thickens. Countdown to ultimate concert experience. Mom's still worrying. Why are they called ministry? Are they a cult? Maybe she would probably investigate. Bought a mag with an Al Jurgensen interview. Read a couple sentences. Glanced at a pic or 2 or 3. That's all. No fair trial. Simply, you will not be going to the show and that's final. What occurred next with the top of the lungs of a son who unjustly had lost what he loved? In a moment that would transcend anger, the high art said, this is something I am willing to die for. Can you even imagine a death in a band from industrial fandom? Anyway, nobody count no concert and Chris kicked rocks in his mismatched Converse. My older brother is a funny dude. A lot of funny shit happened to him. We hadn't spoken in a couple months. I called him last night. How you doing? Just in case of rough waters, I wanna put one up for my brothers. Just in case of rough waters, I wanna put one up for my brothers.
Let's see how y'all be trying to front, man.
Yeah, Revelator. Right. Trickster. Not sure I dig that one either. Oh. God, this album's so good.
Been a bit since Mood died. Been a lot more lost and awake. I recall thinking someday someone's gonna say it's all from the same cause and effect, and I just couldn't fathom. Blaming a whole new page on a made-up chain reaction. Each claim individual peaks and pockets. Pains in a slew of unique nuances.
Okay.
Wake up 8 years non-responsive. It's a lot to process. Gone from a happier Jack in the Box to a package of clogged up chakras. Oh, shot spot, nothing ever after. We wanted from the once upon a time ... Once upon a time, he was so much more than a punchline for his own pot shots. I watched the Impossible Kid. Everything that he touched turns promptly to shit. If I zoom on out, I can finally admit it's all been a blur since Mood got sick. None of the subsequent years stood a chance. Whether it was mom's or his man's, whether it was pops or his girl, I was poisoned. Heart full of canines, head full of voices. Whole life trying to quiet him down like a suicide king with a knife in his crown. Hounds at bay, but they just won't stay. True friendship in a tugboat way. Ego dark in the face of the fucked. When the fucked was a friend, I was basically done. Into the woods go his alien tongue. It was that or a textbook fake and a funk, and I can't. Here go to hindsight. 8 years been one long blindside. I could pinpoint 7 more turns that occurred because he never really healed from the first.
Yeah, but yeah.
Hack is a myth, and he dap as a joke, and he map as a trick, and he graph as a hoax. Ease on down, I'm burning up, I'm bleeding out. No one ain't half the battle, that's a bullshit quip written by some asshole. You can own what you are, still sit around stoned in your car, not doing shit, halfway to nil, cranky and waiting for a boss key and hat full of bills. Get out the car race.
My God, this album.
My first name is a random set of numbers,
God.
letters, and other alphanumerics. that-
Spirit World Field Guide though. Oh.
I was at the gates.
Yeah, Prowlers 2, Hunter.
Black, my plants dead, my planet X, and my bleed green. And what's under the uncut chia seed? And what from the guillotine? A little flea and tick, a little fever dream, a little plead the fifth. Boat kill, I'm off leash, I don't heal, and I'm hung from an unkind mobile. I turn one misstep and a bone meal. Look, they break, I'm like top. My
Outlaws 2, Cowboy.
down, it's sci-fi. Red tide, my high by make record time. I go 3, 2, 1, D6 times, no lie till death. He getting line, K-Hill spawn, I'm no joke. I eat brains, I throw bolts. I know East Prayer seen broken oats. I go marching in, I'm all out, yo. I know rodeo from these pony shows. I don't stay for tea, you can't slow the code. I go coyote alone and ghost. I'm in the goddamn
It's literally about starting a letter. But I get it.
I was at the gates. Both said my boots on, no bullshit, and on both sides of that tough love. They're both mud, that's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. Straight up and down, won't even I was at the gates. Snake skin, my hood low, don't say shit, and on both sides of that bloodlust. They're both mud, that's what's up. That's what's up. That's what's up. Straight up and down, don't even bother.
Sneak attack, can I take it back to old school? I thought about calling it backstab a couple times. Backstab isn't really evocative of like a general idea of like what a feature could be. It's just sort of a like, oh, well, if I backstab like this, why can't other people backstab like this? I guess I'm just really good at backstabbing like this, right? Sneak attack feels a little bit more generalized, whereas backstab does feel very like, oh, well, if I stabbed it in the back, I should get this thing, right? It feels a little bit too specific. Yeah, there. And about the starting letter, that conveyance is kind of cool. If like, if you do keep the distinction of like different letters, we're already not going to get that though because Druid and Dancer. It would be cool if we could complete a little bit more of the alphabet like that, though. E is for... Yeah. Jackdaw instead of Jackdaws are... That's getting a little... Okay. So, like, whenever I'm kind of doing this, just so that, like, people can have my perspective as to, like, what I really want this to be, right? Like... I am trying to hit a fairly generic kind of vibe for fantasy, where like this is hitting the like kind of classic. Yeah, there's true. There's 26. Like, yeah. So with like this theme, if I start doing things like okay, so this is a part of the reason why I don't think that MCDM RPG is gonna like necessarily stick around very long, or like, yeah, it's not really hitting a classic fantasy. It's hitting like an idealized kind of version of fantasy that they have. They've gone very wacky with what their like class names are, and unless they literally like redefine what quote unquote cinematic fantasy is to them or something, I don't think that that's really gonna quite fuck. You know what I mean? So. Like, them calling it, like, the Conduit, or, like, the Fury. I get the Fury. The Fury would be fine. Yeah, I have a witch and a wizard as well. Yeah, right. This is the kind of thing where, like, the conveyance is going to matter with, like, what the different names mean. This is... You still want to hit a vibe where people will be able to read it and see, like, oh... I get what that does, right? Cypher is very pushing it. Pugilist, people know. Yeah, bare knuckle brawler. Okay, I get it. Revelator, this one's pushing it. Some people don't really know what this would mean or why I would have not called it a paladin. And I get that. But I'm never some people okay. So talking about the Revelator real quick. Some people have asked me why I don't just name it a paladin. A paladin as a class like makes zero goddamn sense to me. A paladin as a like a name for a class, like why suddenly is this religious knight named after an order of Charlemagne's knights? I was like, what? That doesn't make any sense. A revelator is someone who is literally like being revealed to or like brought into some sort of a supreme truth. Right, this is almost like an order or like some kind of a like revelation, right? Revelation. You are a living revelation of like a divine order, and that I just feel like it hit really hard. So much so that like whenever we were talking about changing up the letters for like some of these classes or whatever, this is the one that I was like, God, but you know this fucks too hard, like. Whenever you see this and you think Revelator, someone's like, oh, Oh shit, yes. Like, you know what I mean? Like I've had some people who were playtesting it that were like, Revelator, what is that? Oh, it's Paladin. Oh, that's a way fucking cooler name. Might be more first glance friendly for that what you're into. You like Cypher though. Yeah, I think that Cypher is more evocative. God. You could almost go with Sovereign, but you know the name holds a certain different meaning to you. Well, and at some point, I will be bringing a Sovereign or like a leader class into the game. We already have a Tactician, but I do like the idea of nobility as a thing, right? Yeah. Your favorite names are the ones that skirt the edges, TBH. Yeah, it also has to like make a sense. Make a sense. Taron, are you okay? It also has to make sense for like, this is why this is you know, yeah. God, I'm good for the Rim World. Here we go. Yeah. Class feature trust fund, yes. Now. Okay. And we had our ideas. We threw those out there for the rogue. We gave it a shot at maybe changing the name up. Tin Can, I'm sorry, you're just gonna have to cry and be mad about it and piss and whine as the rogues remains the rogue. I thought about calling it the Thief a couple times. My big problem with calling it the Thief all comes down to sneak attack and sneak attack conveyance, because I'm like, okay, the Thief. What about the Thief specifically says sneak attack, right? Yeah. Oh no. Anyway, yeah. I wouldn't mind it. I just, like, that's a thing I can't really get past. Is I'm like, why this? I guess, right? Like, Thief. Okay. But now if we have Thief, and there's people that are wondering, like, well, how do I do the rapscallion, right? Yeah. Your brain just literally didn't like 3 classes with R names. So, yeah, I would love to have a bit more, like, coverage or whatever. There's gonna be plenty of classes in this game. Because I'm not just stopping at the 18. I'm not going to be probably adding more to the core rulebook, but there's tons in here. Yeah. Thief could just be a perk. I mean, it could. I mean, anything could just be a perk. I can just say Vanguard's now just a perk, right? And what's so funny now is that people don't know if I'm just fucking around or not whenever I say shit like that these days. After watching the dev cycle and people getting so stressed out about, like, Taron got rid of this thing, I'm in like, yes, keep the chaos going. You can't wait for the net hacker to be a class. You like to see a zealot for the sake of a Z class name? I thought about that as like a replacement for the Luminari, but I also like the Luminari as a light sort of feeling class. I could change the Revelator to the Zealot, but like it's also a kind of a class name. It's like, what does it describe? Oh, someone who like really believes in a thing. I guess that works, but like, God, like, come on, Revelator. Come on, Revelator. You can hear the fucking drop D in that. Yeah, Zodiac may have sometime in the future, right? My only issue with the Zodiac in this system is Zodiac in 5e is very good because radiant damage is a thing. So in here it would have to be like really the difference between a Zodiac and a the difference between a Zodiac, at least the one that I wrote, and like a Revelator over here is even thinner. Okay. I need to go through and see what people were saying in the feedback doc. Protector would be 100% cooler if it worked with any piece of equipment that had the block property. You kind of want to be someone to dive in front of your allies and protect them from the... Oh, yeah. Any equipment that has the block property. Oh. Protector. If you have a... wiped, you can parry on behalf of an adjacent ally that fails their defense check against an attack. There we go. I like that. Good suggestion. Good suggestion. All right. Love that Alchemist art so much. Yeah, this is Inspiration Follows. Feedback Doc doesn't have many updates since we waited for today's session to play with the new updates. Ah, gotcha. You've been playing a multi-class Archer Zodiac with your boy Oliver. Hey. Well, hell yeah. Yeah, I wanted that magical girl vibe. Okay, what else we got? Feedback. Patara earrings. Yeah, let me get my fucking game slapped by Toei Animation. Thank you. Never heard of Stanley Gasser before. Seems like quite a cool teacher. Have I thought about a Jabberwock? I did for about... I thought about a Jabberwock for about an hour. It seems like it would be a fun one at some point, but I'd like to keep it still a bit more agnostic. And I think that the Jabberwock is one that kind of has a kind of specific vibe to it. I'm not sure how to explain it. I'm also trying to like agnosticize a bunch of the North American like monsters and stuff. Make it to where people are like, oh yeah, it's not just like... I mean, we got a lot of wacky shit here in the US. Wait, Philosopher's Stone has an issue. Oh, yeah, it got caught up in a find and replace. It's a relic, not a... The spell of creation, the essence of creation itself. It can form all materials when used by an alchemist. Got it. Good catch. BK Lemon. Would Zodiac be an expert mystic as opposed to the Revelator's warrior mystic? I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. Wait, do I still need art, or is that under wraps? I mean, we're still looking for art. Anybody that wants to help out and contribute to that is more than welcome to. I'm like, yeah, if you want to just give me your money, you know, you absolutely can. Yeah, there's still art pieces. Here's my next step here, right? Like, insofar, rub that. Sorry, I'm very, very sorry for what I've done. So the next part with the PDF is going to be, I still need to get rid of some of the stuff that's in here. Not that it's bad, it's just not completely original, right? You got a fat ass tax return. You could be persuaded. Roll a d20. Hang on, I got something for this. Hang on. If this rolls an actual 20, you got to give me the entire tax return. God damn it! I was really hoping. I'll let you interpret what that rolled, all right? Can't do it for free. Would love it. Would love to do art for stuff. Well, also, I don't know how is the style you're looking for. Yeah, I'm mostly just keeping everything. I'm mostly just keeping everything down to Maxwell's style. Just because, like, I love having a unified style, and I've been working with Maxwell for like 3 or 4 years. Well, is it 3 years? I think it's 3 years. I can't, man, COVID has just ruined my perception of time in general. I think I met Maxwell in 2021 and then immediately just started like commissioning him for everything. And there's a vibe I think that like kind of my writing and Maxwell's art like kind of have now where I have a really hard time imagining it with anything else. You know, I'm so weird like that. I'm like, oh, it would just be a dream to just, yeah. But anyways, so the next part of what the like art process is going to be and why I'm kind of like getting money together for it. So you see all these like big empty spots right here? It's where you were turning 36. So like you see these big empty spots like this right here, or this over here, this right here. Once I've finally settled in on what the book layout is, and like we've done the editing pass and everything, essentially I'm just going to look for these spots and fill in what we can with the artwork that we already have. But also like areas like this, I'm just going to ask Maxwell, like, put something there. What do you know, whatever. $25, $30 spot art, whatever you want to throw in right here, you think would be right. So lots of sketchiness, kind of filling in some of these spots. That's going to be just sort of a big pool, right? So we're just like, let's just shove like $1,000 in that and like make spot art happen and shit. Yeah. That's like the next step as far as the art goes. There's still a few pieces that Maxwell's currently working on that are going to be like the iconic like Runekeeper, Barbarian. We're going to have a different pugilist in there because Bathwater is, I think, good as the kindled, like acid kindled iconic. Bathwater as a pugilist iconic, I don't think really sells the idea of the class. So we're also painfully low on dwarves. So I'm like, all right, we just need to go with like dwarf, pugilist, bam, right? Would use a musical instrument as trinket perk be a possibility? Maybe also performance on cast checks. Performance for cast check with the singing perk. Spellslinger stuff would be cool. Deathgate cycle as an example. Wait, Spellslinger, like, wait, Spellslinger stuff. What do you mean by Spellslinger stuff? Yeah, I'm really confused what you mean by spell. Oh, Spellsinger. Is that what's going on with Deathgate Cycle? I've got those books. I've never read them. So you're saying, would use musical instrument as trinket be a possibility? There's no reason why it couldn't. Nah, because Bard would want to pick it up too, I guess, at some point. This is a weird one not to put into. We have to say that you have to have knowledge of the thing. This is why the trinket ones have been a little bit hard. Because these are the ones that we would want, like, Bard or, like, the experts to pick up, right? Like Bladesinger from 5e, Deathgate Cycle has singing magic, dancing magic, and runic magic. Okay, yeah, I need to read it just to see what's going on with that. This would just be you can use a magic, or you can use a musical instrument as a trinket. Cardistry is the one that we put up in here. Right, and this is only up here for this. Okay, so here's what we need to do. Musical instrument. So this is a conceptual problem. We go up here, Cardist. You don't get the perk here. Okay. Artistry. You can use playing cards. You can use a deck of cards. There we go. I don't remember if okay. Yeah. You can use a deck. Jesus. Or as a trinket. Okay. Oh my god, Amelia needs to stop that right now. Spell known right there. Yeah. So HIJKLMNOP. All right, there we go. All right. You can use a musical instrument as a trinket and can no. You can use the musical instrument as a trinket. If you do, hang on. You can cast the delivery of aura. Cone, maybe. If you do, you can, when you do, here we go. When you do, you can cast the delivery of aura, cone, and remote's not cheaper. Hang on. For 1 less mana. Maybe. Aura cone and see, remote is not like you have so many traits now. I mean, we're trying to hit like the vibes. Yeah, we're trying to hit like we're trying to do the things that like D&D does for character expression, but just show how much easier it can be. Aura cone remote isn't. We're talking about the delivery of the cast. So yeah, it's just to cast it, right? Aura cone, what else? Maybe not remote. It could just be aura or cone, and that's still really good. You can use a musical instrument as a trinket. Wait. When you do, you can cast the delivery of aura or cone if you could not previously. And spend 1 less mana to augment the delivery to aura or cone. Look at that. Look at that. Right? Jesus. You can use a musical instrument as a trinket. When you do, you can cast with the delivery of aura or cone if you otherwise couldn't. And here. Additionally, you spend 1 less mana to augment the delivery to no. And you spend 1 less mana to augment the delivery to aura or cone. That still needs to be tied into when you do. Yeah, right? So it's just a like, oh, okay, well that's a good little lift right there. That's a very nice lift, actually. You know. Okay. Now, if you were wanting to be a spell singer in some case, I guess you could do that, but like, let's be real here. This is already really good. Like, yeah. What about this doesn't click? The weird thing for me is that the trinket, the thing that was helping you to not have to make a sound while you were casting, is a musical instrument. Cone is a +2, so this may only really affect aura. No, it says you spend 1 less mana to cast it. So you would cone is a 1 to cast it. This casting still creates a sound. Right? Oh, you're assuming you don't have any mana. Yeah, that's the thing where I would say, like, to that player, like, hey, don't... Look, if you pick up some perks that, like, don't benefit you, I can't... If we're gonna try to make, like, the worst build that we can, this might be one of those cases. But, yeah. Okay. That's actually very good. That's giving you a delivery in there that is really slick. Somebody that's in chat that was a part of the discussion the other day about the Gish perk. Is there a problem with it? Because somebody... Where was it? Alright, I'm gonna look. So, they said... Alright, let me see if I can figure this out. You can use a weapon as a trinket, but can only cast it... but can only cast with a delivery of self, touch, and imbue. If you do. You also don't make cast checks to maintain the... as a result of taking damage when you take an attack. We can't have this in here. That was fine when it was just on the Revelator and the Magus. It's not fine over here as a perk. Because this is weird that sorcerers or whatever are just going to pick this up to avoid one of the big detriments. Or we just say, focus doesn't get checked whenever you take damage. it's kind of hard to just end that. I already think it really sucks if you're a backliner and you're taking damage. Like, if you're a backliner and you're taking damage, that is already, the ticker is already there for like, things are sucking for you really hard. You're probably about to die. Here's a question for you. Since Arcane Secret is now a story perk, would it be more acceptable to take it as your first level perk to offset needing to learn it in game? I mean, you can take it at first level. I don't really know what would be preventing it, or like what the hang up there might be. You don't make cast checks to maintain focus. Look, if I just got rid of this, the worst thing this affects is that casters are... Okay, here's the deal. This is the only thing distinguishing caster focus from focus everywhere else in the game. Focus is really good, but like... Your brain screamed ventriloquism and now you want it? I'm gonna take a look at Shadow Dark. Don't fall over, son of a bitch. Okay. Kelsey, what do you do here? Yeah, Shadow Dark has forgetting the fucking spell too. We're not doing that. Don't worry. Don't scream at me, chat. I already cried myself to sleep that night over that, alright? Spell attributes. Focus. Some spells last for as long as you focus. You can't cast another focus spells while focusing. You can end the focus spell at any time. Make a focus spellcasting check at the start of your turn. If you take damage or become distracted while focusing due to an earthquake, for example, you must immediately make a spellcasting check to focus again. Right. Shadow Dark is fancy in magic. God, this book just looks so good, though. Yeah, I love the green one. Like, she's not making these anymore. And so it just feels fucking cool. I'm like, ooh. I got this, like, it feels like a lizard. Oh. Okay, I'll put you down. Green, yes. I wonder why she settled on green. It feels cool though. Jesus. Fine, bye. This one gets complicated. You don't make cast checks to maintain focus as a result of taking damage. This is really only here for spell blading, right? So self-touch and imbue. But can only cast it with a delivery of imbue? That's what people want out of it. They want the sword to be like, that's like the whole fantasy. And if they get the other spells, then they get them. This shouldn't be giving you this much. Only cast with it with a delivery of imbue. If you do, and you can, okay, if you do, you also, or wait, imbue is your own weapon. Wait. Okay. Imbuing your own weapon. If you're picking up Magical Secret as a bard, you don't have any mana to augment your spells with. Oh, you're talking about for the other thing? I mean, that's intentionally trying to build, like... That's intentionally trying to build the 5e bard. And I'm not really particularly interested in, like... Yeah. If people wanted to do that, I would say, like, maybe go Sorcerer, and then go and grab that or something. But, like, saying that this is a thing that Bard should, like, really do, right? If people wanted to, like, get a perk to get more mana, I could maybe say there was a perk to do that, and we'll figure that out. But yeah, I'm not particularly enthusiastic about trying to just make, like, 5e's Bard a build in here. At least, like, if that's the intent, then it's right? They're getting the Magical Secret. They're gonna get the ability to, like, cast with the instrument. We could, like I said, we can include another perk in here that makes it to where they get mana somehow. That'd be a thing I'd probably think about later on, but yeah. You just didn't know if that was intentional or not. I would like to open up some builds, but I also need to look at how much mechanic people are getting out of these, right? Like this right here, this is a subclass defining kind of a thing. This is a really, 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 really nice feature. But can only cast with it with a delivery of imbue. But because of the way that casting works, you don't need to maintain focus on it this way as a result of taking damage. But you don't make cast checks. Wait, did I just delete that already? What? Did I delete that? Spend 1 mana and pass a cast check at the start of their subsequent turns to focus. To maintain the focus? Oh. Right. Okay. Pacifist in the story perks makes a lot more sense. Yeah. That's also one I'm not against getting rid of. I think Inspiration Follows was showing a little bit as to how that one could get kind of wacky and gamified. It might seem kind of fun, but there's also some builds that you can just go where you're just like, oh, okay, I'm just going to keep getting luck and like not engaging with the game. And I don't really know that I want to do that. I think there's something else we can get you. But it was doing less of the, let me think of an interesting way to get through this combat without like, you know, whatever. And it was just incentivizing people to be like, I'm going to hang out in the back and like do the shit that is already causing harm. And because I didn't technically deal damage that way, I still get this luck back. Right? And like, I don't know that that's exactly interesting. Like, oh, I just have to figure out a way to not do direct damage to things. I'm just going to cause like indirect harm to it through like being a witch. And I'm like, oh, that's less cool. You know, I'm like, if people engage with it and they have fun with it that way, then maybe we'll see. Maybe that's fun, right? I just know that being on my side of the screen, it was a little bit, right? Did I get rid of this? You have to make the cast check each time you deal damage, or each time you take damage? The duration they focus. If the focus target is casting... Oh, wait! Shit. While I'm here. Hang on. I say while I'm here, and I scroll rapidly to a completely other section of the book. While my mind is on this. Aha! Aha! Fucking... Oh my god. There we go. Correcting that. Now, Rogue and Dancer have got a very nice feature. Okay, back to this. Oh, focus. That's where we were. All right, thinking about this. So look, here's my thoughts. If the focused cast is targeting a being other than the caster, the hell? How about an unwilling being? The caster must spend 1 mana and pass a cast check at the start of their subsequent turns to maintain focus. Because we got rid of haste, like, and the whole guns don't kill people, bullets kill people argument. Because we got rid of haste, I'm less worried about this. It's good. It's very good. Caster takes damage. If the caster takes damage, no other crazy buff augments that can be exploited. Not that I know of. If you're taking damage, the thing that people are going to do is they're going to go like, oh, okay, so we have to go heavy armor, like caster, take barrier and ward, and yada, yada, yada. And then we're going to focus on one spell in particular that's extremely good. I'm like, eh. If an effect is permanent, it doesn't require focus and lasts until dismissed. No action or is dispelled. If the focus cast is targeting an unwilling being, the caster must spend 1 mana and pass a cast check at the start of their subsequent turns to maintain focus. Now, if a caster takes damage, I think that they should have to. It's a harmful effect. Now that leaves room for interpretation. Yeah. It doesn't. Yeah. There's rulings over rules, and then there's sometimes where the rulings don't give you enough to bite into, or like the lack of rules doesn't it doesn't really cover the territory I feel it needs to, right? When a caster focuses on magic, the duration becomes the duration of the focus. If the focus cast is targeting a willing being, the caster must spend 1 mana and pass a cast check and start their subsequent turns to maintain focus. Not requiring the focus whenever you take damage. Here's my deal. People don't really track that anyways. Or they forget about it all the goddamn time. It's already kind of scary. Oh wait. How about this? Doing so provokes intercepts. Oh, hold up. If you're in a bad spot at the start of your turn, something has got up on your ass, and you're like, rather than make the cast check, I have to drop this spell in order to, like, not get intercepted here. Or I take the chance with this intercept and maintain the focus on this spell. What do we think? Your turn to order Friday night dinner. Aw. What do we think, chat? Why is my camera doing this? Hello, chat. Exchange focus breaking on damage and provoking attacks. Yes. It's much more predictable. And I would say if some people were complaining about, like, wow, this doesn't feel great. I'm like, does it not? I mean, what? That doesn't mean you can't get shut down by a ranged attack or spell. Yeah, but, like, if that's the case, like, that stuff is probably already needing to kill you. I'm like, yeah, so just focus fire on the wizard. They'll be dead soon. Like, do that. So, if that's the exchange, this should be another thing where I'm like, letting people know, like, hey, casters, I'm gonna be real with you here. You guys have had a really cake time with a lot of TTRPGs. I'm gonna give you a lot more customization with this one. There is a lot of stuff you can do that I feel is super, super cool here. But this is going to come with some concessions. Concentration from 5e is essentially this right here. But we've gotten rid of some of the unfun shit. We've gotten rid of a lot of the stuff that was not fun to track. But this comes with some different territory here. Consistent with casting provoking attacks already. Yes, exactly. That was part of my thought process, was I was like, does this need to just say doing so counts as taking the cast action? Or do I need to say this counts as... This just does the thing I wanted it to do anyways. What's happening? So focusing on magic, This is... I didn't know if I wanted to revert it back to... If you take damage, you have to make this focus check. Or... if I wanted to maybe include something else in here. It needed a bit of counterplay. This actually makes the Magus' shit look kind of nice. Because they're already the parry god. So what this does right here is this is getting rid of tracking the fact that if you are taking damage, you've got to make these checks. With the trade-off of, while you're focusing on it, if you're focusing at the start of your turn and something's within 5 feet of you when it attacks, or, something's within 5 feet of you with a melee weapon, you could provoke an intercept. So the trade-off is, you don't have to concentrate when you take damage. Or, if something's within 5 feet of you whenever you're or you're doing the focus thing, you provoke an intercept. That thing can attack you. If it's within 5 feet of you, you're basically leaving yourself open. And then in the other classes, for like Gish, we just say, focusing does not provoke intercepts. Yeah, we say like, when you focus on a spell, focus does not provoke intercepts. Yeah, I think if you're waving your arms in front of someone, you should get hit. Yeah. It's like, abracadabra, halakazoo, okay. I like the idea. Oh, it was in here. Okay, so this is what we need to remember. I will take this up in here. I guess. And we need to remember to replace this on the Runekeeper, Magus, and the Revelator, right? If you do, you don't provoke intercepts to maintain, focus. Yes. You can do so. Hang on. When you make an attack with the weapon. No action. Oh wait, no shit. Hang on. You can do so as a part of an attack you make with a weapon. And you don't provoke intercepts to maintain focus on an imbued spell. Alright, let's read that back. You can use a weapon as a trinket, but can only cast it with a delivery of imbue. You can do so as a part of an attack with the weapon, and you don't provoke intercepts to maintain focus on an imbued spell. Right? What are we thinking, chat? Come on, nerds, let me hear it. Crow? What's Crow doing? He's playing content warning. What if I just randomly go over there and just jumped into his fucking stream chat? screamed, and left. He's in there with Blaine Simple. I just like go in there, fucking like, because like I can get into their live stream lobby. I can just get in there, yell really loud, and leave, and they would be none the wiser. I could do this. I feel like that would be such a dick move. My God, I'm kind of tempted. No, that would be such a dick move. God damn it. That'll make Gish players happy. Okay. This should be... The problem here is... What's the requirement on this? Like, this has to have a requirement. Very on brand for you. When you kill a being that is not an artificial or undead with a spell, you can spend 1 mana to regain health equal to a roll of your hit die. Wait, should that require 1 mana? Hang on. With a spell. Ooh, glad I caught it. Okay. When you kill a being that is not an artificial or undead with a spell, you can spend 1 mana to regain health equal to a roll of your hit die. What if it was just when you kill an enemy with a spell? You can regain health equal to a roll of your hit die. Oh, that's better. Okay. We can take this. Go up over here. Smite. Okay, you can use a weapon as a trinket, but can only cast with it, right? So we don't have that limitation. You also don't provoke intercepts to maintain focus on an imbued spell. There we go. You have to know a spell before getting Gish. It's a bit awkward, but it's not a major issue. Yeah, but like that's just a thing that I'm like, that should be like, yeah. So we say like, hey, you should go get a spell. Go, just do that before you do this. Come on now, my friend. How about this? Look, spell known, ENnie. At that point, look, I'm gonna hold your hand up to a certain point. No races give you spells, right? Oh, yes, they do. Yep. So you go over there, hey, you want, and that's kind of cool and on theme. Like, yeah, I'm a fire kindled, and I can infuse my weapons with fire. Yeah. Now, should we limit it to only experts or warriors, or are people going to be like, I want to be able to get this on a wizard? You want it on a what do we say? What do we do? How about this? How about this? How about this? Trained. What? Trained in Arcana? Because then people are going to be like, well, what about my spellblade? I want my spellblade to be casting with mysticism. I want my spellblade to be casting with Brawn. G-H, okay. H, there we go. G-H-I, thank you. A number of weapons? No, we don't have a number of weapons. Hang on. So, trained. We could say melee or ranged. I guess. Is that all we do? Is that it? I swear to God, if someone screams at me that they're like, "Wait, I can't do this. I can't do this with my box and pugilist guy." Oh my God. Right? It's like, yes, you can. Just go get it. Just do it. Right? This works, right? Am I going crazy? Ah! Amanda! Amanda? What is she doing? Hang on. Oh wait, I want a Pepsi. This is America. Look at just living now. No, you don't get training in an essence. It's just a spell. Spell known. Needs to be written though. Trained melee. Well, that's the thing. We say like, it doesn't need to be there. But like, if we don't, and people just pick it up and they're like, I can use a weapon as a trinket, and then I can put it up. And then people are like, okay, well, how do you cast with that? And then they're like, oh, why didn't this game tell me that I couldn't do that thing? They stopped me. They didn't stop me from being irresponsible with my character building. That's what winds up happening. This is really weird. It doesn't require this thing over here. Yeah. We need to get rid of the ones that give you an essence. Or a spell. Levy Totty. Okay, we can do this. Okay. Yes. Wait, you don't think the spell's... Oh, I thought you meant... Okay, we're good. Now. Okay. Okay. Someone said Doomsayer is broken. For my impressions? What was I doing the impression of there? Was that my... Do you like my childish Gambino fucking... This is America! When you use luck to deal... when you use luck to... Oh, I got a fix for this. Simpsons Ralph? I couldn't even for like 3 seconds. Luck. Add D6 to a damage or healing roll. Here's what I got for you right here. There's part of a Mickey Mouse parody in there. Okay, super effective. Add a D6 to a damage or healing roll. When you use luck to add a D6 to a damage roll, you instead add 2d6 Wait. You add 2d6 instead. Cake. There's a part of Mickey Mouse parody in there somewhere. Yeah, somewhere. When you use luck to add a d6 to a damage roll, you add 2d6 instead. What is that, like 4 times a day? Add 2d6 to a damage roll instead of that. Whenever you crit. Well, it's not like it matters all that much when you crit. I mean... Why does this microphone smell good? What I don't know. It has like an interesting smell. It's not like a. It's not like something specific. It's just got like a smell. You know those smells like not smell. No, it's not smelling toast. No. Yeah, you know those smells that it's not like a how do you put it? It's not like a yay, good food or something like that. It's just a like, ooh, that's a pleasant room. It's like a new car smell, right? Yeah, that's very new car. It's like new car all over my microphone. Inorganic, but not bad. Yeah, it's inorganic. Hang on. Here, I'll do this. Yeah, and it's the pop filter. Yeah, it's the whatever this thing is made out of. Carcinogen, I bet. And look, like the Rode, these pod mics just look so much better, like without anything on them. I call that factory fresh. Yeah, right? There's like that. That actually smells good. Right? Like, okay, so look at the pod mic now, right? Here, check this out. These are like one of the few mics that I think looks like really, really good without anything on it, right? And then, You do this, and it just seems like you've got a generic. This is kind of soulless, right? I love the pod mics, by the way. If you're looking at getting into streaming, Rode pod mic, $100, and you basically have a Shure SM7B. Take it from a guy that owned a Shure SM7B and sold it because he preferred this thing right here. Indestructoboy stream for the first time in this QT. Yeah. Yeah, I'm really curious what the wait, what's the thumbnail look like over on Twitch right now? Well, it's weird that I had the thought, you know what? Opening Twitch up on Twitch might not be a good idea.
Okay, cool.
Oh, God. No, stop. Who are you? Jess, I'm sorry. Jess Capricorn.
Today,
No, stop. Oh, that was funny. LB's on right now? Oh shit, I can't pull it up. No wait, no. Okay. Fuck. Is he sniffing his mic? Yes. Yeah, Twitch is damn near just not worth really streaming on. You saw the green screen shirt thing, right? I saw the green screen like ass thing that Mark probably had on. I'm like, I don't know, man. There's like a certain level of content that I'm just like, really? Okay, like that's fine. Whatever. It's their thing, I guess. Yeah. Okay. All right. So we've done a little bit of a shakeup. Got that incorporated over here. Oh, Runekeeper needs it. You're not the Runekeeper. The Runekeeper's not the Runekeeper anymore. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Ow. Oh, we didn't even need that over here. Hell yeah. Okay. Do I think that perks have filled all the niches I'm looking for? A part of it is, oh, and later, Gavin. Yeah, man, thanks for hanging out. A part of it is, I don't know. Like, I don't know. So that's part of why I've been asking people, like, hey, what do we need in here? I've been trying to make as, like, of content filled of a game as I could, but I'm gonna need people to let me know what they would like that isn't in here, right? So that's part of why I've got the Discord set up. What all's happening, right? Oh, and they're all in the playtest, right? What was that noise? A perk is required. Oh, that is a good fix to figure out. BK Lemon, thank you. Did I add the Warlock Game Mana from Patron Story perk? No. What? Wait, did I say that? Yeah, I spaced. I forgot that they were doing a playtest tonight. Oh god, yeah, I gotta clean that up. Okay. The relic property list is stating you gain phase as per the blink essence. but you no longer gain phase. Okay. Where is under the effects of the blink spell? Bingo! Okay. That's fixed. Raise essence refers to stats when they are gone. Fuck. Raise essence. Aha. Okay. Okay, you can target the corpse of a human-like or beast and raise them as either a skeleton or zombie under your control for the duration. Focusing on this cast does not require spending mana. Why would we do that? They would be a object at this point. So I don't think yeah, it's not an unwilling being, that's an item or like an object, right? So because it's that, this is a thing that you create. So we can just get rid of that. Yeah, it's under your control. Did I advance the trinket thing yet? Did I address the trinket thing yet? What trinket thing? What's the... Yeah, let me know. Because there's a lot of moving parts going on with the system, and if I don't really know exactly what people are talking about, I'm not sure what I may or may not have addressed. I think just in this stream I've addressed like 3 trinket things or something. At the start of your turns while focusing on this cast, yes, you can command your undead. Still mentions magic arts. Ooh, hang on. Under equipment? Huh. Interesting. Masters to channel their magic or as a symbol of their dedication to a magic art. Yeah, we'll just say that's fine. Yeah, like arcane, divine, and let people just be like, oh, okay, I can see the flavor. I can taste that flavor. Just give me that flavor. Right? Okay. Okay. Alright. So we got that. Let me take a look over here. Get rid of that. Yep. Got that. Yep. leveling methods. Because your questionnaire be instead. There are two methods to be. Should this be questionnaire instead? What? Yeah, that's been addressed. Hero record. Written occurs. I actually kind of agree with that. Okay. Vagabond also uses a mechanic header to distinguish mechanical text. To distinguish text that will likely go on your hero record. Mechanic headers may have a subheader that details when you gain the feature described or that categorizes the mechanic. Yes, okay. If the subheader details a level, that level is with the class the header is under. I think we can get rid of that. Fuck. It is 8 o'clock? Is that a vacuum? Is that a fucking shop vac? Yeah, flavor thing. What the fuck? It is 8 o'clock at night. My neighbors have got a shop vac. They're just doing something with that there. No idea. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Now, okay. Editing. Reading this book. One of the easiest. Yes, I cut that off. I fixed that text. Here we go. Round down. Half your level is a division. In game, there should be no. Okay, round down. This was where? I need to figure that out. Okay, Petrified got fixed. Petrified is back in. Doomsayer got an update. Thank you, Krieg. Carcoal's Grasping Tentacles feature. Go. Tendril attack. Ah. Fixing that. Thank you. Silent Chariot vanquishes God. Right. Minor spelling mistake in the choker. It says strangling, not strangling. Thank you. Silent Chariot vanquishes God. Alright. Not sure if this constitutes feedback or editing, but perhaps a lavender background for the bard. I tried lavender on it, and the cloak seemed to just fade into the background. I don't know that there is going to be any more background art with the different layout. We're going to see. Okay, save that. Dispel. This should be somewhere else. This should be somewhere else. Go over here. Yep. Do that. Yup. That's a big one. Dispel. Oh, if a cast action affects the target. Ooh, okay. If a cast action affects the target, the caster can attempt a check with a penalty equal to the other caster's awareness, logic, or presence. This isn't graceful anyways. Okay, if a cast action affects the target, the caster can attempt a cast check. That is not graceful. Can attempt. Okay, hang on. What's the fix here? Hey, what up, Fyraga? It also, yeah. So this is if the target is under a magical effect, you can attempt a cast check to end the effect. Wait. End curse. No, that's getting too complicated. Hang on. No, we don't need to throw this in there. Cast test to end the effect. If the target is under a magical effect, you can attempt a cast test to end the effect. Hang on. Maybe we don't need to have this specifically. You've already made the cast check. Okay. Oh god. A cast test with a penalty or have this feature cost mana? Because we got rid of stats, and I didn't address this. You end an effect. Can it be that simple? Can it? Does it have to be that complicated? Magical enemies will never be a threat. That's not exactly true. You don't just like end the magical enemy. Hang on. Let me get this. Okay. You stop a magical effect doesn't necessarily say like a magical enemy, right? You cast it in a magical effect. Well, you already do. If you're making the cast check and it's like an unwilling enemy, then like bam, yeah. But it doesn't get too into counterspell territory. I don't see how. I mean, you hold this off. Like this is kind of cool. If an enemy is doing this and you know like, okay, I've got to stop that, then like you hold the dispel and then like it's costing you your action on the previous turn to do that. Yeah, it can be this easy. This can be that easy. So it's just suspending it, right? If you take this is one of your spells, right? And it's like, holy shit, the goblin, that goblin mage over there just pissed off all those dudes right there. It would be worth it for me, like, because I know that goblins get like a perk from being berserk. I'm like, I'm popping this, bam, right? That shuts it down. It does mean that the spell can resume working once the duration ends. Yep. You could say you suspend a magical effect for the duration. But this needs something in here. I do like that it's making people think a little bit more carefully. Like, okay, I can stop it, but yeah, there's already silence in the game as well. Or wait, silence. What do you mean? Would it still be dispel if it's only suspending magic rather than ending it? I mean, I don't know that anyone's going to complain about it being this. Like, this is really good. I meant you silence a magical effect? No. This is fine. That's fine. We don't need to change that wording. The wording, the thing that we need to worry about is... Okay. The magic properties of relics. Or well, you've already made the cast action. This other guy is doing this thing. If I'm going to go, fuck you, I'm going to try that. And I dispel it. That's sick. And just let it happen. Like, these don't need to always be this big complicated thing of like, Well, what about a ninth level spellcaster versus a demigod lich or what? Why are you making them do that? Just like have fun dungeon crawling. God damn. So like, right? This can't suspend the magic properties of relics or innate magic properties of creatures, of beings. There we go. Wait, yes it can. Yep, this is what's gonna stop animated armor. Yeah, if you want to end like an animated sword, like a dancing sword real quick, bingo bango. Just do that. Like that's the answer. Got it. You like the idea of temporary disabled magic items though? I'm not a huge fan of that against like major relics. If we say like fabled, I mean, that's good. Magic. Right. So we need focusing. Wait, is it focusing or casting? Shit. Okay. All right. There we go. That's a way more cake version of it, right? Okay. We got that addressed. Yes, addressed that. Addressed all of this. Prone. It shouldn't be 2 feet of speed for 1 foot of movement. Oh, yeah. Although, prone. That's just if it was 5e. No. How fast do people crawl? Like, if you're prone... I'm gonna look up the fastest crawler. Fastest crawler in Mississippi. Fastest crawling human. Did we have a race for the fastest crawling baby? Oh, jeez. Apparently, there is a record for this.
For babies or just for people?
I guess for people, fastest.
Okay.
Fastest
'Cause, yeah, I
100.
was like, babies aren't that fast.
Fastest 100-meter running on all fours. Jesus. I don't think this is prone though. Oh. Okay. Crawling on the floor, crawling on my hands, crawling.
Yeah, I was like, if they're not on their knees though, if they're just running on all fours. That's
What?
what I thought. Yeah, that's definitely not crawling. Why? Why?
This is the fucking funniest. What are the comments on this like? Yeah, return to monkey. Now imagine that running you at night. Yeah. Imagine you're walking down the sidewalk and you turn around and this guy is sprinting at you on all fours.
That's insane.
Oh my god. Holy shit. That is super fucking
But
funny.
that's not crawling.
No, it's not. That is a gallop. Oh yeah. That is a gallop. Yep.
Oh, they can see my new pants. Kirby! Kirby!
No one cares about your new pants.
Wow! Okay, who in chat cares about my new pants?
Fastest time to crawl a mile. Whoa, what? Did you hear that?
Yes.
Yeah, that was my gut.
Wow.
Fastest time to crawl a mile was 23 minutes.
Yeah, and like a typical, like an average run for a mile would be like 10 minutes.
How? How are people crawling that fast?
Try it out.
See, I guess I'm thinking of like prone.
Oh, no, that's
That?
an army crawl.
Okay.
Regular crawling is like this. That's
This is-
you know what I mean? Just knees and hands.
Wait, did Bob World Builder do a video on this? Bob World Builder crawling? Prone, maybe? If he did, I would fucking just die laughing right now.
Wow, you're right. None of them care about my pants.
No, they don't.
Apparently.
But
Wow, you all let me down.
Is D&D movement speed realistic? 1, 2. By the way, everybody, if you're not subscribed to Bob, you need to be. I mean, if you're subscribed to me, you know Bob.
He's so cute.
I'm Bob. I'm great.
Walking like a commoner. Moving and attacking plus 10 feet. Standing from prone. Dashing.
This is so great.
Dash and haste.
Which is a distance in feet.
Dash and haste. Wow, he is nearly at 1 million views on this one. Yeah, and Bob's not only great, like great content, he's also just a super kind dude. So yeah, go sub to him. He's not actually doing the prone in here though.
That frame.
Yeah, right. Well, shit. Okay. Look, like that means like what, 15 feet on average, and like, what? That is not how you crawl when you're knocked prone. That makes zero sense to me.
You like fastest army crawl? 'Cause that's totally a thing.
Well, oh, now I gotta open it up again. Hang on.
Oh no.
Well, I gotta Google search. I gotta change shit over here with my scene, and then I gotta do all this other shit. Okay, fastest army crawl.
No.
Fastest army crawl. No, it's pulling up the same shit. Fastest army crawl on TikTok. That's a baby.
Oh, there's a guy.
Dude, I'm sorry. Prone movement in a TTRPG is fucking super dumb. I don't know why, like, this is a thing that we were like, yeah, let's get this right. Who the fuck? Wait, in all the times I've ever played D&D, did can you remember ever moving while prone in a TTRPG?
I thought that was the whole shtick. Like, you're prone, so you can't do, like, you're knocked down on the
See, to
ground.
me, I always think of prone as like you get knocked, like shoved on your back or some shit, right?
But, like, to me, because, like, what's the actual definition of prone? Because to me, that means,
the
prone
position.
Knocked fucking down.
Prone position is... Okay, wait. Okay, so that's supine. Okay, supine is what I was thinking of whenever it was like, yeah, I get knocked prone, and that's like how I move, right?
Yeah, no, like this lady right here with the purple, that's what I imagine when knocked
Yeah,
prone.
right.
Like, you're the fuck out.
I know, why. I'm glad I opened that up over here. Why do they feel the need to put his butt right there?
It's just a booty.
Oh, I know, but that would get me in trouble.
No, I'm not talking about online.
What? What do you think is more comfortable, lying in prone position or lying supine?
Prone.
Really?
Yeah.
I always feel like my back feels infinitely better whenever I lie supine.
In bed, yes, but like that on the floor, no. Like if I have a pillow, then yes, supine for sure. But if there's no pillow, absolutely not.
It can only move by crawling. But wait, you can dash. That's so dumb. Rush. These rules apply. It can only move by crawling and can't rush. Oh, Jesus Christ, what are you doing? Amanda, what'd you do? Okay. Got that. Hilarious. Okay. We have that. Miracles, Maleficium, that's all corrected. Firefox's PDF. Yeah, that's screwy. We got this right here. Okay. Now, I think with that. Okay. We've got some shit's been moved around. I think with that, we save. Wait a second. Wait a second. Is there a better way to do this table? There must be, right? Let me see here. Right. Then we do this. And then that. Yeah, then we do this. like this. Bam. Right? Bam. And then we do this. Bam. And we do this. Bam. Bam. And we go here. We take you. We get rid of you. Right? How about we do you? Get you over here. Bam. That was sophisticated. Why is that doing that? You should be here? Uh-huh. Okay. Is there anywhere we can save room? Mm-hmm. Entertaining your features. Yes, 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 yes. Can we... What if we do this? That gets us the space that we need. Can we pull the stat generation? Wait. Either... And with that, I think it's time to remove classes. Using stat, where's your stats? You will determine your, of scores. Okay, from the following table, and you can assign these scores in any order. You will be able to increase your stats when you gain a level, but stats can't increase above 7 at any point. Does this all matter for me to say right in here? Can I... Ooh, we are getting close to getting all this on one page. Ooh, we're getting so close to getting this all on one page. And if we do that, that's what we need to shoot for. Yes! Okay. Rolling or choosing an array from the following table, and you can assign these scores in any order. Right. Now, when we do that, you can't increase... Oh, shit. So we can get rid of this over here. Can we get rid of this and figure that out somewhere else? Leveling up. Wait, leveling up. That just needs to go over to leveling up, right? But stats can't be increased above 7. There we go. That's all that needs to be. That's it. We don't need that in here. That's editing faux pas. Yes. All right. Can we take sneak and move that somewhere else? We lose the alphabetical order. Speed is a passive, and it's not in alphabetical order up here. Whereas it's also not anywhere else. Or wait, it is everywhere else. So if we move that over here, bingo bango. Right? We're good. HI item slots would go over here. That's kind of whatever. Ooh. Oh my god, look at this though. We are so close to getting it all on one page. Oh my god, okay. This is all on one page. That's progress. I'm just trying to see if this looks better. We get rid of that, huh? Ugh. It doesn't really look better either. There we go. Okay. Stats and creation. Can we do... Hang on. I'm curious about something. Oh my god. Oh my god. Why did I not think of doing that earlier? Saving a whole entire line of text. Where'd you go? Where'd you go? There you are. Get the fuck. Get the, you go. Fuck. Now we got an orphan over here. Okay. Get that. Get that. Okay. I think with that, go. No potential Batman's allowed in documents. That's damn right. Okay. The target becomes a beast while the caster is focused. Okay. For the duration. Roll d6 to determine what beast it becomes. To determine the beast it becomes. How about just the beast? The beast on the table below. The target maintains full control of their mental capabilities, but otherwise assume the beast's statistics and health. If they are reduced to 0 health in this form, why I don't like this. Number 1. Nope, this cannot get the beast's health. Here's why. All right. What happens in this situation right here? Do you suddenly turn a doorknob into a T-Rex? What's the problem, right? So, if the target... This needs to say something about... How do you prevent this? If the target... Oh, wait. So, this needs to keep its health... to prevent death looping. This actually, hey, how's it going, ENnie? Here. This could just be what polymorph is. All right. The target uses the beast's passives, armor, immune, weak senses, actions, and abilities. Its health, actions, how about stats, if applicable. Earlier you said you wanted to input on character options or something missing the game. Have I taken a crack at adding more summoner options on Beast or Raise? What would people want? That's the thing. Like, what would... Let's get specific. What do they really want? It's health stats. It's health and stats. Elemental description said that they're created by summoners at one point. So like if we want like an elemental summoner, I guess that could be a thing. Okay. The target uses the beast passives, armor, immune, weak senses, actions, and abilities. The target's original health and stats, if applicable. This is kind of ridiculous. Right in there for the cast test, that was so not... The cast can be augmented with 5 mana to allow the cast to pick the target from the... Ha ha ha! No. No. That has got to be a thing for the druid only. This... One spin or something. That threat level would be way too high for that expenditure. I don't know what it would need to be. I'd like to keep it as kind of agnostic as we could, but yeah, I need to think about that. This just needs to be ape. Cattle. Hang on. Llama. I think we have a llama. We'll get a horse. Or wait, yeah, we do have a horse. Boar. Crab, elephant, beetle, sure, eagle. How about hawk? Well, that just means we need to put an eagle in here. Bull is cattle. Yeah, we'll get one in here. We have can't. Sorry guys, can't do it. Lion. Well, whatever. Hawk, sturge. We have viper, cobra, elk. That's a deer. Moose, cattle, alligator. Llama. Sure. Rabbit we have, octopus kind of have. Spider, chicken, sheep, toad. Gotta catch them all. Gotta catch them all. Okay. The target becomes a beast for the duration. Roll d6 to determine the beast on the table below. The target uses the beast's passives, armor, immune, weak, senses, actions, and abilities. The target's original health and stats, if applicable. The cast can be augmented with 5 mana to allow the caster to pick the form. The beast the target becomes. How about becomes? There we go. Doing so can't cause the target to become a beast of a threat level any higher than the caster's level in the class that granted them this spell. This needs a change. Of a threat any higher than half the caster's level here. Okay. Here's a beautiful thing that happened. Now, Druid. How are you doing, Druid? Shapechanger. Your Druid level divided by 3 round up. That is worse. We got all this, right? That's all good. Your health, stats, actions, and abilities. You maintain your actions and abilities and can use your mysticism for its actions. Okay, let's get rid of that. You can change into a beast with a threat level as high as your druid level. Ooh. Alright, so let's say we do this. Alright. Now, people are going to look at druid and think that's fucking crazy. What do we got? What's the scariest thing? T-Rex we're going to be able to transform into? Actually, no. Where are you at? Look, as much as I would love to just give that to you, it's got to be half your druid level. Half the caster's level right here. It's going to be hilarious when you actually can become a Megalodon. It can't be here. Okay, so let's say that the caster casts self on this right here. The target's original health and stats. Look, if they're looking at like, okay, well this is my like brawn or whatever. Look, if you are wild shaping or polymorphing the goddamn pugilist into a gorilla, and they're like, I don't know what I use, brawn. They're gonna be so happy, and that's the thing, you want to let it work, right? So if they go, I don't know what I really use, brawn, just you do that look, you're using brawn, and they're gonna go, oh shit, oh my god, yeah. If applicable, something if possible. And actions and abilities, if possible. Yeah, you're gonna want to you're like, I'm gonna turn the pugilist into something big and scary, and he gets to use brawn for all of his stuff. I'm like, yes, go for it. That should be the cool thing. You should get to do the cool shit. Do it. That sounds funny. I swear, some people think I'm just like so deeply unserious. Okay. Get that. Over here. Zap is still over there. Zambo. Sprout. Okay, save. All right. What other confusion we got going on? No? Are we good? Are we good? Is that it for me to do a hot fix? Luminary's doing that. Okay. Oh, okay. I think I'm gonna drop a hot fix. Stick with me as we venture through the land of not knowing whether or not Taron's graphics card is going to crash by doing this. Saving. Because what I am really eager to get in on is adventure writing. We have so many stat blocks now. I want to write an adventure. Summon spell. You can summon an outer, but you can't control it. Oh, wait. Somebody hit me up about this. Okay, what was the deal with familiar? It was operational, but there was a oddness to it. Are you cooking something? Hey, Amanda. 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 All right. There's having a stroke. Okay. I guess it's just her very fragrant shampoo. Okay, so they said familiar. They said familiar was doing something a little bit weird. Okay. You can conduct a ritual as a scene task to conjure a familiar which is loyal to you and obeys your commands. The familiar can take the form of any... There's something I'm curious about with this. What do you get with 0.5? Giant centipede? You can have a giant bee familiar. Come on now, I think this might be the right move, right? Oh, you can't have a boar. You can have a badger. You can have a bat, right? You can have a cat. Where's the cats? Right. You can have a cat. Cat familiar. You can have a deer, which is kind of cool. You can have a frog. Yep, that's a cake one. Oh, you could have a giant leech. A hawk. Nope, not an electric eel. What about dog? I am fairly certain you get dog. Yeah, you get both small or medium dogs. An owl, very cake, right? You can get a fucking cobra. Okay. That's fine. If we tell people, like, hey, you can get a rattlesnake. You're familiar as a rattlesnake, right? Giant rat, rabbit. Oh, there you go, Tin Can. See, we're thinking about you. You can have a wolf cub familiar, a rat. People are gonna be so happy with that. You can have a goblin familiar. You can have a little gremlin familiar. Ooh, we may have to restrict it to beasts. We can't give you the carbuncle. Yeah, it can't be a carbuncle. It might have to stick to beasts. Plus it gets into weird territory when you open it up like this. It gets into that, the Dark Mantle's kind of cool. But, like, whenever we start to get into, like, yeah, you can keep a bandit as a familiar. No, come on now. Let's not be edgy like that. Yeah, and there's some of these that actually have sentience that this just becomes a really weird thing. Oh no, you would lose out on the mimic familiar? Oh. What if we lower it to 0.4? Mingo constructs and beasts. Well, this is a cryptid. It's the same creature type as the goblins. Oh, we would lose out on the mimic familiar. That would be a little sad. The Sturge is kind of cool. I don't think we can get you the owlbear right. Yeah, okay, good. I was kind of worried about that. Yeah, because of the raptor strike stuff. I think we have to restrict that to just beasts. Yeah, we can't give you the pixie. Yeah, nope. Yeah, it has to just be beasts. In the form of any beast. Threat level 5 or 0.5 or lower. You command your familiar either as an action or when you make a cast check. I can use your cast skill for making checks. Okay. Yep, and we can't have that scale. Scaling is not a thing for a lot of these. Okay. Alright, so familiar's changed. If anybody has a question as to why that can't go beyond beasts, there's spell casting potential that you get into where you're getting freebie huge spells if we open that up. I'm not gonna like build that arbitrate like that whenever it's like people just want, well, I really want this very specific thing. Okay, cool, do that very specific thing. Like, do it. I can't tell you to stop. Like, just do it. Okay. Okay. Now, feedback. Let me see the feedback doc. And then I need to... It is cool to see people are doing third-party stuff already. It's been quite heartwarming. Is that this year? Yeah, okay. Here? Okay, feedback notes, thank you. So what's going on over here? Rayla kindled, let's see what's going on. Issue with Armor. Oh, wait, this is today. Guardian Angel doesn't have a once per round limit. When your allies is targeted by an enemy, you can spend 1 luck to make an attack. If you hit the attacker, yeah, I'm not concerned about a once per round limit. That's got the 1 luck spent in there. It might feel a little bit weird, but it's fine. Yeah. Ran an unmodified Colossus. Should have buffed it to raise the threat level to deal with 5 level 10. That's it wasn't really calculating with much of anything originally. Conceit. So they are in here now. Overlapping? What? Overlapping perks in orange? Overlapping. How so? There's some overlap in the mechanic? Yeah, 1 sec. Hey, I'm on stream. Are you all done? Let me see if they're wrapping up or what's going on. Guys had a question about that. Surprised I'm still streaming? We're almost wrapped up on the hotfix right now. I'm just curious about what they said about this piece of feedback. Okay, cool if I... Well, here. Okay. So what's the overlap? So we have is it a mechanical overlap? What's happening? Perks. Reasonable shepherds are daunting. Players felt like this would be missing out if they don't took stat increases, so they felt like they had to read the perks list. Okay, that's just the thing that they're gonna like. Wait, so they just took stat increases? Feels very daunting. It's 6 pages. I mean, I'm not really sure exactly how to. Expert perks didn't feel like they belonged to experts. It felt like they were weapon skills that should be available to warriors. The perks make characters feel less unique from one another because there's a lot of overlap. If everyone is super, no one illusion of variety because there's a lot of perks that do the same thing. Ignoring for weapon types. Ignoring X amount of armor. Well, yeah, the X amount of armor was from a feature that had really good playfield. Pike was worrying that Scald was gone with subclass loss, but now feels like all bards will be funneled into being Scalds. War Troubadour is very good for bards, but basically gives you free attack by level 5. Isn't that part of what they were getting originally? You can make an attack against an enemy. Yeah, I mean, that's what they were getting originally. Perks taken by multiple party members. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't mind that. Yeah, we know that some of these perks are really good. Okay. Guardian Angel doesn't have a once per round limit. That's pretty okay, in my opinion. The chart is not super intuitive. If you need to buff / adjust a monster in that manner, because you have to work backwards in detail to figure out what the HP increase should be. Okay. From the target detail to figure out what the HP increase should be. I would say that in that situation, that sounds a bit like things. I mean, since things have adjusted a little bit, yeah. Okay, Unifighter. What if I have like 62 out of 62 hit points? Perks taken. Archer, Conceit. Guardian Angel, Heavy Arms, Finesse, Sharpshooter, Shutdown. Wait, why do you take that many perks? Perks taken 11. Okay. 4 from the class, 6 from levels. Okay. Flash of Inspiration comes with War Troubadour for a free attack. It does feel good as someone that wants to play a Scald, but it's so good I have a hard time buying that Bard as a support class when they can easily take this perk for free at level 1. Stat investment rather than warrior, expert/warrior requirement. Might be. Sorcerer and Elementalist is in the same vein. It feels like it's so strong that it's a damage increase from explosions and can change damage types. Okay, so Elementalist feels like a must pick up because we're getting into right, this right here. You can change one of the damage types to another one. Elementalist already. I just didn't feel like originally this one might have been all that super exciting. And I think causing everything to explode is really not the best way to do that. And continue. Yeah, alright. Yeah, alright. That's gonna get canned. You're on break. Why is War Troubadour expert only? Because the only... Hang on. When your feature calls for a performance check, you can make an attack against an enemy instead. And use the melee check to determine whether the feature applies. I wrote this originally because people were like upset that I got rid of the Scald. And I don't know who else this would possibly apply to. I was trying to keep it a bit open. And this just doesn't really apply to much of anybody else except for Dancer. Wait, Dancer doesn't call for a performance check. Yeah, there's nothing in Dancer that calls for a performance check. Yeah, there's nothing about Dancer that calls for performance. No, nowhere. How have you been playing it? Dancer is finesse everywhere. There's a lot of perks that do the same thing for different types, but have the same effect to different degrees, ignoring X amount of armor. Okay, that's specific because those are supposed to feel like weapon masters or something. I think that's a misunderstanding of the intent of the perk. Reading this whole chapter feels very daunting. Okay, expert perks didn't feel like they belonged to experts. They were weapon skills. We did have a very melee / combat focused party. Okay. Yeah, I don't mind if a perk was taken by multiple people, because it sounds like there were multiple similar builds. Conceit, right. Secrets Ward, Zap. I'm also Probably going to say the fact that they're at 10th level is going to cause another huge amount of overlap as well. I mean, I'm not sure that that's the kind of thing that I would look at as a negative per se. I would feel weird hopping into that chat while they're all on there right now. And just bringing them on a live stream all of a sudden. Oh, come on. I was going to get that gnat. Okay, I think so. I can go and answer that. And maybe pop in over there. I'm going to hop off a stream. But since I've been on here for like 8 hours already. Go answer that stuff. And try to get an update. Kind of a hot fix out. Yeah. Thank you all for joining me today. And we'll see what's going on later on. Right? All that good business. Anyways, guys, I hope you all have a great night. My non-friends. Anyways, I will see you all here very, very soon. Who are we going over to? Who do I send you all to? That's the true question. Who's on right now? Crow! Oh, fuck yeah, we're raiding Crow. Everybody, if you're asleep right now, wake the fuck up. You're gonna go raid Crow for me, alright? Hang on, stay. You gotta stay for a second. Stay for a second. Alright. Okay. Everybody. Go say hey to Crow. Go be kind individuals. I mean, you don't have to be super kind to Crow. He can take it, but like, you know, don't be assholes. I guess you can be assholes, but you know, just it's Crow. All right, everybody, have a good night. I'll talk to you very, very soon.